Sherlock Holmes, The Final Problem Resolved by Duncan Ben Baldwin.
It is with a serious heart that I take up my pen to write these, the last words in which I hopefully shall ever record about the malicious genius and the wonder of the Napoleon of crime, Professor Moriarty. It was with much diligence, sweat, blood, and determination that I overcame a most sinister project that threatened the peace of the world in the opening of our new 20th century. A peace that was regrettably short-lived, only given respite for a few years until the horrendous international conflagration, now called the Great War, broke upon mankind. Even so, my prodigious efforts may have prevented an entirely different ending to the war that caused more than 9 million soldiers to die on the various battlefields. If I had not incommoded, impeded, and finally finished the grandiose Professor, once and for all, the Central Powers would have in their bloody hands a horrific weapon that would have dealt a swift and great blow to the Allies' war effort. I cannot imagine the state of the world had I not throttled the most evil genius that England ever produced, a traitor to the nation of his birth, and willing nefarious agent of our continental enemies. It was not without some trepidation that I enlisted the aid of my old devoted friend Dr. Watson, since I suspected the extent of the hazards of my investigations. But it was later with inestimable regret, because of the costly personal loss that he would pay, a loss I am deeply moved to state, that should have been avoidable, but circumstances worked against us. This personal deep wound is the cause, I proffer, that the good doctor had not taken pen to hand and recounted this most pernicious case of our mutual adventures in the annals of high crime. The affair did not have a definite or notable start. It percolated in the background, a nauseous whiff of machinations on the continent, barely registered in my subconscious. Perhaps I knew that something was occurring, but perhaps my conscious mind rebelled at the thought of the implications of the return of my nemesis. I had nothing definite to alarm me, and I do not project unsubstantiated events. I had marked him finished, plunged into that watery grave I had barely avoided. I had not lightly dismissed my arch-enemy's demise. I had cautiously, but mistakenly, ascertained that he had indeed perished in our encounter at the Reichenbach Falls, by meticulously investigating his former crime network and criminal minions. They had all bemoaned the passing of their commander and protector, and determined him deceased. His habitat in England was left bereft and vacant. I had definitively ascertained that there were no contacts with the presumed late professor, and any of his former gang, those being incarcerated by my in Scotland Yard's efforts, or those meeting termination during their apprehension, or ends of the English judicial process and hangman's rope. However, to my growing chagrin, the vigorous professor had secretly recuperated from his nearly fatal wounds after a long and veiled recovery. He had evidently been snagged from death by a protruding tree limb hidden in the mists below. It had severely punctured his body in numerous locations, broken his hip and legs, which caused a considerable amount of pain and extended time of convalescence. But he had managed to creep to safety, and was found by a local humanitarian who was rewarded with an untimely and quick death when the enraged professor was able to contact one of his continental colleagues. He had a slow and painful recovery, which caused a stooped and ungainly walk that made the professor even more sinister in carriage. This, we found out afterward, from a reluctant confederate of the late professor, who helped recover him. Moriarty then began a lengthy, hidden project that would culminate in the most dangerous scheme and dreadful mortal device since known to man. The game's afoot. Watson, I bemoaned sitting comfortably but uneasily in my retirement villa one sunny morning. The game's afoot once again. It was the July of the year 1977. Watson had accepted my invitation to visit with me, having left his London abode empty, as his current wife was off visiting her relatives for a fortnight. We were enjoying tea, scones, butter and honey from my own bees. "What problem has arisen that disturbs you so deeply, Holmes?" Watson responded. "Normally the task of criminal apprehension stimulates you, yet I detect a forlorn tone to your announcement. I have been deficient, my old friend, inexplicably lacking in observing the growing evidence of an obscured threat. Even now, that I can cognitively pronounce a series of seemingly unrelated events, but I am just now apprehending their import. I feel an evil growing premonition. My investigations hint at a source that cannot be, yet the track is unmistakable. The organization and maneuverings are reminiscent of a wicked malice that I had long ago reckoned finished. Thus far, I do not have enough evidence to implicate a known agent, nor to even hazard a guess as to the object of the scheme." "Whatever are you talking about?" Watson asked. "I fear a spectre from my past is once again active. We never are without our history. We hope we can put it behind, but sometimes it rears once again to cause us remorse and desperate actions. I have an informal network of contacts on the continent that still try to engage my response to some problem they feel inadequate to grip." "But surely they know you have retired," Watson interjected. Yes. I have made it abundantly clear that I am a sojourner of quiet times and simple recreations. I am firmly ensconced in my retirement. Yet the retired firehouse horse perks up his ears at the sound of the far-off fire alarm, and his nostrils flare at the whiff of smoke. My continental contacts only correspond with facts and possibilities that bewilder them concerning certain movements and intrigues that crop up. Much like my brother Mycroft, who is also retired, yet consulted occasionally, I am given situations that I can at times enlighten and suggest investigations. "Who, pray tell, is this spectre of whom you speak?" Watson inquired. "I perceive the hand of Moriarty," I softly declared. "Holmes, I understood that you had determined the professor had died at your hands at the falls." "Ah, but I was thought to have perished also. However, I had escaped. Perhaps the same fate was accorded the professor." "Are you sure, Holmes? What proof do you have that he did not perish?" "Nothing concrete as proof just yet, but the emanations from my sources have the stench of the hand of the professor in the goings-on they are dealing with." "But how can you obtain proof? What actions must you take, and what personal danger are you in, my good fellow?" Watson sounded animated with the prospect of my nemesis being once again active. "None immediately, I fear. To answer all three of your questions, I do not personally have the ability on the continent to work quietly and unobtrusively as necessary for the uncovering of events and delegates. I would be out of my natural haunts and beyond my working capabilities to carry that off. I cannot immediately come up with necessary actions, only a plan of probable procedures, until I receive more particulars. It is frustrating to whiff the aroma of a building prime stage, yet no, I do not know enough to proceed. Time can be a ravenous foe, rather than a breathing space. Yet I do not know which is the case in this instance. Have the detected events been uncovered too late, or do we have time to ascertain their scope and potential? Confound it, I need more information, and I must proceed quite cautiously, so as not to warn of my interest. If indeed this is an awakening of the professor's criminal net and aspirations, I must warily move forward. He would be more deadly and vicious than a wounded tiger. What are you going to do now? Can I help in any way? Watson requeried me. First, let us finish our tea. Then I will compose correspondence to my continental contacts and another to my brother. I will certainly keep you apprised of the situation and call upon you if necessary. But for now, have some more honey, Watson. I have quite in abundance. That afternoon, while Watson and I, enjoying several pipefuls of some special exotic tobaccos I had acquired from my London tobacconist, I produced a series of possible investigations to further enlighten me of the growing situations. I composed a carefully worded inquiry and fact summation to my brother. His phenomenal ability to see behind facts to find patterns and results had kept him the centre of the British government for many productive years. His retirement, due to his failing health, removed him physically from his office, but his mind was infrequently called upon, when nothing else was sufficient to resolve the thorny question of state. There was nothing I could further do immediately, so Watson and I posted the letters, and spent the next several days enjoying sun and the ocean pools nearby, the local pubs, local market day, and he endured a minor series of discourses on my bees. Over drinks at the pub, I began my first lecture. Apis mellifera is a species of honeybee, comprised of several subspecies or races. Mellifera is from the Greek, and means honey-carrying, meli, honey, and pharaoh, carry, hence, Apis mellifera is the honey-carrying bee. They survive winter as a colony, and the queen begins egg-laying in mid to late winter, in preparation for spring. She is the only fertile female, and deposits all the eggs from which the other bees are produced. She may make several flights to mate with drones in a brief mating period. She may leave in later life with a swarm to establish a new colony. The queen deposits each egg in a cell prepared by the worker bees. The eggs hatch into a small larva, fed by nurse bees. These are specialized worker bees who maintain the interior of the beehive. The pupal stage begins after about a week, when the larva is sealed up in its cell by the nurse bees. After another week, it will emerge an adult bee. Female worker bees clean the hive and feed the larva for the first 10 days of their lives. After this, they begin building comb cells to store honey and larva going through the pupa state. On days 16 through 20, the hive worker receives nectar and pollen from older workers and stores it. After the 20th day, a worker leaves the hive and spends the remainder of its short life as a forager. The population of a healthy hive in midsummer, I have deduced, can be over 40,000 bees. While sunning on the rocky shore below my villa, I expounded once again on my research. Both workers and queens are fed royal jelly during the first 3 days of the larval stage. Royal jelly is a bee secretion that aids in the development of immature or young bees. Then, those chosen to be workers are switched to a diet of pollen and nectar or diluted honey, while those intended for queens will continue to receive royal jelly. The selected princess, the larva develop to the pupa stage more quickly, while being also larger and fully developed sexually. This specialized diet in the early feeding triggers the development of queen morphology, including the fully developed ovaries needed to lay more eggs for the hive. Queens live for up to 3 years, while workers have an average life of only 3 months. During our stroll, and between purchases at the market, I enlightened Watson some more about my research on the queen bee. Queens are not produced in the typical horizontal brood cells of the honeycomb. The typical queen cell is specially constructed to be much larger, and is vertical. Because the hive survives and exists only when the queen bee thrives, should the workers sense that the old queen is weakening, they will produce emergency cells known as supersedure cells. These cells are made from an already existing cell, with an egg or very young larva. These enlarged cells protrude from the comb. Just prior to emerging from their cells, young queens can often be heard piping. I do not yet know the purpose of this sound. Drone bees are the male bees of the colony. They do not have stingers, and they do not forage for nectar or pollen. The primary purpose of a drone bee is to fertilize a new queen. Multiple drones will mate with any given queen in flight, and each drone will die immediately after mating. Watson asked about the calming effect of smoke on bees. Bees become remarkably non-aggressive when a hive detects smoke. I believe this is a natural defense mechanism, as wild colonies generally live in hollow trees. When smoke is detected, it is presumed that they must evacuate the hive from a forest fire, carrying as much food reserve as they can. Because a forest fire can consume the entire hive, individual defense from live predators is relatively unimportant. Saving as much overall as possible is the most important consideration. Over tea and crumpets, buttered and honeyed with my own stock, I also informed Watson. There are 3 general triggers when the colony determines that a new queen is needed. First, because the hive is filled with honey, leaving little room for new eggs. This will trigger a swarm, where the old queen will take about half the worker bees to found a new colony, leaving a newly created queen with the other half of worker bees to continue the old colony. Second, when current queen becomes old and worn out, no longer able to produce sufficient eggs to ensure survival of the hive. This situation is called supersedure. The old queen is generally killed and is replaced by a created young queen. The third instance, when the old queen dies suddenly. This is an emergency supersedure. The worker bees will find several eggs or larvae in the right age range and attempt to develop them into queens. Emergency supersedure can generally be recognized because the queen cell is built out from a regular cell of the comb. The workers develop the larvae into queens by continuing to feed them royal jelly. This triggers an extended development from a selected pupa, as I told you. When the virgin queen emerges, she seeks out other queen cells and sting the infant queens within to ensure her reign over the hive. Should two queens emerge simultaneously, they will fight to the death. After several days of making her acquaintance with her environment in the hive, the young queen flies to a drone swarming site, usually near a clearing, and generally about 30 feet above the ground. Drones detect the presence of a queen and mate with her in midair. A queen will mate multiple times and may leave to mate several days in a row, weather permitting, until her spermatheca is full. This mating must last her entire reign as queen. It is a death sentence when she fails her fundamental duty. Many in our society think that once we can no longer fulfill our fundamental duties, our being sent off to retirement is a prolonged, humane, but no less definite death sentence. I myself see it not as such, but as a freedom to choose our own time-consuming, interesting mental development. The only drawback is the lessening of our physical robustness. The mind is willing, but the flesh weak. As much as I bombarded Watson with my bee information, he told tales of his beloved wife, Christie. He told me again how they had met after Mary's death, how he had courted her, and what her likes and dislikes were. He went into great detail how his courtship was not a happenstance series of circumstances, but well-planned-out strategy with stages of conquest. I, however, deduced from the minutely described situations that the hunter was in fact the hunted. The matrimonial trap was sprung on dear Watson, rather than the reverse. He was not boring me with his long tales and descriptions, not because the subject was personally interesting to me, but in the passion and manner in which he told his stories. In fact, his elaborate and continuous references to Christie's lovely and absent presence made me wonder why he had not gone with her on her visit with her relatives. I finally asked him why he had not accompanied her. To tell you the truth, she was sparing me. Her sister, who lives with her mother, is a hypochondriac. On my last visit with her relatives, the poor dear hounded me mercilessly and continuously with her imagined aches and pains and detailed description of all kinds of bodily discharges from every orifice of her tiny body. I had to prescribe all sorts of exercises, cautions about foods, and prescribe several placebos to placate her fears. My practice has been quite hectic lately, with patients that have real physical ails, some life-threatening. My Christie knew I was working myself into a detrimental state. When her folks insisted she visit them, she remembered your invitation to visit here. I made sure any crisis in my patient's situations has crested, and my neighbor could cover for what remained. I must admit, although I miss her terribly, the visit with you has been quite pleasant and rejuvenating. The sea air is invigorating, and just being with you brings back to memory so many extraordinary adventures from our younger days. My offer to host you any time you find yourself in London remains intact. Christie says she found you fascinating at our wedding, and would love to have you visit just for an evening or for a stay of days if you are so inclined. I thanked Watson for the renewal of his generous offer, and said I would certainly take him up on it, sometime in the near but unspecified future. In the morning, a well-rested Watson left me behind, to rejoin his wife in busy London, and once again obtained a promise from me to keep him informed of any new revelations about the undercurrent of menace percolating from the continent. Mycroft's discernment and concern. The very next day after Watson left, I received a large dossier by special messenger. It was early in the morning. I was suited up and working my bees when an interrupting I say, "Excuse me, sir, Mr. Holmes, I presume?" called out to me from a safe distance. It emanated from an eager young-faced man with an air of expectation and a leather briefcase with locks that heralded important papers. He was unknown to me, but familiar for some reason. "Just a moment," I returned his hail. I strode forward and removed my headgear, and pocked my notebook to intercept a proffered hand and vigorous handshake. "Can we go inside, sir? I have some important matters to discuss with you," he blurted, as his eyes proficiently scanned the immediate, yet vacant surroundings. "Why, yes, please proceed." I motioned to my back door with an open hand. "What news do you have from the continent? What does my brother Mycroft have for me?" "Why, yes, I have just left your brother, and I have just returned from the continent." "How did you know?" he asked in amazement. "Quite simply, the shirt you are wearing would be found in Paris, not London, and I was anticipating some significant response from my brother. That official issue briefcase you are toting, bulky and locked, connotes highly confidential government matters. But you have failed to introduce and identify yourself, my young man," I replied as we entered my kitchen and I set down my bee apparel. "Let us go into my library where we should not be disturbed, as my housekeeper is out this afternoon. Here, have a seat by the desk, where you can put down your heavy briefcase." I observed that he was casually casing the building as we strode to the library, and scanned the features of the room as we entered. He nonchalantly sat to position himself to keep his back from both the windows and the doorway to the room. As I was settling into my chair and swung around to facing, I noticed he was scanning my office. We would see my extensive collection of books and magazines and newspapers. Watson had always bothered me when I got too untidy in our Baker Street apartments, but I would eventually catalogue all the data I had been collecting, store the books and articles I deemed worthy of keeping for future research, and tossed out the dross. Watson's nagging had been replaced with the good-natured repartee of my housekeeper, who would not dare move anything from its current setting place, let alone deign to throw out one item, yet constantly cajole me not to physically bury myself in my study and my studies. "You are correct, sir. I have been sent by your brother Mycroft. Let me introduce myself. I am John Grimm, but people call me Jack. Here is a letter of introduction from your brother." He talked as he unlocked the briefcase, and brought forth from it a handwritten note I recognized as my brother's handwriting. "Sherlock," it began, "assuredly you have observed that the young man presenting this letter to you is professional in manner and significantly familiar to you, although I understand you have never met him. He is in fact the nephew of your close acquaintance, Dr. John H. Watson." This quickly brought my eyes up and onto my visitor. I now connected his brow and eyes to the similarly faced personage of his uncle, although his jaw was cut sharper and he was clean-shaven. "Yes, Mr. Holmes, I am John Watson's nephew. In fact, my father named me after my uncle. My mother divorced my father because of my dad's frequent falling into alcoholic binges. She took me with her to Germany to escape him, and remarried. I took my stepfather's surname. I have never really spent any time with my uncle, and barely knew any of his various wives. You will read that I am in fact in service to the British government in secret affairs on the continent. I am fluent in German, French, and Russian, and comfortable with firearms. I interjected and pointed to the concealed weapon that slightly more formed his excellently cut jacket. "Ah, necessary tool of my trade," he muttered, as he looked down and absent-mindedly patted smooth his jacket over the holster. "Let me finish my brother's letter, then you can brief me. I see that you are concerned of some danger." I stated as I returned my attention to the correspondence. I had previously also noticed the circumstances on the continent you detected, it continued. Your contacts are separate from mine, though positioned not dissimilar. There is something of concern, I assure you. You informants have provided the fill for holes I had. I have now to construct a true vision of what is developing, but I needed more specifics to present to my former superiors, in order for them to authorize the necessary actions, and reveal particulars that had been kept from me in my retired state bureaucratic asses. You know I don't leave my quarters, except for our visits to my club. But I had, and now have access, to numerous active agents across the continent. Jack is one of our country's top agents. Although young, he has extensive experience. He has been in deep cover, as they call it, until recently, when he was called out to personally brief his superiors, and they in turn sent him around to me. He had just recently returned with information that had been gathered all across Europe by our diverse field agents and embassy attachés. We know of a growing project that is significant in its resources and scope, but we do not know exactly what is being created. The center of the emanations is clearly coming from Prussia and Germany, and I believe are militaristic in nature. Yet, there are political factors involved here in England. There are as well some concerns with imperialistic Russia. There also is a nagging side factor that I cannot tie directly to the main project, but interests me immensely. I will ruminate on the meaning of this some more before I confer with you. Let Jack brief you on what he has, and the conclusions I gave him. Mycroft. P.S. I do believe you will shortly be straying off your beloved bee farm, dear brother. Drop by my club for dinner if you find yourself in London. All right, Jack. Brief me. I stated as I lay the letter down on the desk. Jack once again removed a document from his briefcase and handed it to me. It was a binder with extensive letters, memos, and analysis summaries. Mr. Holmes, I had been overseeing several of our continental agents who had been following a series of developments in several countries. We knew that something was growing that had implications of militarist import from the mounting concerns in several fields of significance. You can review their reports, or rather summaries, in that document you have there. We sent our findings to the Home Office, who referred our reports to your brother. He sent out inquiries for us to investigate, and we returned the results. His conclusion, confirmed by further inquiries, was that there now existed a web of conspirators that were insidious in their infiltration of many of our own government departments, as well as some of our industrial and educational institutions. The range, extent, and volume of incursion were boggling. He asked for a personal briefing from me, for which I travelled here to England, and which I supplied yesterday. He completed his preliminary analysis, which you will find at the end of the report, and sent me to you. I have been working on infiltrating a web of spies and agents, but this agency is not directly tied to a specific country. It seems to be subcontracting out, working for several governments that have opposing interests to our British Crown. Indeed, I interposed. Quite entrepreneurial. Rather, there does not seem to be any nationalistic loyalty attached to these agents, only monetary concerns. This has aided us in that bribes have been successful in producing information from several interested individuals that has been quite informing. We know that there is interest in the technical specifications, in particular, the capabilities, vulnerabilities, of our naval warships. We have noted seemingly innocent and not so innocent inquiries from supposedly above suspicion sources, diverse but coordinated, that should not have ties to each other. We know there has been contact and conferring with revolutionary groups here in England. The anarchists and communists are bothersome groups, but they are dealing in rhetoric only so far as can be determined at this time. We know they are in correspondence with like-minded groups on the continent. We have several agents that have infiltrated these various factions on both sides of the channel. Although they talk grandiose plans and social revolution and social evolution, they have no definitive plans to act hostile to the British government at this time. The criminal element has used some of them as patsies for a couple of small-time scams. But overall, there is not a concerted effort to involve them in anything serious, as far as we know. We know that special contracts for particular technical equipment has been ordered as the professor manager from the infection campaign outset by the active content for receive. The property of this case is the first affected idea in the campaign and the level of contractivity. This concerns us because of the unusual nature of this. As we will tell you, friend of the Bible, we have no idea why these apparatuses have been contracted for. We definitely would like to learn more, but at the moment are clueless as to how we can act on this situation. We know there have been scientific correspondence and contacts with various academic professors, including Lord Rayleigh. Are you referring to John Strutt, 3rd Baron Rayleigh, who has recently won the Nobel Prize for Physics? I interrupted. Yes, we discreetly conferred with Lord Raleigh to inquire about his contacts and what they were interested in. I had grabbed the reference copy of Notable People in England and quickly looked up Sir Raleigh's inclusion. He was rewarded his prize for his investigations of the densities of the most important gases, and for his discovery of argon. There does not seem to be any reason for this expertise in connection to naval warships. In fact, Jack said, the inquiries were on cavitations. Please explain, I asked. Inertial cavitation was first studied by Lord Rayleigh in the last century, when he considered the collapse of a spherical void within a liquid. This phenomenon is termed cavitation inception, and may occur behind the blade of a rapidly rotating propeller, or on any surface vibrating underwater with sufficient amplitude and acceleration. There has been extensive correspondence with several scholarly professors, and a brilliant hidden inquisitor through intermediaries of the organization. Our experts are trying to wade through the technical jargon, but significant progress is slow. We do not know why the Meters Agency is interested in this phenomenon. The Meters Agency? I questioned. A name your brother attributed to the organization we are investigating. The member contractors only call their employers the agency. He said its orderly, diverse system and vicious methods reminded him of a criminal network that you had once worked against and had obliterated. I inquired if he meant murder. With the Meters designation, since many deaths have been directly attributed to the agency in seeking its goals and attempting to hide its concerns. But he said, not entirely. The Meters stood for an irrelevant entity that should have ceased to exist. So I thought to myself, my brother had also recognized the pattern of business that I had from my informants, and inferred the hand of Moriarty, whether active or emulated we do not know yet. His hesitation to articulate the name is because of the derision it might produce, a supposed paranoia that Watson suspected me of. So, of all of the aforementioned lines of inquiry, I summarized, hundreds of government agents from a multitude of departments, including specifically your own, are continuing on various lines of inquiry. Is there something specific my brother wanted me to look into? Actually, yes, but I do not know how it pertains to anything else. Jack hesitated. Go ahead, speak out, I returned. The curious affair of the dead shrimp dealer. Your brother specified that you might best be utilized by looking into the curious affair of the dead shrimp dealer. There was something about this that bothered your brother, but he didn't see how to connect it with everything else we were discovering. He thought your unique ability to rummage about and turn up pertinent data could possibly enlighten him on why a simple dealer in fish would motivate the Meters Agency to dispatch a killer to terminate a victim that should not be able to give up any useful information. What did he know that cost him his life? That is what your brother would like to know. So, by your description, the official police verdict is not homicide, but my brother not only classifies it as such, but links it to the Meters Agency. I concluded. I take it that the death was recent, and there is still the possibility for me to actually make discovery. In fact, the body was found early this morning, in his London home. The police do not yet classify it as homicide. They are inclined to label it death by misadventure, for now. But the circumstances and death scene seemed suspicious to the arriving officer. We have requested nothing to be moved until you can investigate the premises. How were you notified of this particular death? Why was it brought to your attention, or rather Mycroft's, since he apparently made the conclusion it was murder? I questioned. Mr. Holmes, I thought I could enlist your services to investigate this, and I hear the dog cart approaching your house, that I hired to transport us to the train station. If you could please come with me, and I will further inform you on this issue and the other developments as we head toward London. I need to retain these reports that I will go over with you, and could I please have the letter from your brother returned? I threw together some breads, cheese and meats, along with some ale, grabbed my train hat and travelling coat, some extra tobacco, left a short note for my housekeeper, and allowed myself to be escorted to the waiting cart. I recognized a local lad as the cart driver. We quickly climbed aboard. He yelled a quick "F, f, f," as he shook the reins on the horse to command it to go. We rapidly trotted off down the road, kicking up a small cloud of rock dust. We didn't converse as we rattled toward the station. I observed that Jack kept an eye out for anyone interested in our departure to London. We just caught the train as the cart deposited us at the station. There were a few others that were looking to board the London-bound train. With the characteristic warning whistle, the train blew a shrill cry that was followed by that beginning jolt as the locomotive lurched forward and jerked the coaches along behind. We occupied a compartment on the train that we kept for ourselves. As we ate our makeshift lunch, Jack continued his brief in low tones, although the noise of the rails would cover a normal conversation. I quickly perused the reports and gleaned what I could of the summaries. It confirmed that there is an organization that had an undisclosed goal, but was using sufficient resources and agents that declared a major project was in the works. Our Navy is Britain's source of international power, and any perceived threat to it is thoroughly investigated. Our agents had not tied down all of the loose ends, but they all seemed to emanate from the M Agency, on behalf of several rich international state interests. There didn't seem to be any time constraint that could be detected, and the political situations on the continent were not agitated, nor aggrieved against Britain at this time. Apart from the historic adversarial roles of continental European rivals, we in fact were concluding an alliance with our historical enemy, the French, now formed in the French Third Republic. I questioned Jack about his next moves. He was reticent to address exactly what he and his agents would be doing, but he did inform me that he was in the process of infiltrating the M Agency in its French division. He had inklings that something was percolating that would need the skills of someone like him, but with amoral character and mercenary needs. He had arranged to be approached by a known M Agency agent to be recruited for some undisclosed but likely sinister work. He would brief me on what he knew, but leave me as soon as we arrived in London to return and continue with his own work. In fact, Mr. Holmes, I will leave the train the stop prior to entering London. I cannot afford to be identified as being in England and especially associated with you. You need to report back to Mycroft, Jack informed me. Now that we have covered the overall developments, please go through the details of the death of the shrimp merchant that you are aware of and how you became involved with it. By the way, will you have some more honey for your bread? It is my own, you know. I inquired while my eyes were quietly pulled to the panorama of the green summer countryside we were transporting through. I suddenly missed the fresh air, tranquil orderliness of my retirement villa we just left as I hastened to the murder scene amid London's familiar raucous working class. But I turned my focus back to Jack and his information. It seems inconsistent with our inquiries that this would pique our interest, but the fact is that we had been cognizant of the premises because of a link with an individual of consideration on the continent that should have no known reason to conduct business on JHT. FH. But in our trade, it happens that some unlikely lead will open a path that directs us to previously unknown yet critical items of concern. Rawlings, Winster and Prudy, called RWP by their business associates, deal in international trading in marketable fish. Normal transactions deal with bulk purchase of British fishing fleet catches and resell to continental wholesalers. What our agent had discovered was a special arrangement by a third-party buyer of fresh shrimp, but a particular species called snapping shrimp was contracted for, not only specified that they be fresh, but that they be alive. Lobsters are known to be shipped live, but most fish and shellfish are iced and speedily dispatched. We are in the process of trying to determine where and why these crustaceans are being transported. One of our English agents had an appointment with Mr. Rowans this morning, but it never occurred. because Mr. Rawlings was dead in his home. Mycroft was alerted to the fact from the agent, through me, as I was briefing him this morning. Mycroft immediately queried the police on site about the circumstances and crime scene. That is when he decided to dispatch me straight away to you to secure your help in this matter. I want to know Did Mycroft discuss with you why he considered it murder rather than death by misadventure, as the police were called in on? I asked. Mr. Prudy called the police in to report a break-in at their offices. He at that time was informed of the death of his partner. The offices were being searched as Mycroft and I were meeting. Nothing of value had been identified as missing, and they are currently going through their records to see what, if anything, had been stolen. There was nothing so far to tie in the apparent accidental death of Mr. Rawlings at his home and the office break-in. The fact that the death occurred the same night the break-in occurred, and we were interested in the queer shipment handled by Mr. Rawlings, something the police have not been informed of yet, alerted your brother to the chance that the death was in fact a murder, committed to keep the appointment from happening. The lead officer on scene, Inspector Morrish, is keeping the household isolated, and the small staff held there for your interrogation. He has been informed you are arriving this afternoon, and has his orders to assist you, rather than you assist him in this investigation. He is awaiting at the house to brief you on what they have found so far. And, as the station I must get off at is next, I will gather up my reports and bid you successful hunting. With that, Jack scooped up all the papers, locked them in his briefcase, and left the compartment as unobtrusively as he had appeared at my home. As the train entered the outskirts of London, many memories of my former career came back to me. I did not try to prejudge what I would be investigating, as conjecture might cause me to fit the facts to my speculation, rather build a case based on the facts I would find. But the knowledge of the apparently perplexing commercial dealings would funnel my sifting of facts with a particular inclination. As the train pulled into the station, and all of us passengers hastily disembarked, everyone was scattering to pursue their own important tasks. London was busy and hot and loud. Humanity kept itself very busy when it crowded itself into a limited locality. Purposes and cross-purposes spent much energy with vigorous comings and goings. How like my bees they seemed to take flight, with the hum and buzz of resolute activities. I myself had a determined destination, fraught with undercurrents. I grabbed the crosstown omnibus and alighted a block away from the home of the former Mr. Rawlings. As I approached the residence in a quiet and upper-middle-income section of the town, there was no outward appearance that the house was the scene of a death, and police were involved. The house was of sufficient size to indicate the owner was affluent, but not so large that luxurious wealth was indicated. It was well kept, and the grounds were well trimmed. I knocked, and a uniformed officer opened the door with a "We have been expecting you, sir," as I declared my name. He escorted me down the hall and to the office where the inspector was holding camp, and I was introduced. "Welcome, Mr. Holmes. I of course know your excellent reputation, and am curious as to know why you were recalled from retirement to direct the investigation of my case, or rather, our case. It appears to be a freak accident, although the circumstances do seem to be questionable." Morish immediately let me know he was turning control of the case to me and was there to be of assistance. He was an older, white-haired individual that had an air of a senior investigator or supervisor. He had the smell of tobacco about him, although he was not currently smoking. He did not have nicotine stains on his fingers, so I concluded he also was a pipe smoker, for the aroma was not cigar tobacco. His tone was friendly, but he had not offered to shake my hand, indicating he was comfortable allowing me on the case, but disconcerted about my intrusion. I ignored the implied question as to why I was there. "Tell me, Inspector, if it was believed to be an accident, why was the incident brought to the attention of the homicide section? Why was it not just handled by the original officer called to the house?" I inquired as my gaze took in the death room. The deceased was sprawled among dead fish and water plants, and broken glass from the overturned aquarium, just in front of his desk which had some papers on it. He was now face up, but I could see by the entwinement of his robes he had been rolled over and inspected to see if he was still alive, I surmised. There were papers scattered about the floor and soaking up the water that had spilled from the overturned aquarium. Let me set the scope of our initial survey and subsequent investigation. A call was received at the local precinct that a death had occurred in this house early this morning. It was thought to be an accident, as the master of the house was found by the butler in his office under his heavy aquarium in front of his desk. As you see, the body is right there. The butler states that a loud crash had awoken him, and he had hurried in here to find Mr. Rawlings underneath the overturned aquarium. He righted the remains of the aquarium as he pulled it off of his master, and attempted to revive him. However, he quickly ascertained he was dead. He told the cook, who was also arisen because of the crash and rushed to the study, to call for the police while he watched over the body. Constable Wiggins arrived at the scene soon after. The cook ushered him into the office, where the constable found the dead body of Mr. Rawlings and the butler standing vigil. The constable took statements and inspected the body. He quickly looked over the room, and then had his superiors call us in. For although the butler said he had found the master under the aquarium, and stated he thought maybe the master had stumbled on his slippers and pulled it atop himself, it had to have been pushed onto him. It was affirmed that he was found face down, with the bulky aquarium on top of him. The butler, after righting the aquarium, a no mean feat in itself because of the weight of the unit, claims he brushed off broken glass and turned the body over to try to revive Mr. Rawlings. The supporting cabinet that the aquarium had been on is sturdy and intact. The butler did not have the strength to put the broken aquarium back on the cabinet himself, but pushed it upright next to the body. The crash that alarmed the cook happened just before sunrise, 5 this morning. The constable arrived on scene no more than 1/2 hour later. He was suspicious of the circumstances, and I was called in. I got here about noon and interrogated both of them before I was notified that you were called in. Since they both had not breakfasted, I had them taken to the kitchen where the cook made them lunch. I have had them kept under surveillance in the kitchen since, awaiting your arrival. The safe in the office has not been broken into, and we found keys that opened it. There are large sums of cash and important deeds, some heirloom jewelry such as rings, but we do not know what else could have been in there that may be missing. The papers on the desk all appear to be shipping manifests, and those scattered about the floor, contracts. Although we have not retrieved all of the papers on the floor that are soaked, since you have not had the opportunity to examine the room. There is a bookcase next to the desk that has folders of other business papers. We can assume all the business documents came from there, as there is some empty space between what is currently sitting there. The doors to the house were locked last night, according to the butler and cook, and the windows in the office were closed, but not locked. I went around the outside to each window and examined the grounds. As there was dew this morning, any footprint should have been left in the loose soil beneath the windows. I found none, nor disturbances in the grasses under the windows. If there had been an intruder who left before the butler rushed into the room as he claimed, he had to have entered by a door that had been unlocked for him, or by him. The constable found the back and side doors locked, and the cook was heard unlatching the front door when he was allowed entry. The cook, a Mrs. Schultz, has worked for Mr. Rawlings for over 10 years, according to her. She has informed me the butler is a temporary help, just hired recently. The regular butler had a traffic accident that broke his hip, and he is in hospital. The current temporary butler, a Mr. Crankers, is surly and nervous, but that could be understandable under the circumstances. A maid comes in 3 times a week to help the cook keep the house clean and do the laundry. She was not due in again until tomorrow. The cook was just getting up and preparing to go fix breakfast when she heard the crash. She was horrified by the second scene of The Fellow Davis, by Damkin Writings. During the questioning, she stated she was surprised that her boss was in his office in his robe and sleeping clothes. He never went into his office in the morning before dressing and having breakfast. He did most of his home office work at night, or after breakfast before he went to work. While being questioned separately, the butler claims he saw nobody leave the office, nor heard anything but the crash of the aquarium. He also was just up and about to go help the master get dressed when the noise brought him to the office. He didn't notice anything else about the room, except for the dead man and mess from the aquarium. He said he remembers that the front door was closed, but he does not know if it was locked because he had stayed with the body and sent the cook to notify the authorities. He was agitated that this happened on his first week on the job. Excellent, Inspector. I congratulate the constable on his quick wit and your thoroughness. Let me examine the room, I said, as I pulled out my magnifying glass. And I will meet you in the kitchen. I spent over half an hour minutely examining the corpse, aquarium, desk, bookcase, safe, chairs, walls, and carpets. Watson would have surely described me as a bloodhound seeking a scent among the weeds. I first did a quick walk around the room to get a general layout and to see if anything significant, out of the ordinary, would catch my eye. The corpse was sitting on a soaked carpet amid broken glass, dead fish, seaweed, and wet papers. It was beside the desk, between the desk and the tank, which had been righted next to the body, leaning against the cabinet it had originally sat on. He was still dressed in his bedclothes and robe. One slipper was cast off one of his feet. I examined the back of his head and felt a depression along the base of the skull, where the spine entered the skull. It was not sharp, nor was there a significant cut along it. There were some gouges of skin and limited bleeding from multiple cuts caused from the broken aquarium glass, but no sharp long cut or indentation that would have been caused by the edge of the tank striking him. The tank still had a little water at its bottom, and a few small fish were still swimming about. The sediment in the water that had been thrown up when the tank was capsized had settled. The aquarium had sat to one side of the desk, not in front or behind it, but had tumbled to in front of it when it was overturned. The papers had scattered in front and side of the desk, and were still soaking up the water. A considerable amount had been spilled. The desk had been splattered, but most of the water had sprayed below the desktop. The papers were orderly stacked, but riffled, appearing as if someone was handling them, but not frantically. If someone was going through them, he was methodical. I determined they were all shipping invoices. They were grouped by fish type and dates. It would not be possible to infer anything was missing, unless you knew what should have been there and wasn't. There was a pen set, photograph of the dead person, and some elderly couple, by the resemblance I would take to be his parents, a calendar, an inkstand, and used blotting implement. There were ink stains on the blotting felt, which I examined closer through my lens. "Hello!" I exclaimed to myself. There were several drawers that included office supplies, like blank paper, rubber bands and such. There were a few coins in the center drawer, along with paper clips, stamps and such. Nothing was revealing. I went back to the papers scattered on the floor. They appeared to all to be contracts. None appeared to be invoices. I went and stood at the foot of the corpse and looked at the pattern of dispersed papers. I then went to the corpse again and shifted him from his back to his side. "Hello," I murmured once again, and set him back down. I examined the bookcase and saw that all of the remaining papers were orderly put in methodical sets. A group of papers that must have been those scattered on the floor were from a break in the sets. Another group, that were also inventory, appeared to have some missing that were from a particular range of dates. The former group of contracts seemed to break 2 sets of dates. I went to the safe and inspected it for any scratches that would indicate trying to break into it, and found nothing. As the inspector has said, the contents could have something missing, but a quick inventory did not indicate what should or could be, but was not there. The chairs did not reveal anything. The desk chair was pulled back, as if someone had been sitting there, but pulled out to walk away. This could agree with the storyline that Mr. Rawlings was working at his desk, or that someone else was that he came upon. The visitor's chair was off to the side, indicating no visitors had recently been seated to converse with the desk owner. I did not find any handprints on neither the walls, nor window sills, nor any footprints under the windows, to indicate entry or exit by that manner. With all of the mess from the aquarium strewn about the floor, and staff and police treading said mess. I could not make anything out that could indicate a struggle. Now we're off to let the conference camp. I will see whether I know nothing will be carried out. I did note that someone, presumably the inspector, had made it around the room and inspected the windows as I had. I was finished gathering my data. Now I sat on the edge of the desk and reflected. I know what I was looking for. Since I did not find it there, I was confident I could retrieve it in one other place. I told the officer in the hallway they could now call the coroner, and walked down to the kitchen. Inspector Morrish looked expectantly at me as I entered, and asked if I would now like to interrogate the two staff. Briefly, I replied. Would you like to use the front living room, and who would you like to question first? Morrish asked. I don't believe that will be necessary, I stated. I strolled over to the portly cook. Mrs. Schultz, did Mr. Crankers request a hot meal, and did he help you light the stove? I curtly inquired. Why, yes, now that you mentioned it. I was just going to serve up some cold sandwiches, but he whined about being soaked from the spilled aquarium water, and a warm meal would be ever so much more nice. Inspector, I declared, pointing my finger. The butler did it. In fact, Crankers intently stared at the stove when I mentioned it, immediately became agitated, suspecting I was onto him, and made a mad, determined rush for the back kitchen door at my declaration. The inspector had had him under observation, and jumped, grabbing Crankers by his legs. They both crashed into the back door, which gave way, and both tumbled into the backyard. The cook screamed and ran to the opposite corner. The hallway constable had heard the commotion, and rushed into the kitchen and joined the inspector in the backyard in subduing Crankers, having pulled his billy club from his belt. I had left them to restrain Crankers, and rushed to the stove, grabbing a pot of tea off the kitchen table, lifting a lid on the stove, and pouring the tea on the still smouldering wood and papers. I pulled the wet tea-stained remnants of paper and brought them to the table. I swept aside the leftovers of the lunch and smoothed out what remained of the papers. The other constables had joined in the scuffle in the backyard. They hadn't been considerate of their prisoner, since his flight confirmed his guilt in the murder, and he had put up a fight by slogging the inspector in his escape attempt. I saw that we would not be questioning him until he regained consciousness, and then I suspected he would not eagerly divulge anything he knew. Inspector Morrish rejoined me in the kitchen after telling his men to take the unconscious Crankers away. He was brushing dirt and grass off his pants and shirt as he strolled up to me. What told you Crankers killed Mr. Rawlings? What did you find in the stove? And how did you know it was in the stove? And, an exasperated inspector spotted. Upon examination of the room and the body, I also concluded the aquarium had to have been pushed onto Mr. Rawlings. It would have been highly improbable that it would have fallen on him accidentally. That means it was a hasty and clumsy attempt to cover the fact that Mr. Rawlings had been killed with a blow to the back of his head. The heavy aquarium crash was an attempt to cover up the blow. Why was that necessary? The early hour of the confrontation, the fact that Mr. Rawlings never attends to his business concerns before breakfast, would suggest he had entered the room and caught someone going through his papers. If a burglar had been caught in the room unexpectedly and had struck and killed Mr. Rawlings, what was he seeking, and why not just run from the premise? That he was struck in the back of the head is indicated by the wound there, even though there are also markings from the aquarium. As far as we can ascertain now, the safe was not the target, since business papers were on the desk and appear to have been gone through. But there were papers all over the floor, Mr. Holmes, apparently dropped by Mr. Rawlings when he fell. Morrish interrupted. Yes, but upon examination, although there were papers all over the floor, where the body had fallen and spewed out as if knocked from his hand as he pulled the aquarium on top of himself, there were none where there should also have been some. There were papers where the body was supposed to have fallen and scattered all about. There were no papers under the overturned corpse. This means the papers were strewn about after the aquarium was pushed over and after the body was turned over, to give the appearance that the corpse had papers in his hands when the so-called accident occurred. This was staged to give the appearance that Mr. Rawlings was in the office to go over some papers before going to work, something he never did before breakfast, as you ascertained from the cook, but something unknown to the newly hired butler. This was also done to hide the fact that since valuables were not missing, but papers were on the desk, Someone must have been going through them when Mr. Rawlings caught in. The papers on the floor were also a different type of correspondence than those on the desk, but could have been hastily grabbed from the bookcase, where some papers were missing, as you pointed out. I surmised the butler was caught by Mr. Rawlings, but what was so important that he would have to silence Mr. Rawlings before the cook came to make breakfast? Mr. Rawlings would surely fire him, and he needed to finish his search quickly. Why the aquarium fiasco? Maybe he knew the cook would be up and stirring soon. I believe he had not found the papers he was looking for yet. He overturned the aquarium to make it seem an accident, chasing the cook out to get help so that he could finish his search for the papers he sought. If the cook came back and saw him going through the papers, he could say he was just cleaning up the mess. He would have left if he could, but the police had arrived just after he found what he had killed for. He had to tough it out until he could get rid of the incriminating evidence, and run as soon as he could get from beneath close scrutiny. What I found in the stove, I stated as I patted one of the smouldering papers I had retrieved, was the reason for the killing. It was not among the papers currently in the office, so I knew it had been carried out of there. Crankers had been under close surveillance continuously by the cook, and then by the police, and had not been given an opportunity to move about freely. He had not been searched yet, since the incident was still being investigated as a possible accident. If he had a piece of paper hidden on his person from that room, it was probably wet, since he himself was soaked. If he needed to get rid of it, merely hiding it about the house would be chancy. I had reasoned what would be my thought process in a similar circumstance. I would have been anxious to get rid of the paper. Now that the supposed accidental death was suspect, a search of my person and the immediate rooms would be done. I couldn't be found with it without incriminating myself. I couldn't let it be found hidden about the house, as it would create questions I could not answer. I needed to get rid of it safely. Unless I could eat it, how else could I get rid of it? Burn it, of course. There was a stove right there in the kitchen. But it was a warm summer day. I couldn't just light a fire. But, just a minute, I could if I could get the cook to prepare a hot lunch. I could get rid of the evidence right under the nose of the police by starting the stove fire with it. Inspector Morris leaned forward and read the tea-stained and fire-blackened paper I had retrieved. Because it was wet from being hidden on the soaked person of the butler, it had not burned up completely. But that is nearly a shipping invoice for a bunch of shrimp, the inspector exclaimed. Yes, I know, I commented. And you knew it was there among Mr. Rawlings' papers, and he was accidentally killed when he interrupted the butler's search? He asked, incredulously. Actually, I don't believe he was accidentally killed, but I was indeed looking for something similar to what I did find. I answered. Why did you know to look for that invoice, and why do you say you think the killing was deliberate? Why is in an invoice about shrimp worth a man's death? What did you know coming into this case that I am not aware of? The inspector quietly, with tension in his voice, asked. I really do not know why this shipping invoice is so valuable, or rather keeping it from open examination, but I will take it with me for further assessment. Which brought a low discomforting growl from the inspector. I also cannot at this time disclose why I suspected I might find it here, and it could be the cause for murder. I declared. What is going on here? The inspector asked coolly. And I cannot reveal that at this time either, I added. You will have to confine yourself into locking up Crankers and investigating where he came from. Moreover, I will hazard a guess that you will find the traffic accident of the real butler was not an accident, but was effected to place Crankers into this house. I think you will also find that the murder weapon is the marble blotting cylinder on the desk. It is the right weight, shape, and I saw a few small hairs with my magnifying glass on the ink-stained felt covering. I smell high political intrigue involved in this, Inspector Morris chanced. Give me clean criminal avarice and passionate lust for loot. I must leave you now, Inspector, I interjected. I will get you a briefing when I can, and keep your suspicions to yourself. You have the criminal, murder weapon, and possible burglary as a motive. You do not at this time need to mention this invoice. I do not think Crankers will be talking much about his real intentions. That would get him executed just as well. I gazed back at the portly cook who was timidly looking at us. At the inquest, do not have the cook questioned about this incident in the kitchen. I know nothing, Schultz whispered, to no one in particular. This should suffice for your immediate report, until we can get back to you. I cautioned him. I carefully wrapped the invoice in butcher paper found in the kitchen, and left a dedicated but disturbed officer and a frightened cook behind me. Disappointing dinner at the Diogenes Club. My brother now is always at the Diogenes Club, from 11:45 to 8:20. Since it was just after 6, I caught the omnibus to Regent's Circus. I walked down Pall Mall from the St. James's End. I noted the foreboding door, some little distance from the Carlton, with the name of my brother's club and the admonition not to enter unless invited, and cautioning to remain silent if allowed to enter. I quietly opened the door, and was met by a staff member whose duty it was to intercept anyone audacious enough to enter this inner sanctum of London's most unsociable and unclubbable men in town. Having received my card, I told him it was not necessary to escort me, as I knew the way to the stranger's room, where he could send my brother to meet me. Save in that room, no member is permitted to take the least notice of any other one, let alone hold conversation under any circumstances. Through the glass panelling as I walked the hall, I caught a glimpse of the large and luxurious room, in which a considerable number of men were sitting about and reading papers, each in his own little nook. I was totally ignored, even when a few eyes straying over their books or papers chanced to see my form pass by. They returned their gaze to their serene activities. I found my way into the small chamber, which looked out into Pall Mall, where I knew could meet with my brother. I had a seat and looked out to the street, as a score of different members of London's social strata made their way to their appointed fates, unmindful and unknowing of what was to continue to be one of the most critical adventures to threaten their peace and safety. Sherlock, my brother, welcomed me. Good to see you have solved the problem, he said as he deduced from my countenance that I had been successful. My brother even more reminded me of a walrus, as he waddled his mass into the room and motioned me with his corpulent hand that resembled a flipper to resume my seat. He plumped himself down on a couch. Even though his health had deteriorated with his age, he had preserved something of the sharpness of expression in his remarkable eyes, which were of a peculiarly light, watery grey, and still retained that far-away Christianity, introspective look that masked his same sharp observation and deductive facility. Congratulations may be premature, I regretfully responded. I was able to furnish the facts to the police, to hold the butler, and I retrieved an invoice that was the cause for the murder. And it is confirmed for me that it involves a shipment of shrimp, as you intimated. But confound it, there was nothing to indicate why this piece of paper was so damned important to cause the death of its creator. Oh, I never expected you to discern the reason for the distinction of the matter. No, the solution just opens the door to further inquiry. But it will provide the next clue to the source of our investigations. He held his hand out in request of the paper. I dug into my pocket and retrieved the butcher paper packet and handed it over. Mycroft accepted the bundle and deftly opened it to expose the burnt and stained invoice, which upon it still could be read the sender and recipient and receiving address. I don't recognize the recipient or address, Mycroft softly lamented, but our people now have something to follow. Let me send this to my former staff. They will talk to the agent involved, and possibly they can have a partial answer for us after we dine. You will of course have dinner with me. I assure you the Diogenes still has a superlative chef, and tonight's tablet should be no less than excellent, even if it is routine for our fair club. He escorted me to their dining room, an opulent and noisy, although without a word of conversation, affair with grunts of satisfaction and appreciation of the culinary repast. The room was magnificently decorated with painting of hunts and feasts. There were many large tables, with multiple place setting, but discreetly separated with distance and ornamental table settings. The plates and silverware were luxuriant, all decaled and inscribed with the Diogenes emblem. I was seated across from Mycroft. The fellows on either side of me were unknown and not introduced. All discourse was merely accomplished by pointing to menu selections. There was a small silver bell next to each diner's plate which was rung whenever an item was required. And a waiting waiter quickly responded to your side. There was not one main horse of meat, but 3. I, of course, perceived the source of my brother corpulence. If I regularly dined here, I too would soon gain mass that would not easily be controlled without vigorous exercise, something foreign to my brother Mycroft's nature. Their wine steward was no less a virtuoso than their chef, and plied us, from their well-stocked wine cellar, with an overabundance of spirits to accompany our dinner. One of the meat entrees was delivered to my brother, who, after cutting into it, waved over the serving waiter, and indicated it was to be removed. Mycroft pointed to a table of request and responses typed on the menu, that imparted his desire. In this instance, an undercooked beef was sent back to the kitchen, to be further cooked. It was shortly returned without fanfare or discussion. Even the desserts were first class, and I passed up several I was tempted to try, since I was full by time the desserts were presented on a cart with silver trays. We filled our glass with the best after-dinner drink of our choice, and rose to depart the room. Cigars or cigarettes were retrieved on the way out from a silver box full of a variety of them, each type separated in their own compartment. We repaired to the stranger's room, where a messenger from his former office awaited us. "Not much to report, sir," the messenger imparted as he handed Mycroft a summary report page. Our agent did not recognize the receiver either, since it was not the same person who initiated the purchase of the shrimp from the continent. He will be contacting one of our continental agents with the information to further investigate. "Thank you. Keep me informed." Mycroft dismissed the messenger with an indifferent tone and wave of his hand, and pocketed the report page. After he left, Mycroft fixed his gaze on me. "Waterhammer," he projected while blowing a spout of smoke from his cigar. We were alone, and I had expected my brother to add more details to the briefing and reports I had seen. I presume he was bringing up the previously noted side factor that irritated him because of its ambiguous impact on this whole project. "I do not have the slightest notion what significance it has," he declared as he studied the burning end of his expensive tobacco. "The term has been discreetly embedded in communications that refer to the correspondence with the scientists that have been contacted. I emphasize, in communications that refer to the correspondence with scientists, never in the correspondence with said scientists, and only obliquely. The term does not currently exist for any known manufacturing or fishing industry tool. It is an ominous term, water hammer, only because it is enigmatic, nor can I deduce any link with the contacted scientists, who have no military or weapon experience. I cannot fathom what could affect our naval ships. Could it imply experiments with waterborne weapons? I cannot deduce, unless I have information to deduce from," he complained. I of course felt disappointed, for I was now involved, and I hated dead ends, or meandering leads that cannot be locked down. If my brother did not have enough information to work with, I doubted I could contribute anything to his ruminations. "Let me summarize what I had gathered from Jack's briefings," I began. "We know there is an international clandestine organization, based upon Moriarty's former crime organization. It has sinister intentions from the deaths it has inflicted while conducting its unknown purpose. 3 that we know of, the third being Mr. Rawlings Mycroft interrupted. We know that our naval resources are under threat, because of the unveiled interest in their vulnerabilities." I continued. "We have unwholesome correspondence with unwitting scientists by said malevolent organization. The scientists' expertise is in mechanical water effects, but we do not know the goal of gathering said knowledge. We know that special contracts for particular technical equipment has been ordered by foreign agents. Do we know where this equipment has been shipped to?" I inquired. "Confound it!" Mycroft exploded, as he flung his cigar down on the floor across the room. He dug the report on the shrimp shipment invoice from his pocket. "No wonder I have retired. The damn shrimp were going to the same district that the heavy equipment has been delivered to. It is Wittgengold, deep in Germany." A worried club steward looked into the room to see what the outburst was, and if he could assist with anything. Mycroft composed himself, pointed to the discarded cigar, and asked if the steward could clean it up and replace it with a new one, and that some brandy be brought. "Are there any known munitions plants in that area?" I asked after the steward had left. "There was a small Krupp-owned facility that is in an area of heavy industry," Mycroft stated, "but we will have our agents look into any new large construction that has been done in the recent years. We will have them look out for anything that seems out of the ordinary or being closed to the public." He paused while the club steward returned with cigar and a decanter of brandy and 2 glasses. He poured us both a shot and discreetly departed. "What do we know of the heavy equipment that was delivered?" I asked. "What purpose is it used for?" "Water pumps and hydraulic piston components," Mycroft responded. "And we are not sure what function they would be used for." "Since these were special ordered," I noted, "and Germany has ironworks, machinery production as good as England, why did they not have German industry supply the parts?" "That is also up for conjecture, Sherlock," Mycroft commented. "What is significant about the water pumps?" I asked. "They are specially designed to be radically high-pressure pumps," Mycroft responded. "Anything unusual about the hydraulic piston components?" I inquired. "These were designed to be significantly smaller than, say, the pistons that drives a freight-hauling locomotive, but with similar sturdiness," he said. "So what manner of contraption are we dealing with?" I speculated. "A new type of weapon? A sea-borne contrivance invented to attack our fleet?" "I don't believe that would be the case, Sherlock," Mycroft advised me. "These units as delivered would be too heavy and bulky to be used by anything short of a battleship. Battleships have racks of guns that can blast our navy with tremendous shellings. I cannot conceive what enhancement this equipment could bring to bear on the standard artillery that currently exists. As you pointed out, Germany has tremendous skill in building massive artillery weapons. Why order components from British factories?" "The scientists that were contacted, what was asked of them?" I continued my queries. A lot of technical questions of fluid mechanics, transmission of wave forces underwater, hindrance to motion of underwater objects, the dampening effect of water on propelled objects of various formed shapes, and effects on propeller operation. The questions and replies had sufficient complex arithmetical context that we can infer the questioner has high skills in advanced mathematics. 4. Although the questions concerning hydraulics were asked as applied science, mathematic answers were given in its theoretical counterpart known as hydrodynamics, and responses were given in kind. Our own experts had to query other academic sources to understand the questions and the answers. Mycroft replied, "What was the interest in Lord Rayleigh's work on cavitation?" I wondered. "Again, we are not sure. Cavitation is a general term used to describe the behavior of voids or bubbles in a liquid. Cavitation, I have found, is, in many cases, an undesirable occurrence. In devices such as propellers and pumps, cavitation causes a great deal of noise, damage to components, vibrations, and a loss of efficiency. It stays back, which is a bit more difficult than Barbara. What was the cover to interrogate these scientists on these particular lines of questioning?" I asked. Mycroft responded. The inquiry did not blatantly begin with the final questions, but were brought up in a course of discussion disguised as purely academic speculation and experimentation, giving no spectacular, more practical underpinning. "Well," I concluded, "although you provided quite a delectable meal, overall it has been a disappointing dinner. Not that we haven't made some progress from our conversation, but we have so much more we need to fill in before we can make any definitive conclusion or final course of action. And by we, you of course mean your and my agents." Mycroft pointed out the obvious, since neither he nor I would be scattering abroad to uncover the pertinent information we needed. Or, so I thought at the time. "Thank you for your efforts, Sherlock. I will ensure that a compensating check for your services will be posted," Mycroft commended me. "You can of course stay with me tonight at my home, Although I do not have a spare bedroom, my couch is quite comfortable and can accommodate you for a night. You can return to your bee farm in the morning, and I will keep you abreast of developments that you could aid me on. Thank you for your confidence, I replied, noting his limiting offer of confiding with me on the overall case. But I think I will call on Watson and his lovely wife, who have a standing invitation for me to stay over if I come into London. They would be slightly offended if they knew I had been relegated to my brother's couch, while they do have a spare bedroom that has been previously proffered. He will, of course, want to know about the incident with Mr. Rawlings, since that is what brought me into town. I will discuss the particulars, most discreetly, and obscure various facts at this time pertaining to why I became involved, and what we have learned concerning the Meters Agency. Please do keep me informed of any developments that you can pass on to me, without jeopardizing the cover and well-being of your sources. Mycroft bade me a good evening, with assurances that I would be kept abreast of developments, since I was involved, and he might call upon me again for some minor but significant help. I caught a crosstown underground train on the newer Central London Railway. As I entered the train, I observed the small size of the rolling stock compared to above-ground cars. The workmanship on the tunnel seemed substandard. The sections of tunnel apparently were not well aligned. It is rumoured that the engineers had also forgotten to take into account the height of the rails above the tunnel floor, and had to rework the cars. The problem was remedied by a combination of replacing the ballhead running rails with lower-profile bridge rails and shortening the springs on the rolling stock. The locomotives caused considerable problems with vibration, and the ride was considerably bumpy. These were replaced back in 1903 with motor cars, with the existing coaching stock being adapted to run as trailers. The bumpiness had smoothed out, but the tunnel alignment problem caused side-to-side jolting as the track weaved back and forth. My mind was concerning itself with contemplation on this minor irritation, because I did not have enough information to work on the real object of my attention, the Meters Agency and what it was up to. After departing the train station, I hailed a cab and directed it to deposit me at Watson's residence. The clip-clop of the horse and easy sway of the cab was soothing after the smelly fumes and disjointed jolting ride in the underground. "Sherlock, how nice of you to drop in." Christy Watson was welcoming me into her parlour with a friendly face, after the maid answered the door and ushered me in. "John will return shortly. He had been called over to Mrs. Ritchie's to minister to her latest bout of gout. Whatever has brought you to London? And will you be staying long?" "A minor case was brought to my attention this morning, and I will be returning to my bee farm in the morning," I replied. "You must of course accept our hospitality and stay the night with us." Watson's voice inserted itself into our conversation from behind me. I turned to see Watson drop his bag in the hallway and place his hat on the rack. "Oh, John, I didn't hear you come in." Christy broke into a smile and ran past me to hug her husband. He gave her a quick kiss and extended his hand to me. Come in. Have you eaten yet?" Watson asked, as he motioned a stuffed chair for me to occupy. "Just what I was going to ask," the cheery voice of his younger wife added, as she and her husband sat across from me on a smaller sofa, holding hands in an unconscious display of affection. "No thank you on the food. I have just eaten a lavish meal at Mycroft's club," I said. "But I will accept your invitation to spend the night." "Will you join me in a late brandy?" Watson asked. "No thank you again." Mycroft had provided me an after-dinner brandy. "You must have been called up suddenly, Sherlock. I just left you yesterday, and I see you do not have an overnight bag. I can supply you with toiletries and a hearty breakfast in the morning," Watson offered. His eager eyes preceded his next question. "What adventure has summoned you back to the city, and how did you solve it so quickly?" Watson inquired. I spent the next quarter hour describing the incident at Mr. Rawlings, leaving enough out and vaguely answering intruding questions brought up by the keen interest of Watson. He was familiar enough with me to know that I was not telling him everything, but he was diplomatically discreet enough not to press me. He knew I had cases that I fully disclosed intimate details for his publication, and there are those that require discretion, at least for the immediate future, or permanently closed for review. He was not offended that this was one of discretion, and did not impose on me for more than I offered. I did not bring up the visit from his nephew, as I did not want to do any explanation of why he came to me and what he briefed me on. I would have liked to mention that I had met him, but that would have brought on the unwelcome questions, and I know that Jack said he did not want it known he was in England at this time. Christie stood up and said, "I know you two want to talk some more, but I will retire for the night. Are you sure I cannot get you something to eat or drink before I go?" "No, thank you, my dear." I surprisingly found myself addressing her with uncharacteristically familiarity for me, not because she was Watson's wife, but because of her intimate manner that brought you into her close companionship. Watson watched her excuse herself and leave the room with what could definitely be described as puppy dog eyes. "You certainly caught a pretty one for your old age, my friend," I teased him. "You have got that right, Holmes," Watson declared. "You must be mellowing in your old age. You have not previously commented on the looks of a woman, only her intelligence." "Well, I can tell that she suits you, old boy, and I know you will not tolerate the dull-minded female any more than I." "She does have a sharp mind," Watson asserted, "but something else does prick my interest. Tell me if you can, now that she has left us alone. Does this case involve the subject you brought up during my visit? Have you encountered something that proves that villain we thought finished has returned? Did you ever see the burden when you have the eye on?" Praise face. "I truly cannot say for certain one way or the other, my old friend. But there are events and situations that must be probed and pursued." "Well, I can tell you have had a long day, Holmes. And since you are reticent to elaborate any further on this particular subject, and we have discussed most other things on my recent visit with you, let's call it a night so that you can rest before you catch the early train back." Watson led me to the spare bedroom and ensured I had settled in, then bade me a good night's rest. Regal revelation. How I hate waiting developments, especially when I am contributing nothing and cannot act until results are returned. I had come back to my beloved bee farm the next day. The trip back on the train was uneventful. The station was as I had left it. I decided not to ride back to my home, but to enjoy the walk back. I cut across the green grass to intercept the winding road closer to my destination. The birds were calling to each other as they circled and bobbed amongst the trees and bushes. The insects were buzzing about, coming close enough to cause me to wave them off several times. I was sure there must be a few of my own bees pollinating the colourful flowers I strolled amongst. The trees provided welcoming shade from the hot sun, even after my brief walk across the train station lawn. Someday the trains will not spew forth so much soot that one has to ride with a coat and hat to preserve cleanliness. But it was not too heavy, and I had decided I would carry it back rather than wear it. A stray dog I thought I recognized as the pub's hound came upon me and sniffed me up properly, before abandoning me to my saunter as he sought more interesting quarry in a squirrel that had run in front of us during his close inspection of my pant trousers. I passed Tong, the local shoe cobbler, as he was heading toward the train station I had just left. He recognized me and stopped to chat. "Why, hello, Mr. Holmes," he cheerfully. "I was just heading to the station to complain about a shipment that was not dropped off rightly, and is sitting at the station 2 stops down, I am told." "Quite an unfortunate event," I remarked, thinking to myself the truly mundane circumstances and concerns of the majority of our English countrymen. Usually they are so accurate in their deliveries. "Well, no harm, just bother," Tom responded. "Say, I understand you have quite a hearty singing voice when you were encouraged to join in song with the merriment last Boxing Day at the Horse and Crown." "We are always looking for new voices for our Sunday service choir. Could I persuade you to join us this Sunday? We are singing old classic hymns, so there'd be no need to practice with us Friday Eve." "I will beg off, Tom," I excused myself. "I am not much of a churchgoer, you know." "Well, no harm, no bother," Tom rephrased his prior comment. "I invite you to attend services, even if you won't join in our choir. The Lord's house is for everyone, you know. Well, I'll be continuing on. Must see to my leathers." He was a fine example of good British stock, but his mental acumen was barely sufficient to observe his surrounding, let alone contemplate the meaning behind it all. As I kicked up road dust on my continued journey, I thought about the beauty of nature all around me. The intricacies of creation, the weaving of multitude of interdependent life, could overwhelm a thinking individual. Awe and recognition of insignificancy only tinges the vast wonder one feels for the time and seasons of nature and of man. I was quite content with my place in the vast meaning of existence. I know who I am, even if I do not know ultimately where I will be going. I will manage that when I am confronted with my reckoning. I came upon my house eventually, tired from my walk, but a good tired. Mrs. Nesbit welcomed me back with a quick lunch and cool ale to quench my thirst. I had come to enjoy fixing my own breakfasts. I disciplined myself to get up early, as opposed to when I was busy running around London late at night, tracking some aberrant foe, or running down a slack clue. When I first retired to this quaint spot, I allowed myself the luxury of sleeping in late. But I soon tired of becoming a late morning bum, with a chin full of whiskers still sprouting by noon. I found I liked the morning sunrise, and clean cool air brought in by the sea, before the hot afternoon caused a slumber to overtake me in the simmering heat. But I then, throwing myself into some morning activity, usually got forgetful about lunch, being tied up with my bees, or researching some obscure but riveting item I had deemed necessary to investigate. Mrs. Nesbit always came by lunchtime to ensure I had a solid meal, and stayed to fix a hearty supper. She was frequently able to interrupt me for my lunches, but dinner sometimes grew cold, as I could not be bothered to break. She always reminded me of my dinner being kept warm in the kitchen as she left for the night. I once again settled into my satisfactory simple daily routine. I had disciplined myself not to stress over that which was out of my control, but I could not forget what others were pursuing. Nothing at all was reported to me by Mycroft over the next several months, except an infrequent recurring note to inform me of the absence of new significant developments. I was occasionally corresponded to by my continental contacts, but I did not instigate any inquiry on the subject of the M Agency, or particulars I was concerned with. I hesitated to involve others who might interfere with Mycroft's agents, or inadvertently alarm the M agents. I involved myself with my study of the Queen Bee, and made significant progress in supporting the study I would shortly publish in a monograph I had planned. Watson was consumed with his lovely bride and his busy practice, so I saw nothing of him since my overnight stay. I do not much require human companionship, and do little to seek it out. I do not avoid it, it is just something I do not crave or need. I have few visitors, and content myself with my self-absorbing work and studies. It was then some extraordinary occasion, when I was visited by no less personage than Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund from Gotha Aldefy, an hereditary king of Bohemia, who I had so beneficially served. I did not at first recognize him, for he was incognito, and left his ostentatious outfits at his castle. He knocked on my door one late night near sunset. I did not recognize him dressed as a simple commoner as I, and it had been many years since he employed me in that delicate matter concerning Irene Norton. "Ah, my good fellow Holmes, I would have a word with you," he began. "Oh, but I see you do not instantly recognize me in this humble appearance. I am, of course, Duke Castle-Felstein, many years older than when we met last. Come in, your Majesty." I beckoned him as I stepped back to open the door wider and welcome him in with a sweep of my hand. He turned and waved the cab on. It was simple, and had no royal emblems that would indicate who owned the carriage. "Come into my study," I led the way, and offered him the best of my 2 visitor chairs, pulling off a stack of research books and papers. "Glad to see the years have gone well with you." I noticed that he had kept in shape, even though the hair was receding and silver. "What is it that I can do for your Majesty? Although you must know that I have been retired some 4 years now." Yeah, this I know. He had sat down and made himself comfortable. I had not offered drink or tobacco, since I was unsure if this was considered a cordial visit between unequal social levels or a business interview. "To you, I have a troubling matter to convey." He spoke in lowered tones that hinted at a desire to keep this between us two. "Your servants are not around, and I will tell you what is wrong, and you can direct me to who I can trust, and whom I can burden with this discreetly, in official government apartments. I know you have contacts through your brother, even though he, like you, has retired. This is not a personal matter, such as when you helped me when I was getting married. Which reminds me, Irene Norton told me to send her best regards if I had the chance to ever talk to you again. You were of course correct in that she has not, shall we say, inconvenienced me in any way by attempting to contact me. No. Rather we had by chance run into each other in the Casino of Monte Carlo while with my wife I was on vacation. My wife would have been suspicious of so a charming and beautiful lady who apparently was familiar with me from my bachelor days. But Irene held on to her husband so closely, it was apparent there could be no other. Thank you for relaying that message, Your Majesty. I myself have always kept high regard for the lady, I responded. Now pray, continue with your concern. Well, I continue. There is much intrigue in Europe. This is not always visible, but to those playing the game of high international diplomacy, it is very real. It is increased tensions amongst the Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, the French Third Republic and the Russian Empire, on one side, and Prussia, Germany and Austria-Hungary on the other. With German unification under the leadership of the great Otto von Bismarck, the new unified German state has become a great European power. Over 10 years ago, in 1896, Kaiser Wilhelm II announced that Germany was going to become a world power, setting the foundation for a major shift to our German policies. Our new policies are those of Machtpolitik, you would say, politics with power, an iron fist, and Weltpolitik, you would say, world policy. This is a more aggressive policy than our former Realpolitik. It is harshly practical, without any sentimental illusions. I am cousin to Kaiser Wilhelm II. He has entertained me many times at his various estates. We have had long talks about the glory of Prussia and Germany. He had inherited from his mother a love of the British Royal Navy. He once confided to me that his dream was to have a fleet of my own someday, like the British. The power and majesty of your fleet was truly inspiring, Herr Holmes. William's frustration over his own fleet's poor showing at the Fleet Review, at his grandmother Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee celebrations, shamed him to begin construction of a fleet to rival that of his British cousins. Nothing William II has done has been of more influence to our politics than his decision to pursue this policy of massive naval construction. We of Germany and Prussia have made public our ambitions to rival the United Kingdom's navy and to build up our military. The Kaiser is building his high seas fleet, a navy which will rival, or even exceed, the United Kingdom's Royal Navy in strength. His voice lifted with pride at this proclamation. However, there are political and economic struggles within the German Empire. The constitution of the German Empire is mostly derived from that of the North German Confederation. Prussia's dominance over the entire empire is almost absolute. Prussia has 3/5 of our territory and 2/3 of our population. The Imperial German Army is actually an enlarged Prussian army, devoted to the Kaiser. We of the other kingdoms, Bavaria, Saxony, Bohemia and Württemberg, still retained our own armies. The imperial crown is hereditary in the House of Hohenzollern, the royal house of Prussia. The Prime Minister of Prussia is also the imperial chancellor. We of Bohemia have little real input in the direction our county is moving. We are proud to be in the German Empire. We do not hate the British. But William has a love-hate relationship with the United Kingdom, and in particular, with his British cousins. Open-armed conflict with Britain is never what William has in mind, a most unimaginable thing, so he once told me. Yet he often listens to those in high command that do not have his family ties to the British crown. They would not hesitate to use our navy against yours if it came to that. William sincerely believes that he is the victim of a diplomatic conspiracy set up by his uncle, Edward VII. He believes Britain is actively seeking to encircle Germany through the conclusion of the Entente Cordiale with France in 1904 and a similar arrangement with Russia this year in 1907. The Kaiser highly values the importance of personal diplomacy between European monarchs, of course. Are we not related by blood? He feels the same with his cousin-in-law Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. At a private meeting at Bürka in 1905, William concluded an agreement with his cousin, which he believes to be a treaty of alliance. I am here not to have British interference in our internal affairs. But I must warn you of a most evil man who has the ear and confidence of the Kaiser, an Englander. I have seen him confer with William, and I do not like his peculiar vileness. He appears to have once been extremely tall and thin, but some unfortunate accident has bent him forward in a slight stoop, and he uses a cane. This makes his forehead, which domes out in a white curve, much more prominent. His two eyes are deeply sunken in his head. His shoulders are rounded as if from much study, and his face protrudes forward, and is forever slowly oscillating from side to side in an odd manner, such as I have seen in a lizard. I instantly recognized my foe, whom I had thought I had dispatched to a watery grave. What name does this person go by? I abruptly interrupted. Robert Catesby. Ah ha! The name of the mastermind behind the gunpowder plot of 1605, an attempt by a group of English conspirators to kill King James I of England, and the members of both houses of the Parliament of England. He enlisted Guy Fawkes, who was placed in charge of executing the plot because of his military and explosives experience. I discoursed. I, of course, had heard of this Guy Fawkes, because of the celebration you English do, but I did not connect the name Catesby. If this is not his true name, this of course underscores his sentiment, does it not? The Duke surmised. What has the Kaiser employed this Mr. Catesby for? I asked. This I can only conjecture, for I have not been privy to their counsel. However, I have made mine own inquiries, you must understand. The Duke grew serious in tone. I know there is a great deal of monies going to some project. There are two sites that I know Catesby has maintained offices at. One is in Schitzschau-Werft shipyards in Danzig, and another is in Essen at the Krupp munitions factories. But there is a third, of which I am not sure what is doing there. His voice lowered. This my agents have trouble with. There is much secrecy and walls thrown up when we have tried to inquire. We have monitored equipments going in, shipments from your England, and that is why I am coming to you. This Englishman has bad plans, I think, and he has support of our own Kaiser, but I do not know if it will benefit Germany or just hurt many peoples in both our countries, Bohemia and England. I appreciate your Majesty's candour, and quite important information. I can say that I believe we also have encountered agents of this man. We are highly interested in his purpose, of which we have not yet been able to confirm. What specifically? Can you tell me of his activities at the shipyard and munitions factory? I know this is great interest in the HMS Dreadnought of the Royal Navy. It is one of your newest ships, having entered service just last year in February. So advanced is this ship of yours that I believe it has made obsolete all your previous builds. It is the first battleship we have seen to have a uniform main battery, rather than having a few large guns being with a heavy secondary battery of smaller guns. She is also the first major warship to be powered by steam turbine, making her the fastest battleship in the world. We will have much to do to catch up to this ship. The Duke reached into his jacket and produced a thick envelope. Here is a translation of reports given to me by my people, for I also had these questions. He leaned over and placed it into my hands. Perhaps you can see this get to the appropriate agency through your brother, yes? I will do this, Your Majesty. I continued to use a formal tone with the Duke, since he was obviously doing a great service to us which might be extremely detrimental to his Kaiser's intentions. Here is a card of my man who will be your contact with me, as I cannot of course be known to have been here, or to be involved with anything openly with your investigations. He presented me with a card, with a name and address. I shall be sure contact with this man will be discreet, I assured him. "Now that I have stirred the porridge pot, I must leave. I have most confidence in you, Mr. Holmes." The Duke stood up, bowed, and left. His carriage, which had propitiously returned to my front door, whisked the Duke off to return to the continent. I hastened to my research books and looked up the Shishao Werft shipyards and the Krupp munitions factories in Essen. There was of course nothing to tie in Moriarty, but I wanted to familiarize myself with his environs. I found no mention of the shipyards or Krupp in any of my newspaper recently. But now, because of a concerned king, I had confirmation of my alarmed surmise from reports submitted my own continental connections. Nobel assassination. The next day I left for London to urgently meet with Mycroft. I gave him the King of Bohemia's secret reports and briefed him on what was bothering the king. Mycroft sent Scotland Yard to find out about Robert Catesby and discover if and when he visited England. He sent orders that the shipyard and munitions factories be monitored for anything new. There is something malevolent brewing in Europe, Sherlock. I have recently received this report from Jack Grimm, Mycroft stated as he handed over a bounder. It does not bode well with us that Moriarty's agents are not only working devilish murders here at our doorstep, but across the channel as well. The first paper, background on a recently murdered scientist, was on Antoine-Henri Becquerel, who was born in Paris on December 15th, a member of a distinguished family of scholars and scientists. He was a professor at the French Polytechnic. Becquerel's work was concerned with the plane polarization of light. His doctorate thesis was on the phenomenon of phosphorescence and with the absorption of light by crystals. He also was an expert on the subject of terrestrial magnetism. Recently, in 1896, he discovered the phenomenon of natural radioactivity. Following a discussion with Henri Poincaré on the X-rays which had recently been discovered by Röntgen, Becquerel decided to investigate whether there was any connection between X-rays and naturally occurring phosphorescence. Becquerel showed that the rays emitted by uranium, which for a long time were named after their discoverer, caused gases to ionize, and that they differed from X-rays in that they could be deflected by electric or magnetic fields. Becquerel decided to crack. For his discovery of spontaneous radioactivity, Becquerel was awarded half of the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1903, the other half being given to Pierre and Marie Curie for their study of the Becquerel radiation. A Rose of Hammond, called Lightside Antenna. He was murdered at Le Croisic on February 25th, this year. He apparently came upon burglars that were ransacking his home laboratory. Without hesitation, they struck him down, and he later died from his head injuries. The only item missing was a heavy metallic meteor that he had been investigating. It had formerly been kept at his university lab, but unexplained illnesses since it was brought to the laboratory had caused him to remove it to keep it in a heavy safe at his own home. The cracking of that safe is what aroused the doctor and caused him, to his peril, investigate the disturbance. The authorities have no idea the worth of the object, nor why anyone could conceivably do with it. It was an oddity that had nothing other than academic interest, as far as anyone could discern. The meteor was unusual, in that it had a high content of the new mineral uranium. It had been found at the bottom of a geological lake that had been dredged for a new increase in larger shipping vessels. I turned to Jack's report. Following is the pertinent part. After briefing Mr. Holmes, I unobtrusively made my way back to France. My surreptitious arrangement to be approached by a no-meters agency agent to be recruited for their organization had worked. I was accepted as a criminal mercenary that would do whatever without questions. As part of my job interview, I had displayed my skills at safecracking. My dexterity at this, and declaration of my total lack of morality, were the main factors in my joining their organization. I stated I would do anything or do anyone if the price was right. I was given a retainer and told to await orders. In the coming months, I was included on several inconsequential burglaries. I assumed this was my probation period, to see if in fact I was competent as I had bragged, and would do what I was told. I was eventually included in a group that crossed over to England, and we raided a naval office to abscond with some technical diagrams of the new battleship HMS Dreadnought, and plans of its home port. The diagrams were not really stored in a very secure office. We had figured that the supply depot would need information on resupply for the ship's guns and yearly maintenance for its upkeep. It is surprising how much you can piece together from otherwise innocuous documents. As soon as I returned to the continent, I was taken to the Schichau Werft shipyards in Danzig to deliver the documents to a heavily guarded office located in a building indistinct amongst other busy buildings. I was returned to France, where a month later I was given a large sum of money wrapped in an unmarked bundle. I was told to exchange the unmarked bundle for a sealed package from a man who was described to me and name provided, although it would not be his real name. We would meet on the left bank in Paris, at a busy and unpretentious café. It was a clean, quiet, and assuredly illegal business transaction. There was no disturbance or vicious response with the exchange. I had arranged for myself to be followed by one of my own agents, and he was instructed to tail my business trading associate. He later found out he was an employee with a French munitions experimental facility and was deeply in gambling debt. I was delivered to the Krupp munitions factories in Essen, where an undistinguished man accepted my package and dismissed me, with barely acknowledging my presence. I was merely the delivery boy. I returned to Paris, and I was retained with a weekly fee to keep me on the agency payroll, but I was told to lay low and keep my nose clean. There would be some other things for me, but developments hadn't matured where they would need my services for several months. It wasn't until earlier this month that I was notified to report to the agency. I was told I had been selected for a particularly important job and would work with another individual. Indeed, a meeting was arranged for Roberto, a rather large and gnarly individual, and me. For some reason not explained to us, we were to acquire a meteor specimen that was currently being kept in a safe in the home of a high-ranking and acclaimed French scientist. It was considered such a high-priority target that we were to be briefed by the head of our agency. We were cautioned not to get too familiar with the boss, or to ask questions other than that which pertained to our assignment. The meeting began in earnest when a tall but stooped gentleman quickly entered the room, using a cane. We had been told to address him as the Professor if we talked to him at all. And indeed his directions for our unlawful activity was pedantic in its detailing. I must admit, he did have a rather disconcerting eye movement that seemed to be constantly surveilling the room and us as they continually swept back and forth. He emphasized we would be breaking into a private well-to-do residence, but would only extract a particular item. We were to concentrate on it, and nothing else. The object had just been removed from the university to this private location, and it was unknown how long it would be kept there, available for us to smash. We were shown the layout of the house and the probable type of safe we would encounter. I was then unceremonially dismissed, while he conferred privately with Roberto. I did not know what they were discussing. I had wrongly surmised that it was to keep a close eye on my performance. The day was set, and we kept the house under scrutiny for several days. We waited until the dead of night, quietly broke open a window in the rear, and made our way to the laboratory. We found the safe, and although it was a newer model, I was familiar with it. It would not open easily, and I set to crack it, telling Roberto to be the lookout. It was proceeding slowly when, uncharacteristically for a professional, I took Roberto to be, he quite loudly proclaimed, "Damn it, you are taking too long." "Shh," I objected. "I am just about there." And indeed, the door swung open. I rifled the contents and pulled out a large metal box. It had a lock on it that I cut using a heavy metal clipper which we had brought. I had just confirmed the object that was enclosed in the box was that which we came for, when an old distinguished bearded man cautiously opened the door to the lab and peeked around. Roberto's loud complaint had apparently disturbed the owner, who had been reading in the library down the hallway. It had been Roberto's duty to ensure a clear downstairs as I worked the laboratory door lock. I hadn't noticed the library light, because the full moon had shone down the hallway, obscuring the slight light coming from under the library door into the hallway. Roberto gave him a vicious blow to the back of his head with a sap, then ruthlessly hit him again after he had fallen. "Why did you hit him when he was down?" I asked. The professor said to make sure, not feeling the need to specify sure of what. I now believe half of our mission was to recover the meteor, and the other half to terminate the scientist that knew of its possible value. Had the homeowner not incautiously investigated the noise, he would have been dealt with later. After we hurriedly left the premises, Roberto yanked the box from my grasp and told me, "I will take that now. You have done your work." We split up as had been previously arranged, and I do not know what has become of our plunder. When I discreetly inquired later that week, when I tried to report the activity, I was told I did fine, do not ask any more about the job. In fact, the death of the prominent Nobel Prize-winning scientist was creating more heat than they expected. They informed me they wanted to move me to Prussia, where the agency had more work for me and would get me out of country. This will work to my advantage, I am sure, for I think I need to work myself into the good graces of the professor, and he apparently stages out of a location in Germany. I am not comfortable with my felonious work that caused the death of a great man. But it happened, and I believe that secured my position in the agency. I understand there is a major lab that Professor Helms, somewhere in Germany. I think that is where they are sending me. I will report more as I learn more. I don't know when that will be, because I will have to go deep into my cover, so close to the source of the project. I have turned over handling the affairs of my own agents, as I do not want to jeopardize them or myself with unwarranted contacts. I will find a way to pass information when I have important enough data, and when I can contrive a method to transfer it that is safe. There was accompanied copies of the H&S Dreadnought information, as well as papers that had been copied from the package obtained from the French munition orders that can keep up with the informal heart that safe anything is done. The expert appraisal that was attached to the report did not find anything extraordinary, but were amazed at the extent of the naval data so indirectly put together. Mycroft had been observing me go through the reports. "I do not know what significance the meteor has," he surmised my first question. "We have discreetly worked with Dr. Becquerel's associates. We believe the meteor contained an exceptionally rich type of uranium. It was considerably heavier than what had been found in the samples from known uranium mines. I am not really qualified to discuss what importance that distinction has. We do not know what use it can be employed for. This element is such a new discovery. Worldwide, scientists are just beginning to ascertain properties that we are barely cognizant of." "What could the professor learn from his correspondence with our English scientists?" I asked. "I can only construe that it must be some new weapon that is being developed that reaches the limits of our current scientific understanding. I have been informed that Professor Moriarty has written the book The Dynamics of an Asterisk, a book which soars to such lofty heights of pure mathematics that few of even the most learned scientists in the subject can comprehend its ramifications. Is it conceivable the professor is attempting to develop a contraption that can call down astrological bodies upon our warships? That is too much of a stretch of our scientific accomplishments. We are not sufficiently properly educated, Sherlock, neither one of us, to project what possible ramifications there are to this development." He was correct. I could read people and deduce ordinary uses and events from commonly seen but unobserved data by most of my fellows. I could work marvelous discoveries with unknown stains and poisons. The truly technical knowledge of the higher sciences was beyond my expertise. So, I inferred from our ineptitude and helplessness, We sit back and wait for Scotland Yard to provide a lead to any possible Robert Catesby English expedition? I am afraid that is basically our present position, Sherlock Mycroft replied. We have obtained the specifications for the machinery that was ordered, we believe by Moriarty's agents. It involves heavy hydraulic pumps and waterproof chambers. Since they have also shown a keen interest in our newest battleship, it is my inclination to lean toward a submerged-type weapon. Perhaps a new form of the locomotive torpedo. Perhaps a better propulsion engine than compressed air and an explosive charge greater than that of gloxyline or gun cotton. But I speculate further that we have facts. I won't continue this frivolous conjecture without more hard facts. Mycroft was expounding my own frustrations. I once again dejectedly returned to my beloved bee farm, awaited the call to further action. Covert convection. It wasn't until the first week of May that I received my next communique from Mycroft. It was a telegram that simply declared, "Sherlock, the quarry has been traced." I immediately took the afternoon train to London once again. Mycroft's club was becoming a frequent haunt of mine. Once again entertaining me in the stranger's room, Mycroft began. Scotland Yard, after an extensive hunt all over England and Scotland, has turned up two possible leads. A sale of a residence to one Robert Catesby near the naval shipyard that the HMS Dreadnought moors, and the renting of a house by one Bob Catesby. They sent an undercover team to the shipyards first, as that seemed the higher probability. But upon investigation, they found out this Robert Catesby was a family man that had an extended local history, and only recently had saved enough to buy a larger house for his 9 children. He was a seller of ladies' undergarments featuring whalebone support, and was doing a brisk business as a travelling salesman. The other lead of the rented house is located in the outskirts of Cambridge. The city of Cambridge is an old university town, and the administrative centre of the county of Cambridgeshire. It lies approximately 50 miles north-northeast of London, and is surrounded by a number of smaller towns and villages. Despite having a university, Cambridge does not have a city charter, since it does not have a cathedral, which is traditionally a prerequisite for city status. Cambridge is best known for the University of Cambridge, which includes the renowned Cavendish Laboratory, King's College Chapel, and the Cambridge University Library. The Cambridge skyline is dominated by the last two, along with the chimney of Addenbrooke's Hospital in the far south of the city, and St. John's College Chapel Tower in the north. We are not certain when Mr. Catesby took up residence in Cambridge, but an unobtrusive lingering by agents disguised as local road workers has actually sighted an individual that most certainly could be our man. We believe this Bob Catesby is in fact Professor Moriarty. We have called our investigators off, as further surveillance might alert him to our interception. We have nothing to hold him on, and we definitely do not want to pick him up for questioning at this time. We sent other inspectors under cover to roam the city and see what they might find out about his contacts. The university was an obvious target, and they hit bullseye. There is currently a series of lectures being conducted by a visiting Yale University professor, one Dr. Scott James, a protege of Josiah Willard Gibbs. Gibbs was a preeminent American theoretical physicist, chemist, and mathematician, noted for his famed 1876 publication of On the Equilibrium of Heterogeneous Substances, a graphical analysis of multi-phase chemical systems. In these papers, Gibbs applied thermodynamics to interpret physico-chemical phenomena, successfully explaining and interrelating what had previously been a mass of isolated facts. Being one of the greatest American scientists of the 19th century, he devised much of the theoretical foundation for chemical thermodynamics, as well as physical chemistry. As a mathematician, he was an inventor of vector analysis. Gibbs designed vector analysis to clarify and advance mathematical physics. In 1901, Gibbs was awarded the Copley Medal of the Royal Society of London for being the first to apply the second law of thermodynamics to the relation between chemical, electrical, and thermal energy and capacity for external work. A Mr. B. Catesby has paid a substantial fee to sit in on the lectures. Being a higher-level course with limited seating, He had to demonstrate his knowledge of the related sciences in order to secure a position. What can this tell us about what he is working on? I interrupted. I have had to get those more qualified than me to give me background and possible projections of what we are perhaps facing. Although it can get extremely technical, I was taught a lot without having to go into the required mathematics to use the knowledge. I only desired an understanding of the subject. This is what they told me. I will begin with basics as they did, and quickly fly through to the current lectures. It is up to us to determine what may be his interest with this subject. Mycroft paused to take a liberal gulp of a brandy he was nursing while he lectured. Thermodynamics is derived from two Greek words, thermos, meaning heat, and dynamics, meaning work. Thermodynamics is simply the science of heat and work, and the relationships between the two, as laid down in the laws of thermodynamics. It is the effects of changes in temperature, pressure, and volume on physical systems. Heat means energy in transit, and dynamics refers to movement. So, thermodynamics examines the movement of energy and how energy instills movement. Historically, thermodynamics has developed out of need to increase the efficiency of steam engines. Thermodynamics was given a molecular interpretation. This field is called statistical thermodynamics, which can be thought of as a bridge between macroscopic and microscopic properties of systems. Statistical thermodynamics is a method of thermodynamics based upon statistical mechanics, which result from macroscopic consequences. I really do not understand that last statement, but let me proceed. An important concept in thermodynamics is the system. A system is the region under study. A system is separated from the remainder of the world by a boundary which may be imaginary or not, but which by definition sets a finite volume. The possible exchanges of work, heat, or matter between the system and the surroundings take place across this boundary. The central concept of thermodynamics is that of energy, the ability to do work, as in driving a steam engine while hauling carriages, setting a battleship to sea, or shooting a cannon shell to sink said ship. As stipulated by the first law of thermodynamics, the total energy of the system and its surroundings is conserved. It may be transferred into a body by heating, compression, or addition of matter, and extracted from a body, either by cooling, expansion, or extraction of matter. For comparison, in mechanics, energy transfer results from a force which causes displacement, the product of the two being the amount of energy transferred. In a similar way, thermodynamic systems can be thought of as transferring energy as the result of a generalized force causing a generalized displacement, with the product of the two being the amount of energy transferred. There are two types of thermodynamic instruments, the meter and the reservoir. A thermodynamic meter is any device which measures any parameter of a thermodynamic system. A thermodynamic pressure reservoir is a system at a particular pressure, which imposes that pressure upon any test system that it is mechanically connected to. We now believe that the technical equipment ordered by the Meters Agency and delivered to a location deep in Germany, hidden from our eyes, were thermodynamic meters and specialized high-pressure reservoirs. No more than one subunit was ordered from any one company, but several incomplete units were shipped separately, which could be combined on the receiving end, without the shipper even being aware of what else his part was fixed to. Our industry is using many forms of high hydraulic pressure. A force acting on a small area can create a much larger force by acting on a larger area, by virtue of hydrostatic pressure. Therefore, a very large amount of energy can be carried by a small flow of highly pressurized fluid. The series of lectures being attended by Bob Catesby are concerned with practical application of thermodynamic principles as applied to extreme high fluid pressures. A mathematician may dream up anything he pleases, but a physicist must be, at least to a degree, sane, and an engineer must design that sanity into a workable device. Sherlock, what I vaguely am groping toward is that Moriarty is seeking to develop a high-pressure weapon that can be employed against our naval forces, in particular the cream of our battleships, the newly commissioned HMS Dreadnought. He has already refined and employed a remarkably powerful air rifle. Perhaps he is seeking to develop an aquatic version of that gun. Do you believe he needed the unique meteor that was stolen to manufacture a new dense metallic shell to perforate the battleship's armor? I risked. I do not know. Mycroft finished his brandy in a last swallow, set down the glass and said, "But I am determined to find out. We need to break into his house and find his plans and notes if they are kept there. We cannot chance sending in a team of experts in thermodynamics in higher math who could comprehend them. We cannot let him know we have entered his house and took notes. Therefore, I need someone skilled enough to make an undetectable visit and intelligent enough to make summarized notes. My staff of field agents, who are skilled enough to break into his home undetected, are not technically intelligent enough to know what to copy if they did find extensive background notes. So I have a Hobson's choice. Hobson's choice is a selection that appears to be a free choice, which is really no choice at all. This originated from Thomas Hobson 1544 to 1630, a livery stable owner at Cambridge. He wished to rotate the use of his horses, so he offered customers the choice of either taking the horse in the stall nearest the door or none at all. That is why I want you to burglarize his current residence and find any documents or plans he has created. You are the only person I know that could possibly be called upon to sneak into the house and to bring back pertinent information." "Yes, Sherlock. You are the person I must rely on." Pistol shrimp pop-up. The house was one of the new Victorian styles, large, owned by a business owner who had decided to take a world tour for a year. It was white with dark red roof shingles. It was situated in an upper-scale neighborhood where the houses occupied sufficiently large tracts of land to isolate them a bit from inquisitive neighbors. It had enormous trees all about and a gravel driveway around back for deliveries. The professor attended the lectures during the afternoon. He never left his house during the evening or at night. I made inquiries at the local employment agencies to find out if any butlers or cooks had recently been hired to work in the neighborhood, discreetly avoiding mention of the particular address of my real concern. My spiel was, I was looking for someone that would be available soon for a temporary position, but I didn't need them immediately. I found out that indeed a cook had been recently hired for a short position at the residence I had not specified. I had spied upon the residence from several houses down, and determined that although Moriarty had a man that drove him to the lectures, the chauffeur did not return to the house, but waited upon the professor. He kept close to the carriage by visiting a pub nearby. I disguised myself as a local market delivery man who mistakenly tried to deliver some meats to the house during the owner's absence. This allowed me to strike up a conversation with the cook, and with a not too forward, but persistent inquiry into her day off for an early dinner. I found out that Tuesday would be her next off day, and I invited to meet her at a pub across town as soon as I got off work. She would have to leave while the professor was away to make the rendezvous, which would leave me the afternoon to make my unauthorized search of the house. I only had one chance, as we hadn't found out about the lectures until they had already begun, and Friday they would conclude. Tuesday, I returned to the house in my disguise. If anyone in the neighborhood saw me, they would think it was a return business call. I am sure the neighboring servants had not been able to get close to the cook, as Moriarty would be uncompromising at keeping his help isolated for the short time he employed them, and would not know the house was in fact vacant. I parked the wagon in back, where a delivery man would naturally park. I chanced that my exit later would not be seen by anyone who had seen me enter, and therefore not know how long I was actually inside. The back door lock was easy to pick. The professor had not taken any additional measures to secure the house, maybe because he was planning a short stay. This of course meant that if he had any important papers he wished to secure, he must have brought or bought a safe. After I had gone to the employment agencies, I had also visited the local real estate agents looking for a house to rent. I had found the agency that had rented this house. I let them believe I was interested in several local houses, and inquired about several, not just this one. A requirement I specified was the availability of a safe to protect some important business contracts I would be negotiating during my extended stay. Only one of the houses had a safe, and it was not this house. I made arrangements to view the house with the safe next week, an appointment I would not keep, of course. The most logical place to look for papers would be the office library. I entered the office and immediately a remarkable object caught my sight. An outstandingly impressive fish tank stood against one wall. Fish tanks were becoming a conspicuous distinction to my investigations. I heard a quite loud snapping sound emanating from the direction of the tank. As I walked over for a closer examination, I perceived the sound was actually coming from the tank. I peered into the waters and found scores of shrimp, whose clattering claws were the sources of this clamorous noise. "Hello!" escaped my lips as I surprisingly saw a large model of a battleship settled at the bottom of the tank among the weeds. The model was about 1/2 meter in length, and I was astounded to recognize the ship to be a replica of the HMS Dreadnought. What possibly could possess the professor not only to transport a heavy aquarium to this house for the lecture, but also place in it a model of his apparent target sunk to the bottom of the waters? I was tempted to sit down, light my pipe, and just ruminate on this oddity. But of course, I did not have the time just then, and I could not leave a room of stale tobacco smoke as a telltale remnant of my visit. I remember Snow wearing nuts. I quickly looked around the room for a safe. None. Then I looked around for a hidden safe. Nothing. Then I did pull at the seat behind the desk and sat. I had found no papers or documents while I searched for the hidden safe. I did find several higher mathematic, chemical, mechanical, and thermodynamic books on the shelf behind the desk. But none of them had any notes, loose between the pages, or notes written on any page. It was possible he carried all his notes with him to the lecture. But I did not think he would chance an opportunity for any one of his mental colleagues to glimpse any notes concerning his project. Well, I deduced, besides the books, there was only one other thing in the room that had not been there before the professor moved in, and that was the aquarium. I went over to the tank and looked at the cabinet that it sat upon. I opened the door and saw dials and knobs that apparently controlled a pneumatic system to keep the water in the tank moving and aerate the water with a stream of bubbles from a compressed air tank. There did seem to be an extra unmarked button amongst several controls. I pressed it. Slowly the HMS Dreadnought rose on a pneumatic piston. As it broke the surface, the entire deck of the ship flipped open with a breeze of air to reveal the hidden cargo. A notebook sat cradled in the watertight bowels of the ship. I reached over, lifted it out, and returned to the desk. I had entered the house barely 20 minutes ago, so I had plenty of time to read the notes. I quickly flipped through the bound handwritten volume. In precise, legible handwriting, the professor was recording his thoughts and calculations on several experiments and devices. I had brought a small notebook with me to take notes, but I took some paper from the desk and copied many equations that I did not understand, so I ensured I copied them as perfectly as I could. I sketched the equipment best I could, without knowing exactly their function. The man was definitely a genius. Too bad he was an insanely criminal genius. The commentary was rambling at times, as if they were not completely formed, but still in the process of groping for a solution. Lucky for me, the lectures were several hours long, plus the travel time to and from the lecture hall. For as fast as I worked, it took me over an hour and a half to get the core of the information revealed in this thick volume. I dared not take too long, for I had to make sure I left no indication that anyone had breached his sanctum. I replaced the notebook in the ship and pressed the button, which acted like a toggle. The deck closed. I heard a sucking that came from inside the ship to seal it, and it descended to the floor of the tank. I returned the chair to the position I had found it, and hoped the professor would not notice 2 sheets of his paper missing. I quickly went out the way I came in, the back door, and ensured it was locked. I jumped on the wagon and pulled into the street. There had been no neighbors about as I left, and my timing had been precise. The carriage carrying the professor back to his house passed me at the end of the street. I ignored them, of course, and knew that my ability to disguise my height and features had always served me quite effectively in my former career among dangerous ruffians. It turned out I made it to the pub for my date with the cook just as she had gotten up to leave. I gave an excuse of an unexpected delivery for my tardiness, as I ordered a round of drinks. We had a fine meal of fish and chips. At the end of the meal, I pressed her for another get-together, but I had been crude and irritating enough during the meal that I am sure she would not mind that we would never meet again. In fact, when I press on her on our next get-together, she was vague about when it would happen. I didn't get to bed at the hotel until late that night, for I was fascinated with the notes I had copied. I now believe the professor had kept the shrimp tank and battleship model as inspiration for his megalomania scheme. I reviewed the observations from the professor's commentary about his obsession with the shrimp and his mad designs. He had written, "These pistol shrimp are even more fascinating than when they first piqued my curiosity, when I stumbled upon them during my long recuperation in that smelly Greek fishing village among those uncouth fishermen. What turn of fate that my utter boredom caused me to investigate tales of the raucous snapping crustaceans. Alphidea is a family of Caridian snapping shrimp characterized by having asymmetrical claws, the larger of which is capable of creating the loud snapping sound. They use their larger claw to create a jet of water. These shrimp are rightly called pistol shrimp, for they accurately use this natural phenomenon to kill their prey and protect their territory. It is as if an entire ocean floor is a shootout at the proverbial OK Corral. My investigations have shown the pistol shrimp snaps can kill a small fish. Not understanding the mechanism at first, further study has revealed that the specialized claw creates a cavitation wave that generates noise in excess of 200 decibels and can break glass up to 1.8 meters away. The enlarged claw is a flattened, symmetrical shape, but with a hammer-like protrusion on the inside of the top claw that slams into a pocket in the lower claw. This formation of the claw causes an extremely fast stream of water to be squirted toward where the claw is pointed, like a pistol. I first thought the loud snapping sound was from the claws crashing together, but by close examination, I found that the squirting of the jet of water in fact produced the cavitation bubble. It is the collapse of this bubble that creates this deadly phenomenon. I was fascinated by my observation of the bubble created in the wake of this strong spray of water from the claw. I found that when the bubble implodes, a very small region, momentarily inducing extreme pressures and temperatures of at least 5,000 kelvins, comparable to the temperature of the outer layer of the sun. It became a fixation to my mind that I could recreate this event. I had to find out more, so I have eventually turned to experts in the field. I started correspondence with those I thought could get but far from the pan. Tick-tock, T-tock, test, pen. But they brought me along to the point that they could not further answer my inquiries and suggested I contact Lord Rayleigh. I have done so, and his enlightenment has greatly aided me in the start of my mechanical reproduction of the claw. I learned from him that cavitation is a term used to describe the behavior of voids or bubbles in a liquid. Cavitation is the process where a void or bubble in a liquid rapidly collapses, producing a shock wave. Such cavitation often occurs in pumps, propellers. Cavitation is an undesirable occurrence. In devices such as propellers and pumps, cavitation causes a great deal of noise, damage to components, vibrations, and a loss of efficiency. When the cavitation bubbles collapse, They force liquid energy to very small volumes. Thereby they create spots of high temperature and emit shock waves, which are the source of noise. It can even erode metals, such as steel. I have no intention of maintaining the exact structure of the shrimp's claw. I am merely reproducing a larger, more powerful mechanical device so that I can recreate the underlying principles with a much stronger effect. I am convinced I can create a new, unheard-of weapon. I was eventually able to get to the ear of those high enough in the German government that I was able to secure an audience with the Kaiser himself. I use every wily and exaggerated argument at my command to get the Kaiser to fund my research. I promised him a weapon that would ensure Germany the world prominence it deserved. He has given me free rein and ample funds to deliver him his dream. I will make my weapon. I will astound the saps I turn my weapon upon. I had read and copied more, but they were similar in theme. The equations dealt with extreme pressures generated by hydraulics, extreme temperatures physics, and stream dynamics. I honestly could not comprehend the answers they might give. The mechanisms that had been drawn showed a progression from an exact duplication of the shape of the shrimp claw to a design that did not rely on mechanical hydraulic pumps, but explosive-driven pistons. They also showed various experiments and results of attempting to not just use the acoustical wave to create damage, but injecting pellets to create underwater projectiles. His latest notes indicate his frustration at the dampening effect of water on these projectiles. He alluded to the possibility of using the extreme temperature produced in the bubble, but had not come upon a satisfactory line of inquiry. The next day, I once again found myself in conference with my brother in the stranger's room. We now knew what devilish designs Moriarty was working on. Which devices he had already made, what exactly they were for, which were completed and which would work, we could not say or predict. But he had a nation's backing, and had already killed several in his exertions. Mycroft closely examined my notes and drawing of the mechanisms, illustrated in the professor's notes. "My God, Sherlock!" Mycroft exclaimed. "He is determined, has the backing, and certainly the genius, to possibly carry this off." He had an agent sent for, and turned these over. Requesting certain departments, set up a team, he quickly defined, from various units. He dictated, and requested they should go over them on a highly confidential classification. We needed immediate feedback, and would require a briefing in 3 days. I stayed in town and spent time at the library trying to brush up on my sciences. I returned to the Diogenes Club for the appointed meeting to learn what they had found, and help plan our next step. We had our agents brief us on Lord Rayleigh's discovery concerning cavitation. They reported Lord Rayleigh first studied that inertial cavitation in the late 19th century when he considered the collapse of a spherical void within a liquid. When a volume of liquid is subjected to a sufficiently low pressure, it may rupture and form a cavity. This phenomenon is termed cavitation inception and can occur behind the blade of a rapidly rotating propeller or on any surface vibrating underwater with sufficient amplitude and acceleration. Vapor gases evaporate into the cavity from the surrounding medium. Thus the cavity is not a perfect vacuum, but has a relatively low gas pressure. Such a low-pressure cavitation bubble in a liquid will begin to collapse due to the higher pressure of the surrounding medium. As the bubble collapses, the pressure and temperature of the vapor within will increase. The bubble will eventually collapse to a minute fraction of its original size, at which point the gas within dissipates into the surrounding liquid via a rather violent mechanism, which releases a significant amount of energy in the form of an acoustic shock wave and as visible light. At the point of total collapse, the temperature of the vapor within the bubble may be several thousand kelvins and the pressure several hundred atmospheres. The physical process of cavitation inception is similar to boiling. The major difference between the two is the thermodynamic paths that precede the formation of the vapor. Boiling is when the local vapor pressure of the liquid rises above its local ambient pressure, and sufficient energy is present to cause the phase change to a gas. Cavitation inception occurs when the local pressure falls sufficiently far below the saturated vapor pressure, a value given by the tensile strength of the liquid. They had covertly contacted our finest mechanical engineers to discuss the mechanisms we had sketched. but it would take considerably more time to ascertain their functions and uses. Mycroft waited for all the briefing team to finish and depart, and then turned to me. I have been given official active status by Sir Arnold, the current head of my old department. He offered me my old office. In fact, he would have its current occupant evicted, but I told him I would work out of here or my own apartment if necessary. This will be my only concern, and I know I won't be getting daily results from our investigations and studies. We did not try to trail Moriarty when the lectures concluded, as we know he would eventually return to his German bases. We of course searched the vacated house, but he had cleaned it thoroughly, and we found nothing. I will attempt to contact Jack Grimm in his deep clandestine cover without exposing him as our agent. I will update him on what progress the professor has ascertained, and direct him to get us the current state on what progress the professor has ascertained. I fear we will once again have a long wait for events to mature before we will hear anything or even know what to do next. With official standing under the Kaiser, anything we contemplate against Moriarty and his company may induce dangerous international incidents, just steps from declaring war. But a successful creation of a superweapon that could sink our battleships would turn the balance of power away from Great Britain. We must at all costs inhibit and stop Moriarty from completing his designs and prohibit any mass production of such weapons. I once again feasted at Mycroft's insistence that evening, as his chef had arranged a special banquet to celebrate another club founder's birthday. Life goes on despite growing evil across the Channel. There was no more for me to do in London. I headed back once more to my retirement villa to await the call to action. Life and Death on the Orient Express. I received the following letter from good old Watson. Calm as it began, I am sorry that I had been so busy here with my practice, that I had not made the time to visit you since last year, nor even met with you since your unexpected overnight stay with us last summer. I know we have kept in touch, but that isn't the same, is it? How would you like to go on a European vacation with Christie and I? On me. I will pick up the transportations in hotels. We are crossing the Channel and staying a few days in Paris. My dear Christie has never visited the Eiffel Tower or Louvre. We then will catch the Orient Express to visit Vienna. We intend to continue to Athens, then head back home via Venice. A grand tour that Christie says I richly deserve, and one I would like to share with her, and you, my good friend. It will still be spring, and maybe still chilly in the mountains, but I am sure the valleys will be awash in colourful flowers. Your bee farm can keep while we are away, I'm sure. Another treat, I hope, is that my nephew John wants to meet us in Vienna. He painted such a splendid illustration of its beauty that Christie is most anxious to see it. You didn't know I had a nephew, did you? I have never before mentioned him to you, I am sure. We kept in touch, but he has never met Christie. John's mother sadly left my brother before his alcoholic death. I don't blame her. She moved to the continent and remarried. John took his stepfather's name, Grimm. He is a decent chap, and I think you will get along quite well with him. Let me encourage you to join us. I am sure we all will have an enjoyable experience. Sincerely, your old friend, Watson. I, of course, suspected the trip was in fact initiated by Jack's suggestion and elaborate description of the elegant time they would have travelling Europe. He was using the cover of Watson's trip to meet with me. Although Watson did not mention it, I would lay odds that Jack brought up that he would enjoy meeting the man that Watson had made famous with his writings. He would not mention that to me because of his fear that my humbleness would offset me from the trip. If Watson had not bitten on that line, I am sure I would have been contacted to worm my way onto the trip from my end, surreptitiously of course. I wrote Watson that I would be most happy to accompany him and his wife, but I of course would not burden his wallet with my expenses, for although I was retired, my practice, especially with my previous services to the rich on the continent, had left me well off. That, and some wise land investments, I thought to myself. He knew he could not insist that I allow him to cover the costs, but asked me to allow him to make all the arrangements and paying for the tickets and rooms in advance, and we could settle up when we returned to England. I agreed, and we were set to go. I conferred with Mycroft, who had not been able to receive anything from Jack, since he had been contacted about what we had found in the Cambridge house. Mycroft was of course anxious to get the latest from Jack, and gave me some agents to contact in various nations in Europe, should I need fast but confidential aid. The message had gone out that anyone giving them a specific password would be given the highest priority of immediate assistance, even to the death of the agent. The channel crossing was delightful. I see the water so much from the beach below my villa that it makes one want to cross over to once again to see the lands on the other side. The French countryside was so green with new growth, and the customary light tan homes with orange tile roofs were scattered everywhere. Metropolitan Paris was bustling with people enjoying the spring air and sun after a long winter. We spent several days wandering the massive corridors of the Louvre. I pointed out that although the Mona Lisa enigmatic smile was well publicized, if you trouble yourself to find the other Leonardo paintings of women, they all sported similar characteristic smirks. I think that is just how he did female smiles. We had a lovely lunch high over Paris, in the café near the top of the Eiffel Tower, and we immensely enjoyed the Seine dinner cruise past Notre Dame. Watson obligingly took Christie to some not inexpensive shops, while I went to the Central Paris Library and did some background study. I must say that I found Christie to be extremely delightful. She had a magnificent smile and a gregarious laugh. Time spent with her was enjoyable, with her witty stories and keen observations of the Parisians, and knowledge of the artworks we saw. The day before we boarded the Orient Express for our journey to Vienna, Christie received a letter from Jack Grimm. I of course was surprised it was not sent to Watson. She declined to share it with us after she quickly tore open the envelope and scanned the contents. She said she would finish it up in her room and share the gist of it with us on the train. I certainly was curious, for I could not fathom what he would be writing to her. I know he could not openly correspond with me, and I had not taken Watson or Christie into my confidence concerning what Jack was involved in. I would just have to wait until Christie enlightened us. The direct Paris-Constantinople operation started in June 1889. The Orient Express leaves Paris from Gare de Strasbourg every night at 18:25. It has daily sleepers for Vienna, twice weekly sleepers on Sundays and Wednesdays for Constantinople, and twice weekly sleepers on Monday and Friday for Bucharest. Arrival in Constantinople was at 1600, 3 nights 67.5 hours from Paris. We would be getting off at Vienna the first day, then catching a later train after touring the city. We had the usual busy morning, visiting the last shops before final packing that afternoon, and getting our suitcases sent down to the lobby, and getting transportation to the train station. The station was of course noisy from people arriving and departing, and everyone seemed to just get on their train on time. The trains contributed much to the chaos, with their heavy smoke and noise when arriving or departing. Restocking the dinning cars, and loading and unloading mail cars also contributed to the general uproar. Vendors were hawking their wares, last-minute souvenirs and postcards, including those new stereographic cards, adding to the din. We boarded with no fanfare, and were escorted to our compartments, situated next to each other, with adjoining locked door. We agreed to unpack and meet in the dining car for dinner. I, being the bachelor, arrived in the dining car first, and arranged a table for the 3 of us. I ordered a pre-dinner drink, and watched the French countryside roll by, while I perused the menu and awaited my companions. I didn't have long to wait. Watson and Christie soon made an entrance. I say made an entrance, since Christie had decided to wear one of the new French dresses she had picked up in Paris. She presented such a lovely sight. Most of the men in the diner looked up at her entrance, and their eyes followed her to my table. Many of the women were admiring her attire and murmured to their companions. But as soon as she was seated, and the waiter came to get their drink order, everyone discreetly returned to their own conversations. The dinner for tonight was of course prepared by the train's excellent French chef. The menu was: Question 1. The jarret de boeuf à la rosée de mer, braisé, délicatement, pendant 4 heures. Juice de truffe, blanche, en marsala. Or, knuckle end of beef, braised gently for 4 hours, with rosemary, white truffles, and marsala wine, Jews. Les pint de brocoli or amande, or buttered broccoli and almonds. Les pommes de terre rôties, or roast potatoes. Les fromages d'Italie, or choice of Italian cheeses. La meringata, or pépite de chocolat, or iced meringue studded with fine chocolate flakes, and, of course, the finest Colombian coffee. After our waiter returned with our dinner, Watson and I discussed what we thought we would visit in Vienna. Christie was unusually quiet, with a concerned look on her brow. She then cleared her pensive expression and addressed me. "Mr. Holmes, I hope I am not being intrusive, but why did you retire when you did? And why did you retire to a bee farm? John has written up so many of your splendid exploits that I was curious." "Well, my dear," I unexpectedly addressed her more intimately than I had anticipated. I had reached the pinnacle of my cognitive abilities, and the criminal cases that were coming my way were mainly mundane. I have had several successful cases that I felt were worthy to claim, and I was not sure any more would come along that would require my services, or rather, could not induce me to come out of retirement if they were interesting enough. The daily chaos and pollution that is modern London would continue without my adding to the tumult. I decided to concentrate on a society that is more orderly than our own. Perhaps I could expose some cultural aspects that could be adopted to our own hectic social order. "Why, Mr. Holmes? You do not seem to hold mankind in much esteem," she commented. "Overall, I do not. There is so much pettiness and abject exploits without contemplation, that on the whole, that mankind is rather lacking. The perverted passions and paltry greed that rules most human action creates time-filling commotion, but not much positive value. That is not to say there are not unusual redeeming moments or personages that rise above the common pack. There are virtuosos of many fields of endeavour, not only the arts, writers or scientists, but common-day labourers whose work is worthy to be considered, alongside any Da Vinci or Beethoven. But they, for the most part, are the exception rather than the rule. I have observed. What do you believe is the meaning to mankind's life, then?" Christie earnestly asked, with eyes so beckoning an answer, one just had to respond. "I am not sure there is meaning, apart from attempting to live an honourable life, and treating others as good as you think they deserve. 10,000 years from now, I doubt that England will be remembered, let alone the first consulting detective. Yours truly." "What do you say, Watson?" I attempted to divert the attention, to share the answer with another. "You are correct, Holmes, that of the millions and millions of fellow mankind that have lived and died, only a minute handful are remembered. But I do not think this life is the total sum of our existence, you know. As I doctor, I see the miracle of life and the tragedy of death constantly. Most who face death on a deathbed are terrified that they are going to something different that is beyond what they can endure, ceasing to exist, having contributed nothing to their fellow man that will last beyond their mortal existence. Most feel there will be a reckoning in the next, and are not sure they measure up. Only a handful seems to be ready to meet their Maker, not fearing a judgment, although I am not sure I myself could face such a court without trepidation. My lovely Christie, I know from her own words, is one that does not fear death. She seemed to be assured that she will be all right in the hereafter." "John knows I have Jesus as my Lord," Christie modestly commented. "I don't have to account for my poor life showing. He died that I might live eternally with him." "My goodness?" I asked in a humorous inquiry. "You are a Christian, Christie?" "Goodness really is besides the point," Christie returned. "The Bible tells us that salvation is by grace, that no one can earn it. It is a gift that must be accepted. It cannot be earned. Have you not read the Bible, Mr. Holmes? Watson, have you been attending church regularly?" Uncomfortable with this line of questioning, I attempted once again to divert the attention from my own condition. "Matter of fact, I have been going with Christie quite regularly." It is not so bad. The singing quite inspires one, don't you know? Watson defended himself. And have you succumbed to the preacher's call to salvation? I good-naturedly jabbed. Holmes, you are now cajoling me to something I have yet to submit to. I know there is a spiritual existence beyond our mortal comprehension. I know there is good, and I know there is evil in life. Overall, I have tried to live an honorable and good life. I had not yet determined what it all means, or what path I must take to meet my Creator. Christie and I have had many conversations, but she has not nagged me nor harassed me into a decision I am not ready to make. John must make up his own mind, Mr. Holmes. I cannot force him into heaven. Christie gently intoned. But you are avoiding my question, Mr. Holmes. She returned the attention to me. Have you not read the Bible? Who do you think God is? I counted. Yes, I have read the Bible, many times, from cover to cover. I must admit, without the cultural background of a Jew, I am lost to comprehend most of what is being told. It seems to be a history of a rather immoral, rowdy group of corrupt persons and tribes, forever fighting and whoring amongst themselves, while claiming to follow the laws of a most unforgiving God. He drives them to kill multitudes, and allows multitudes of them to be slaughtered when they disobey his commands. His method of salvation, by having his own son, so it is claimed, killed, is quite remarkable. The church that grew from that experience is unique in history. It is quite remarkable such a movement started, let alone survived its formation around a slain leader, who barely led a small handful of men for 3 years. Do you believe there is a God, Mr. Holmes? She persisted. Let me elucidate upon what I see as reality, Christie. I replied in a stiff, pedantic tone. You can peg me as a humanist deist. I cannot detect God's hand in human affairs. Both sides in national conflicts tend to claim God is on their side, even as they slaughter their so-called Christian brothers. I have seen Christian and pagan unmercifully struck down with the same debilitating disease. I am a man of action. I do not see a need for God in my life, nor comprehend a personal God who would listen to my prayers. I believe reason should rule the world, but I know only too well that passions, greed and cruelty rule most human behavior. I believe that rewards should go to the best, but I understand that standing and inheritance have its choice prerogatives. I guess I just have a high-minded attitude in a corrupt world. I see the wonder of God's work, who cannot look at the intricacies of nature and the limitless heavens not to be cognizant of a creator. But I see too many clergy in England consider their office not a calling but a profession, like the good doctor or a dentist, but for the mind, not body of mankind. King Henry created his Anglican Church, a politicized action for a selfish treasure on earth, not any heavenly reward. England fell into his church, not because it was better than the Catholic version, but because of self-interested survival. If there is no truth to God in man's affairs, any true church is equivalent to another. Spiritual matters are not a scientific proposal that can be investigated, experimented with, and determined with certainty. Therefore it remains in doubt. The masses cannot comprehend your God, so the unscrupulous, or desperately misguided hopeful, teach foolishness that fearful, guilty men grasp after. Mr. Holmes, you have keen insight into reality. You said a corrupt world. Christie implored. You have seen the hand of God in nature, but he is not so heavy-handed with his children. He has created man with freedom, and accounts him responsible to live right. We live in a fallen world, yet he wants fellowship with us. It is our inability to raise ourselves to his absolute standard that has required him to sacrifice his sinless Son for our salvation. His word enlightens us to his true nature, a holy God that makes covenants with his created. He always keeps his side. We always fail our parts. Christ is our loophole, don't you see? He lived a sinless life and gave it up, nailed on the horrific wooden cross, to bridge the gap between us sinful beings and a holy God who cannot by his nature condone anything less than perfection. He involved himself in mankind's affairs because he truly loves us and wants the best for us. He didn't come to condemn us, as so many fearful souls dread, but to save us from our sinful nature. It is by accepting his unmerited grace that we are imputed as righteous. No matter how filthy my soul is, I can go before the holy white throne of God and be lovingly accepted as I am. As the song declares, just as I am. How can I know Jesus if I only have ancient translated reports of his existence and claims of divinity? Quite frankly, I cannot conceive of the creator of the universe submitting himself to have to take a daily crap, I harshly commented. I know he is real, for I have his spirit in me, Christie calmly stated. I know because I believe the Spirit of God, who has revealed his Son, as my Saviour. I have not heard the voice you have, my dear. I calmed down. Your reality is not mine yet. I see you hold out a possibility, Mr. Holmes, Christie noted. Please don't take offence at my passion. I truly believe my Lord Jesus is my salvation, and can be yours if you allow him to show you his love. My dear, Watson came to my rescue, I assure you, Holmes, and I do not think unfavourably of you for your deep faith. It is just something that neither he nor I have, regrettably. I know you have a kind and loving heart, and only want what is best for us. But we are grown men of the world, who have seen more than you ever hopefully will, and we have doubts we just must overcome before we join in your heavenly chorus of true worship. I know, John, and I pray daily for your salvation, so that you may join me in heaven. I will add Mr. Holmes to my prayers, that he may join us in eternity. I have no hard feeling against you, my dear. I again became more comfortable. I know you are well-meaning. I enjoy spirited conversation, if you will excuse my pun. We must just agree to disagree for now. I returned her smile as she returned her gaze to me from her husband. Not to change the subject, but you did say that you would share your letter from Jack, did you not? I was curious as to its content. Now that we have had our talk, I don't mind. Christie unhesitantly stated. If you will excuse me, I will go get it. I think you might find it interesting. It hints of a mystery. This piqued my curiosity. What would our just completed conversation have anything to do with correspondence from Jack? I didn't at that time take note of the significance of a lone man at a table down from us. Get up a few minutes after Christie left us and head toward the sleeping compartments. I became concerned when Christ delayed her return. Watson, does she usually take this long? I asked. I would think she should have returned by now, Watson commented, but with not much concern in his voice. Please see to the check, I asked, as I rose and left to find Christie. I didn't wait for his response, but got up and left immediately. Watson had no reason for concern, not being aware of the behind-the-scenes course of events that preceded our trip. I had trepidation as I approached the door to their compartment. It was closed, but after listening at the door and hearing unusual rifling of articles, I turned the knob with my left hand, while gripping my cane with the other. Back in my college days, I was considered somewhat of an expert single-stick player, a form of cane fencing. I became as comfortable wielding those cudgels as I was with a sword. It was from this familiarity that I often carried a cane, since sporting a sword on one's hip is not socially acceptable these days. I opened the door to a horrifying scene. The beautiful sweet wife of my dear friend Watson was sprawled on the seat next to the far wall, with dead eyes and tilted head. A scoundrel was meticulously going through her luggage, one hand still clasping what I recognized as a deadly air pistol. The small entry wound squarely in front of Christie's heart seeped a deep crimson stain on her chic, spoiled Parisian dress. As my opponent swung around and lifted his weapon, my cane crashed upon his arm and rebounded upward, directed at his jaw. As his weapon clattered to the floor and his head jolted back from the blow, I flipped the cane to project the heavy knob on the end. I swiftly cracked his skull on his temporal indentation, just behind the corner of his eye. He was dead before his body flopped on the floor. "Holmes!" Watson cried behind me. I stepped behind him and closed and locked the door. "Christie," he bemoaned as the body of his wife was revealed as I locked the door. "My God!" he exclaimed. "What has happened? Who is this that killed my Christie? And for God's sake, why?" he implored of me, tears streaming down his face, as his hand clasped the lifeless hand of his wife. "I fear this is the handiwork of Moriarty," I lamented. "What are you talking about?" Watson demanded. "What is going on here?" "I fear that Moriarty's agents have come to a wrong conclusion when he recognized me and thought that Christie was aiding Jack in his underground work in the Meters Agency. His letter to her at the hotel incorrectly spotlighted her, I think," I simply stated. "Jack, Christie, Moriarty, what are you going on about? How do you know that Jack is involved with that fiend Moriarty? What do you have to do with my nephew?" Watson suspiciously questioned me. I had been trailing Moriarty in his insane plot to develop a new weapon to treacherously use against our naval fleet. His agents must be onto, or at least suspicious of your nephew Jack, who is an agent for the British government. Tapin, however, I have some concerns about the fleet. I have too soon to remain frozen. I accompanied you to meet with Jack, thinking our casual meeting would seem innocent. Damn it, Holmes! You used me unknowingly to come to Europe. You put me and Christie in danger without letting us know, he yelled, incredulously. I am sorry to say yes, my friend. I was saying as Watson leaped up from the seat and drove a fist squarely at my jaw. Having boxing experience also from my college days, I could easily have blocked it. Instead, I let it land in a glancing blow, a blow that skimmed my jaw rather than square on, which would surely have broken my jaw had I allowed it free access. It still hurt like hell. Watson, I deserved that, I admitted, rubbing my sore jaw, but we must revenge Christie, and we cannot if we are at each other's throat. Calm yourself. I erred in not bringing you into my confidence. This might have been avoided. I was sure we had not been highlighted and connected to Jack's work, or I would never have chanced even a contrived meeting in the open. Holmes, give me time. Watson sat down with his head in his hands, quietly sobbing. I went over to the floor in front of Christie's body. I hoped her Jesus had welcomed her with open arms. I picked up the scattered letter from Jack that she had apparently retrieved when she was interrupted. It was not what her intruder expected, since he threw it on the floor and started searching for something more tangible to his concerns. He probably hadn't realized his useless murder before I took his worthless life. I read the letter, and then passed it over to Watson, who had sufficiently recovered to calm down. Here is Jack's letter. My dear Christie, although we have not yet met, Watson has told me all about you. His love is readily apparent as he describes you, your physical beauty and lovely heart. I know he feels proud to have married you and wishes me to meet you. I feel he has gained much after his loss of his beloved Mary. I do not expect you to fill her shoes, nor should you try to replace her. I can tell that he truly loves you. He doesn't even attempt to compare you to any of his previous wives. In fact, they are not brought up. It is as if you are his one and only. He believes he has found his last love to spend the rest of his life with. He teasingly told me how you want to introduce him to Jesus personally when you both go to heaven. We do have something in common besides your husband, it appears. We both know Jesus as our Lord. I was always a man to live by principles. I have been influenced by ideas, rather than feelings, or the wish for personal gain. But I know the Spirit of God now. It was just recently that I came to rely on Jesus for my salvation. I cannot tell you the unbelievable circumstance that led me to Christ, and I am afraid that my current occupation has kept my faith a close secret. I cannot even tell you what I really do. It would only endanger you. I know that seems impossible. How can just knowing something about someone, even a relative, be dangerous? I cannot reveal anything about that. Just trust my word. Maybe someday I can get Watson to write about my exploits, as he has so admirably done for his friend Sherlock Holmes. I am anxious for your visit, and I hope I can show you Vienna in a way that will impress you as much as Paris surely did. Since my dear mother died, you two are my only relatives. Your brother in Christ, Jack. I didn't look around the room any further, since I knew there was nothing to find. I went over the man's body while Watson read Jack's letter and found nothing even remotely helpful. He had a wallet with money and identification that said his name was Friedrich Stupe from Dresden, a false document, I was sure. He had cleaned himself before boarding the train. He had been quite professional. He must have planned for something evil, as he had nothing on him that revealed who he really was. He must have left anything else in his compartment when he went to dinner. He had even left his compartment key in his compartment, so I did not know which one it was, and could not go to it. I could not ask the conductor either, without revealing his corpse. In fact, we would have to clean up after ourselves, and I would have to ask Watson, a most ignoble act. Watson, as much as this pains me, we must throw this human debris secretly from this train. We can wait until it is dark and toss him from the window with our lights out. We must also throw Christie's stained garment out after him, and clean her body and disguise the fact that she was murdered with a bullet. We can cover the wound with bandages. You are a doctor, and we can report her death from some known frailty that abruptly caught up to her. We cannot allow the authorities to question us or think there has been a felony committed tonight. The shot from the air gun alerted no one, and our tussles did not arouse sufficient notice for anyone to come questioning. We can discover her death early in the morning before we get to Vienna, alerting the conductor and having him keep a natural death quiet. They would not want to alarm or discomfort the remaining passengers of the tragedy if they can help it. We can make the appropriate calls to contacts here in Europe as soon as we get to Vienna that can help keep the local authorities away from any public investigation. They will have to board the train to get the corps' belongings left behind and dampen any questions on why they were left. It is possible he had tickets to continue on, and his compartment may not be effectively searched until the train actually reaches Istanbul. Damn it, Holmes! You had better explain yourself to me right now, and I will decide how much I will follow on with your scheme. He growled at me as he tenderly folded the tear-stained letter, the cause of his wife's demise, and stored it in his wallet. It started the day after I had told you about my suspicions about the resurrection of Moriarty. The next day your nephew Jack visited me. I started the long and laborious details of what had brought us to this awful circumstance. I didn't have as many answers as Watson had questions, but his sorrow soon turned to rage, and he wanted dearly to get his hands personally on Moriarty. He wanted revenge for the unjust murder of his beloved, and swore he would go to the ends of the earth and expend all his resources to get his revenge. I know our friendship cooled that day, never to return to our standing prior to this atrocious incident. We would work together again later, but our collaboration would be brief and professional. We then proceeded as I had outlined. We cleaned up and redressed the body of Christie. We filled in her small caliber wound with some mustache wax and put a bandage over it. We waited until just after midnight and disposed of the murderer's body while passing through a tunnel. We do not know if the body bounced off the wall and was chewed up under the train wheels or not. We did not put the gun on the body, so when it would be found, there would not be anything to indicate anything other than a tragic accident of someone caught by the train as he foolishly entered the tunnel. Then, several miles down track, we were able to toss the rolled-up stained garments into a river. As we rattled over a wooden bridge, we had washed out most of the blood in the sink. The train was going too fast and too noisy to hear the splash of the bundle if we had timed it right, the night too dark to see our outcome. We would have Christie's body long gone from the country before any link could be even contemplated. I had removed the Parisian labels and tore the dress to make identification more difficult. Just after daybreak, before the breakfast was to begin serving, we discreetly notified the conductor of our great tragedy. He comforted us and casually remarked how healthy she had seemed when we boarded, and how tragic it was that her life was taken when she was so young. We had left packing up for after the discovery. We had some breakfast delivered to my connecting room, as we couldn't leave the body to possible examination, but we both could not eat before the corpse. Neither of us finished our breakfast. Watson only stirred his food with his silverware, and I took only a few bites and some drink. Munitions Factory of Doom. As the train pulled into the station in Vienna, the conductor came to our compartment and told us arrangements will be made to have the body removed from the train after most of the passengers had departed, and during the chaos of loading grocery supplies and shipping packages for the rest of the trip. Watson had excused himself just prior to the train entering the city, and disappeared through the compartment door into the railcar hallway. He had returned just as the train entered the outskirts of the city, with a valise I did not recognize. He stored it with his and his wife's luggage. As we were waiting for workers to show up with a litter to remove the body, the conductor handed us a note. We were to meet Jack Grimm later at the hotel. The note claimed he had to attend to some last-minute business meeting, and was sorry he could not welcome us to the city in person. I knew he would be wary of an open public meeting with us now. He probably was, in fact, there, in the station, when the train pulled in, but saw the commotion, found out about the natural yet untimely death of Watson's wife, and suspected something more sinister had occurred. We arranged for our combined luggage to be taken to the hotel, and arranged for the body of Watson's wife to be kept at the local private Christian morgue until it could be taken back to London. We didn't want it held at a public police morgue because of a possible examination of the corpse, without us present, would expose the small caliber chest entry wound. We met with some constables at the station master's office, where they had Dr. Watson complete an official death certificate, signifying the death was natural and of known causes. Watson's held up his end and bullied through the ordeal, showing real suppressed grief, but signed the false statement. We went with the body to the Christian morgue and talked to the church official there. We told him we would be making immediate arrangements for the body to be coffined and sent back to England. In fact, that is what we did before we even went to the hotel. Watson expressed himself uncomfortable about sending his wife's body home alone, but was determined to settle her murder before he would join her. When we got to the hotel, Jack had left a message at the check-in desk that we were to meet at a particular cafe in the section of town known for its rough clientele. When Watson and I were led to our rooms, and the bellboy had deposited our respective luggage, Watson told me to come into his room now. Watson had waited for the staff to leave, and made sure the door was locked. "Holmes," he said as he retrieved the foreign valise from his stack of luggage in the middle of the room. "I found this in the empty compartment of the murder of my wife." "Ah," I deduced. "So you took the opportunity to try all of the empty compartments before we got to the station. The one that had no one occupying it, yet the key there would be the desired room. Very good thinking, Watson." "Yes. I reasoned that if he had ticketed only to Vienna, and someone had booked that compartment, finding his luggage would have caused an investigation for a missing passenger. Already having a corpse to inconspicuously remove from the train, we certainly did not want to be involved in any questioning by police. I brought it back to our compartment and threw it in with my stuff. It was not noticed there amongst my wife's and my mixed sets. Let's open it up and see what we can find." The lock was easy to force open. We hadn't found any keys at all on the body, and Watson only had time to see the compartment key thrown on the windowsill and grab the valise. He had to get back to our compartment before the train stopped. Whoever Mr. Stoop was, he had packed hurriedly, as his fresh pair of socks didn't match. We found some various other national currencies in another of his wallets that he had thrown in the valise. He apparently wasn't sure which country he would find himself in. Or, perhaps he had plans to go to other countries, if his probable assassination attempt would require him not to return to his journey's start, but wait out developments in another. One does not carry an airgun if he did not have a deviant usage for it. There were several false papers with different false identities also in the wallet. We did find a note tucked into a spare pair of packed shoes. All it had was Jack Grimm's name and the hotel we were currently staying in. A call down to the desk confirmed that Jack Grimm was indeed a guest of the hotel. I figured he set up the meeting with us at the remote cafe to keep distance between us, so that no one inquiring could connect our stay with his. He was hoping Stoop was the only one who had known we were to be his guests. He would not be giving us the promised tour of the city, I surmised. We settled in. I telegraphed Mycroft to arrange for the reception of Christie's remains. He would have to have it held inaccessible and clandestinely because of the murder. I phrased it as needing to be isolated because of a possible plague infection in the open telegram, but I know Mycroft would immediately see through that without me having to state it. When I got back, I saw that Watson had had an early drink, or several. He was morose, but holding steady. I filled him in more depth than I had on the train, since we had to kill time and the training briefing was short. That night, We found ourselves trying to pick out Jack in the dingy, smoke-filled, low-rent cafe. He saw us and waved us over. Jack had held his hand out to his uncle, but had to sit down when one was not returned. What happened? Was Aunt Christie of so ill health the excitement of the trip was too much for her? Jack asked with a quizzical look in his eyes. Christie was murdered by someone who thought she was an intermediary between you and me. I informed him. I briefly explained my initial suspicions, and catching the killer going through her stuff, having shot her with a small caliber air pistol. I told him of disposing of him and hiding the cause of Christie's death. I am so sorry, old chap. Jack turned to his uncle. We will settle that latter, Watson snapped. What do you have for Holmes that was so damn important? He growled. A look of resignation briefly appeared on Jack's face. Then, with a steeled countenance, he carried on with the business at hand. First, do you know who the assassin was? Did he leave any clues? Jack queried. He was a professional and was clean. The only thing we found was your name and the hotel we both are staying at. Of course, his murder weapon points to an agent of Moriarty, I replied. I then described the corpse as I was unfamiliar how he had carried himself when he was alive. He was Aryan, blue eyes, short blonde hair, athletic of middle height and build. But perhaps a distinguishing mark would identify him to you. He had a piece of his left ear cut out, just a notch on the top, as if he lost it in a fencing duel. That would be Fritz Mannheim, Jack swore. He was one of Moriarty's top hitmen, or was. If he was sent to find out why I was meeting you, my cover is probably blown. Wait. He works pretty much alone, though. It is possible he hadn't reported his suspicions. I would not have been allowed to leave Germany alive if Moriarty suspected me. He does keep everyone spying on everyone else. He trusts no one, and instills that attitude on everyone in his organization. How can you determine if you have been uncovered? I asked. The obvious reply to that is I will be shot the instant I report back, Jack calmly stated. No, from what you have said, Fritz was killed without finding out what we were meeting for. He was probably going to assassinate all three of you, starting with Aunt Christie, because of the letter I had sent her. But you dropped him before he could get you too. His knowledge that I, in fact, am the nephew of your closest friend. I felt Watson stiffen with that comment. And you two were to meet me here in Vienna, probably alerted him. I am not sure how he found that out, though. I had sent that telegram to Uncle, by going out of Germany, and keeping my travel clear of being followed. Or perhaps he is a better tracker than I. If he kept no notes, and you say you found none, perhaps he did not have a chance to relay that information before he could confirm his suspicions. But I am sure Moriarty would have a keen interest in his nemesis coming to the continent while he was occupied in the middle of his fiendish scheme. But he is holding out as Robert Catesby. Does anyone besides you in his organization know his true identity, and thus interest in my movements? I questioned. Well, Jack responded, I am probably one of the few, because you informed me. Only two of his former organization that I am aware of, those that rescued him from his initial recovery, would know his identity from before he started his new web of agents. One of those was killed when the professor caught him foolishly stealing from the agency treasury. Yeah, Fritz has been with him for a while, but I don't think he knew who Moriarty is, or I am sure he would not have gone off without telling him what he suspected. I agree with your assessment, Jack. From what we can deduce, you are probably clear. What is it that you have for me? Something important, or you would have just secretively mailed it? I said as I held my hand out. Jack reached into his inner pocket and handed across a small notebook. You are right, and what you hold in your hand will reveal the inception of a new tremendous weapon that the genius of Moriarty is developing. I pocketed the document and said, What kind of weapon, and how far along has it been completed? I asked. Jack held up his hand for silence, as a waiter was approaching our table from behind. He had finally come over to take our orders for drinks. Jack had already been served, but our sitting down at his table had finally provoked the barman to send over a not-too-bright waiter to collect our drink order. We waited for him to return with 2 ales, and then for him to retire back to the bar, far enough away he could not overhear us in the background din. We still talked in low, conspiratorial tones. I worked my way to a position close to the professor, so that I accompany him at times to the 3 locations he has set up his project. It is being designed to be an underwater torpedo gun that shoots a stream of small but dense projectiles that can rip the bottom from an armored battleship. As I feared, I stated, his intense study of the various scientific fields suggested a wrestling with underwater drag, and a device that can be that effective underwater would have to have new high-pressure technology created just for it. But how far has he gotten in perfecting the weapon? I am sure there are many technical problems with producing such a device. Indeed there is. In fact, several experimental accidents during the testing of different stages have already claimed several lives. The high-pressure pistons and tubes have burst during exhaustive repetitions, causing injuries and even fatalities. The addition of explosive charges had created the fatigue that weakened the casings. But I have seen no one has followed you here. Let us continue our conversation back at my room. I selected it so that I could enter and leave without detection. I didn't start our meeting there, since I did not know if we should continue with the transfer of the notebook, and allowing you to look me up as an acquaintance would not have been safe, as far as I knew. I considered that I might have had to chance blowing my cover by hand-carrying the notebook to Mycroft myself. We watched our backs as we travelled to the hotel, and I was sure we were not being followed. We changed cabs and doubled back several times. Jack led us up the back way in the service stairs when we arrived at our destination. We plopped ourselves down on the chair and sofa in Jack's room. The professor started out his development with experimental devices to learn of the mechanism of the pistol shrimp projection. He duplicated the function in small mechanical replica apparatus, then attempted to enlarge it in stages. His high-pressure pistons were powerful, but the results were short distance and would not damage steel plates. He had first envisioned its deployment as a possible projection of the prow of a submarine. But the required steam engine to drive the pistons at even the deficient pressure would be too great for that vehicle. His weapon would have to be positioned closer and generate tremendously higher pressure. So his concept of a torpedo to get close enough started to crystallize. He also began several variations of the projecting engine at the same time to attack the separate problems. You understand, he had promised a grand weapon. He had apparently showed the Kaiser a working concept model he had already produced under his own funds. He faked the projected mechanism and actually used small caliber billets from miniature derringers. Now with backing, he was spending massive amounts of money and tying up several munitions facilities and some shipyard areas to create and perfect a working prototype of his dream. He needed a breakthrough to continue his project as promised to the Kaiser. He decided the jet stream could eject his projectiles similar to his air gun. But he found that the projectiles that could slam through steel plating on the decks when shot from a surface battery would be damped too fast to have retained enough energy to damage the ship from underwater. At the same time, he was working on the high-pressure hydraulic pistons. He came up with the idea of using explosives to impel the hammer piston into its carved-out anvil seat, instantly creating the high-powered water jet, spraying out the front. His mechanism would blow the piston into a seat on the anvil, and shoot a projectile just in front of where the jet stream would blow into a narrowing barrel equivalent to a funnel. He again got a tremendous effect from this, but it again rapidly dampened. The resulting device would not be tied to steam and hydraulic lines back to a boiler. The explosive charge would be contained in a small breech at the back. The second line of experimentation was the design of the projectile. He just used pure explosives to shoot shapes from underwater cannon. This, of course, produced little desired results, no matter how streamlined he made them. The professor was out hunting quail with his shotgun, and came upon the thought that if there was only one small pellet utilizing the full charge of the shell, it would create tremendous range and penetrate deeply into a target. Of course, trying to hit a quail with a shotgun shell with only one pellet would be ludicrous. However, if he could create a short stream of pellets that could be raked across the path of the quail, he could cut it in two. He tried the pellets in his experiments, and found out the smaller the pellet, the less the drag. So he now determined that he could use extremely small pellets, but instead of using malleable lead that normal pellets are made of, he would make steel pellets. The density and velocity would transfer much greater energy than a larger, slower shell. He found out he was achieving pretty good results, but he decided if he could get even heavier metal pellets, he would increase the efficiency greatly. The greater the density, a greater the mass, so he determined to use the heaviest metal mankind has ever dug from the earth, uranium. And that is why he stole Becquerel's meteor. The uranium in the meteor was not the same as has been mined from known fields. It was even denser. Parts were cut from the meteor and shaped into extremely precise and small pellets. It wasn't uncontaminated because of impurities in the original meteor. The first experiment now evolved into a repeating piston that was blasted onto the anvil, blasted back up for a second hammer, with a third explosion and consecutive sequencing to create multiple blasts to spew streams of small but high-velocity hard projectiles. The second series of tests with the uranium pellets pierced armor plating. The pellets were retrieved and reused for subsequent tests. Combining the two experiments, the repeating explosive pistons and the extremely small but dense bullets, is the next stage. He is moving both of his latest devices to his clandestine lab. It should be set up shortly, as the components have already arrived there. The next phase of the project could produce results that we do not want them to succeed at. This is what I am reporting in that notebook, with a recommendation that the clandestine laboratory be sabotaged, with the consideration of eliminating both the devices and the personnel who created the devices, and especially Moriarty, if possible. However, he does not always perform his highly technical experiments, as setting up and execution of multiple tests are mundane, and as they found out, can be lethal. He does demand minute details, and goes over successes and failures immediately after, considering consequences and improvements. I do not know if the merging of the two experiments will be successful, or only partly successful. That will take months to perfect. I say we nip it in the bud so they don't produce results that can be used later. If my brother agrees with your assessment, and gives the go-ahead to your suggestion, I queried, do you have the necessary materials and personnel to help you destroy this device and facilities? Moriarty may take a specialized professional to liquidate. I think we can get dynamite from local criminal connections. I have that. Can raid commercial mining supplies and on-site work areas. They do not need to be informed of what it is being used for, if we pay high enough prices for the materials, no questions asked. We will need a supply of guns also, Jack stated, but I hesitate to use agents I have in the field, for I have isolated myself from them, and contacting them for such a spur-of-the-moment mission would be difficult, but not impossible. Requesting immediate backup from England would also be time-consuming. We will accompany you, Jack, Watson declared. I have the combat experience, and Holmes, the intestinal fortitude. If you can get us into the facility with your meters agency standing, the three of us should be efficient enough to comprise the necessary team. I knew Watson was up to it, and wanted to pay back for his deep loss. I knew I could hold up my end, and I deeply wanted to make amends for involving his and his lovely wife in the whole affair. Yes, you can count me in, to the death, I added. But we had better rest tonight and plan tomorrow. Both Watson and I had gone through a lot the last 2 days, and being older did not help our stamina. We woke up rested the next day, and had room service deliver a hearty breakfast that we ate while planning our next move. Jack went off to connect his criminal contacts and buy the illegal dynamite. He was told for the generous amount he was paying, we would have it in 3 days. He was shown a profusion of hot guns, and bought some automatic pistols with silencers. I made contact with the agent the King of Bohemia told me to contact. I told him it was of utmost importance we meet that day. He arrived in town by train that afternoon. I explained that we had a sealed package that was to go through diplomatic pouch to London by the fastest train and boat possible. it would be immune from search. But I bound it with string and dripped wax at all corners and edges to detect anyone trying to crack it open. The accompanied note told Mycroft to ascertain if the package had been opened before he got it, and if so, we should be notified of the tampering. He was to telegraph the hotel with the code phrase, "Hope you enjoy your tour. Please send postcard from Venice for the go-ahead authorization," or, "Sorry to hear of your loss. Accept my condolences." To not chance it yet because of circumstance or political inopportunity overrode the necessity to act immediately. Watson grimly went off to have the remains of his wife prepared and sent back home. He made sure the casket was sealed with a medical label warning that a possible contagious disease was the cause of death. He heartlessly joked to everyone how much richer he had become when she died so early and left him her great wealth. No one asked why he wasn't accompanying the buddy when they thought the marriage was merely for financial advancement. Jack had us prepare to accompany him. Watson shaved his moustache off, and I stopped shaving and dyed my hair Aryan blonde. We purchased German workman clothes, tool belts and toolboxes. We each had purchased tough and large backpacks to carry the dynamite that was clandestinely delivered to our hotel late at night through the service stairs. 4 days later, we got the coded telegram that authorized our mission, and a local bank account that we were to draw a huge amount of money from for necessities. We had our travel belongings shipped to a hotel in Zurich, Switzerland, to be stored until we would show up for an indeterminate visit. We then hired a private carriage to take us discreetly into Germany. There we purchased our own workman's wagon that had a large square cab with a door on the back. It is nice to spend unlimited government funds when given a blank check, so to speak. We arrived in town, and Jack went into the top-secret facility, reconnoiter, and determine the current status of the project and the whereabouts of the professor. We were camping just outside town in our workman's wagon, which we had generously supplied with bedding and groceries, drinks and tobacco for a possible extended stay. Jack found us around a campfire 2 days later. His news was grim. The professor, we forbid ourselves to utter the name Moriarty any time on this mission until it was concluded, has advanced farther than I thought possible. He has set up the test of the combined weapon for this Friday. A remarkable assignment has been given me. I am to find out what has happened to Fritz. The professor was told by him he was following a disturbing lead, but never reported back or showed up at any of our European stations. I am to coordinate a search of his home and offices to determine what he found that disturbed him. I am to follow any clues to where he went and where he was killed. The professor knows only death would have kept him from returning with a report. In order to get a better understanding of what Fritz was doing, I was given a briefing. He was in fact leader in the security of the professor's 3 laboratories. The professor is unsure which facility had the probable breach, and he then allowed me to stand in the back of the room when he briefed his project team on the coming test. He would not be able to be there himself, as the Kaiser wanted to see the latest device and want to get personally brought to the Krupp factory. The professor had made 2 combined weapons because of the possibility of the experiment blowing up as had previous tests. The extremely high temperatures and pressures would barely be controlled until several tests could be accomplished and learning how to control the explosions. The manner of the Kaiser tolerated no declining, despite the cost and effort to set up a second site. The professor would split his test team into 2 groups and bring on with him. I am to accompany him, both for my assigned investigation and to temporarily replace Fritz as security head. We leave on Thursday, so I am afraid I must leave the sabotage to you 2 chaps. I have these maps, time schedules and keys that will secure your entrance to the project. You will be given papers with my signature that will get you past all guards. Your cover will be delivery of additional test equipment that the professor has ordered installed around the weapon, since he will not be able to oversee the tests. The equipment will be said to not be for this initial test, but for the next sequence. You will be placing them, but they will be ignored for now, because the setup will take more time than currently available. This means that the equipment strategically placed and then ignored by the team. It has in fact false instrumentation on the top, and a deep compartment, where we will be placing the explosives. There are clockwork timers that will be set once the charges are placed. The kick in the backside to the professor is that I am having these boxes made by his own shops, unknown to the test team. They will think they were brought from another facility. You will surreptitiously bring the dynamite in your toolboxes when you report to work. It will be damn dangerous, and I cannot project the chance of success. But we must cut it close and time the destruction to be done during the test. This will make it seem that much more study must be done, and give me time to sabotage its twin. Runny hand dealt us, but that is the cards we are holding. What the professor then went on to lecture and explain of his design was done so openly and minutely. I am sure he thought it above my capability to follow. And for the most part it was. He has made a significant change in his previous designs. His intense study of thermodynamic and extremely high pressures has refined his thinking. He has decided to utilize the near temperature of the sun that is created in the cavitation bubble collapse to refine the uranium pellet before it is shot out at the target. This means the first water jet is to cause the hotspot into which the impure pellet is injected. The temperature will purify and melt it into a denser body. The subsequent blast will expel a much more energized projectile that will hence cause more damage. At least that is what he thinks will happen. He is allowing them to do the first test. Then, with the results, he will modify the prototype he is taking to the Krupp munitions in Essen. For the initial test, he is only using a minute pellet, just to gauge the feasibility and principles. For he was pushing the boundaries of knowledge and technology beyond the extreme. We were resigned to our parts. Jack would have to go with Moriarty, or bring suspicion on himself, especially now that he was in charge of security. He could not have sabotage done while he was on site. Even if he was not suspected of complicity, his incompetence would be an instant death sentence. That Friday, we made our way to the test site. We presented our passes at the main gate of the munitions facilities, and complained about the short notice we had been given, and would have to make up for it by working overtime. I did all of the talking, since my German was much better than Watson's high school remembrances. We were given a map, which we really didn't need, since Jack had given a much more detailed one, and directions to the lab. We were told we could be stopped anywhere in the compound, and asked for our papers again, and would certainly have to produce them at the lab itself. We quietly made a detour to the shop, where we would get the last of our equipment. We found the workshop had just finished construction RS quote, as per specs. We took them to our wagon, opened the bottom compartments, inserted and set the charges. The test schedule was to initiate the first firing exactly at 10 that night. We synchronized our watches and the clockwork timers precisely. It was with tense apprehension we continued on to the test laboratory with our red equipment. We weren't so much concerned about our being stopped and exposed, as we were leery of the unpredictability of the explosives we were gingerly transporting. The scientists were much too busy with preparing their own instruments to bother with us after they had read Jack's clearance and supposed reason to add more apparatus, but that would only be used subsequently. We were criticized by one overbearing scientist that we were interfering with them getting their project prepped, but a technician called us over and sympathized with us, having to deal with the uppity scientists who looked down at any technician. He even helped us move some of the scientists' gadgets a bit, so that we could place ours where Jack's blueprints dictated. We had barely finished when the lead scientist ordered everyone out. We were led out of the building to our wagon. We used the excuse to break out our evening meal sandwiches and ale, to linger behind the adjacent building. Our plans were to wait for the explosion, then gun down any scientist or team technician that survived the detonation. Our silencers should cover any shooting noises, and the chaos would cover our deadly slaughter. We ate slowly with trepidation as we watched our watches beneath a light on the side of the facility. 5 minutes to go, Watson, I quietly stated. We took out our guns and screwed on the silencers in anticipation of our carnage. Just as we were about to turn the corner to head back toward the test facility, A blast so abrupt and so unexpectedly blew the building to smithereens, knocking us off our feet. And I don't mean the test facility, but the building we were waiting behind blew up instantly. The blast in the test facility was so humongous, it actually flattened those surrounding it. A gigantic cloud shot up into the sky. The blast had set buildings half a block away on fire, with a shower of burning debris. The conflagration spread from building to building and set off munitions being manufactured and those being stored all over the munitions compound. The destruction was incredible. As the building complex continued to destruct under the series of explosions, we scurried to safety, following scores of others who were fleeing the annihilation as we were. Our horse had been killed when the covering building blew. I yelled a complaint to Watson. We were too late. I wheezed through a growing fog of smoke and ash and chaos, of people running out to escape and those running in to help. "The labs and factory are going up in flames," Watson protested. "Everything and everyone, scientists and technicians monitoring the test, have been obliterated. Nothing exists of the building housing the device is left. The rest of the munitions facilities are on fire and exploding themselves." "But the explosion was not caused by our charges, Watson. We had nowhere near the amount of dynamite to cause the massive explosion of the first blast. And it blew a hole 2 minutes before our charges were set to go. I think the test was begun ahead of schedule, and I fear the professor has unleashed something unknown to current science. That infernal blast may have been a precursor to the entire plant igniting. But my God, the enormity of the blast was 10 times larger than anything I have heard of." "But the twin prototype Watson, the twin prototype and other key scientists have already left," I complained. "Even Moriarty was not on site. They can reconstruct everything with new personnel and factories when the extent of this blast is reported. Luckily Jack is still with them, but he is in grave danger if he makes the slightest slip in his cover." Revolver. Resolution. I momentarily turned to watch the conflagration. I saw Watson pat down his jacket to slap out burning embers that had covered his clothes. I looked down at my own clothes and started brushing off bits of burning debris. I turned Watson around and slapped at his back with my workman's hat. Then he returned the favor and cleared mine. "Holmes, this may hurt," Watson warned. He grabbed a small jagged fragment of window glass and pulled it from my left shoulder. "Ah!" I cried out. Watson pulled down my jacket and shirt off my left shoulder. He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped some blood off the wound. "Not significant," he yelled. "We will have to dress it later. Being an experienced combat doctor, I accepted his prognosis. However, damn it hurt." "Wait here," he yelled again above the din, as he ran back to where we had just escaped. He returned in a few minutes with our blackened valise. The wagon was blown over and burning. The horse killed, he reported. But I knew we would need cash, so I rummaged through the spilled contents and rescued this. "Good work, Watson," I congratulated him. The realization of the horror of such a ghastly weapon just gripped my spirit. I was shocked by the immensity of the explosion. I am over that now. Let's leave before the response gets organized. We made our way to the next town without being stopped. We cleaned ourselves best we could, so that in the dark we could pass as lower-class workers, whose standard of cleanliness was just below par. Thanks to Watson's keen wit and courage when he had recovered our valise, we were able to secure a room where we could rest. He put 2 stitches in shoulder wound and applied dressing. We went into town and bought a complete wardrobe the next day, and planned our next move. Watson and I agreed we had to go to Essen and get hold of Jack. Essen has one of Germany's most important coal and steel centres. At the end of the 16th century, many coal mines had opened in Essen, and the city earned a name as a centre of the weapon industry. The city became more and more strategically important. The factories of the Krupp family gained particular importance. Essen and the Krupp dynasty, resident in Essen since the 16th century, were of particular influence for each other. In 1811, Friedrich Krupp founded Germany's first cast steel factory in Essen and laid the cornerstone for what was to be the largest enterprise in Europe for decades. When Jack had left, he had given us the name of a place to stay, and a drop where we could leave a message where he would check periodically. A drop is a non-conspicuous hole or hiding place where small messages could be hidden, to be picked up at any time of the day or night, without the recipient having to go through anyone else. We would give him our room number, and if possible, he would come to us. When he left, he did not know what the measure of success or failure our half of the mission would be. He also did not know if he would be watched too closely to make contact with us, whether or not we had been successful. We had a sticky wicket either way. We checked into the Hotel Ruhr, named after the Ruhr River, a medium-sized tributary of the Rhine. Although Essen is a fairly large town, due to the heavy industry, we kept our forays to a minimum. We left a message at the drop, a smaller statue in a small park near the hotel. It was a statue of St. Alfred the Bishop, who founded a monastery for women in the centre of Essen. He held an alms cup that served for our drop. We used a small black cardboard cutout to create a false bottom to place the note under, to hide from any casual eyes. Then we waited. The newspapers of the day carried a story of a fire that broke out at a munitions plant south of here, and swiftly raged out of control. They did report it by name, and described a few casualties, and said the plant would take significant reconstruction before it would be back in production. They did not state the true extent of damage, the type of personnel missing, nor the number of deaths. No mention was made, of course, describing the experimentations that William conducted there covertly. We again waited, this time for a week. We were mulling over whether or not to contact Mycroft for information and further instruction, but we decided we couldn't chance breaking our cover. We knew there must be government agents swarming Germany to uncover anything unusual or unexplained foreign persons who might have had a hand in the munitions facility catastrophe. Waiting can be so stressful if you let it. I have been known to let my boredom bother me to the extent that I had resorted to drugs to seek release. That was in my younger days. Having matured, I came to know that fleeting momentary distractions at the cost of my health was definitely not worth it. And now that I was, as they label it, in my middle-aged years, my body did not recover so easily from abuse. I stuck to tobacco in moderate amounts, and alcohol, with or after dinner, in measured doses. Inaction in itself is not stressful, but forced inaction, due to having to wait on others' response, can cause all sorts of worry. Of course, in our situation, the overwhelming consideration was that we were hiding from a deadly opponent who had already killed to keep his activities from the public eyes, and we had, of course, attempted lethal sabotage. So the game we were engaged in had ultimate penalties. The clandestine nature of our making limited our ability to interact with the outside world. We kept to ourselves and kept in touch with the outside, mainly with newspapers. But we could not highlight our national and international interests by buying anything except local papers. The munitions facility's catastrophe did not make a second byline. It seemed to vanish from the concerns of anyone not directly involved with cleanup. We saw one advertisement from a local construction company that was recruiting a new work staff to go to the town that meant the amount of replacement of the facilities was lot of cash in the most troubling part of the country. The Kaiser's government apparently was going to keep the incident low-key and make recovery as quiet as could be. Without direct contact with Jack, we could only guess what was happening, and thus I refused to make any definite conclusion about what we had to do next. But that did not stop Watson and I from making alternate plans for once we knew the true situation. As we saw it, the professor would certainly want a first-hand appraisal of his loss. Whether he suspected foul play or experimental disaster, he would send Jack to investigate, and thus pull him off of keeping the second prototype secure. That could be one reason we had not been contacted yet. In this scenario, we would have to keep low and wait for Jack's next instructions. A second possibility was that somehow Jack's cover had been broken. In that case, we were on our own. If he had revealed the existence of our team, we would have been terminated. Since he was the one who directed us to stay at our current location, there would be no real reason not to take us out immediately. So although his cover could have been breached, our team had not been revealed. This one, the Kaiser's forces would be working against anything we could attempt. We would have to flee back to England to confer and regroup. A third possibility was that case that the professor, having lost the first prototype, and assumed it was not an experimental accident, was keeping Jack occupied securing the current device, and he could not slip off to meet with us. This again would require us to simply wait for his call, for he would then need us to help him, and we would have to be available at a moment's notice. It turned out none of the above was correct. On the 8th, unbearably tense day of wait, a man knocked on our door in the middle of the night. In crisp German, "Herr Holmes," he whispered against the door. "You must let me in. I have word from Watson's nephew." We of course had not registered at the inn under that name, and the knowledge that Watson had a nephew would alert us this man was from Jack. We hurriedly opened the door, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him in, and closed the door behind him. He shook our hands and introduced himself as Hans Snyder. "It is not well," he began. "My team is to help you track the professor. Jack has been given the task of guarding the device as it is transported to Vladivostok." These two startling facts caused Watson and I to rapidly look at each other with colossal surprise. Taking it to Vladivostok? Why in the devil is that infernal gadget leaving Germany and handed over to the Russians? And why to the Far East coast in remote Primorsky Krai, Imperial Russia? And what is the professor doing that we must track him? I rapidly spewed forth my incredulous inquiries. The Tsar is not getting the device. He is only hosting his cousin, the Kaiser's pet project that is too secret and too dangerous to keep in Europe anymore. The Kaiser had a great row with the professor and his development of the weapon. It had already cost several lives, and now the massive explosion had not only killed several top scientists, it has destroyed an entire munitions plant. He was furious that the failure of the device had caused such a catastrophe. The professor convinced him that, although the apparatus had apparently somewhat over-detonated in the controlled experiment to an extent not foreseen, the professor was convinced he could control such a devastating weapon given another chance, and under the proper constraints. The Kaiser said it was impossible to do such a thing in Prussia and keep it from being known by France, Great Britain, or any of his European neighbours. It must leave Germany. A hasty conference convinced him that none of Germany's colonies had the necessary capability to host such an experiment. The professor was aware that the fishing industry on the Russian East Coast Peninsula might have the capacity to support his project. He conspired with the Kaiser to seek help from the Tsar. The tantalizing prospect of sharing the fruits of this research might cajole the Tsar to partner with the Kaiser for great gains at minimal expenditure. The Kaiser met personally with the ambassador from Imperial Russia and presented his proposal, playing up the grand weapon without describing it in detail. The Tsar was consulted and agreed to allowing the purchase of a facility near Vladivostok at an extravagant price and monthly charge for minimal local support, and for allowing the transporting of the experimental apparatus across Imperial Russian territories. The mode of transport was determined to be by Zeppelin. The Kaiser was quite proud of the new technology of the airship. His pride in this German technology master design was huge. Being able to flaunt it before his cousin was a serendipity secondary development to having to remove the equipment from Prussia. Because of the vast intercontinental distance the Zeppelin would have to fly, refueling and resupply would be costly and would need some prior pre-positioning of supplies at remote designated points reached only barely by rail or coach. This was also an opportunity for the Prussian military to develop the capabilities of the Zeppelin. The hazards of such an extended cross-country flight would certainly try the Zeppelin as a grand military vehicle in itself. A success would benefit not only the professor, but also the military commanders who ruled the Zeppelin fleet. Jack has determined to stop the weapon from arriving at Vladivostok. He said he dearly wanted to have it removed from Prussia, and this was an excellent opportunity, since he was in fact in charge of security and safety of the device as it was transported. The isolation of the device from proper armed backup would make it quite vulnerable to a small band of saboteurs, with the lead security officer being the leader of that band. But what of the professor? I inquired. Won't he be overseeing his experiments and therefore must also go to Vladivostok? Yes, eventually, the Kaiser demanded this, but the professor will give his team ample time to transport and set up the facilities before he joins them. It will travel by train later. So what is he doing in the meantime? Where is he now? I asked. We are not sure. That is what we're working at. All of Jack's German agents have been sent on this task. What chance do we have of determining his whereabouts before he leaves for Russia? I asked. Pretty good, actually. He is keeping tight oversight with the Zeppelin commander and his team of scientists, and Jack's security team, as they prepare to load all the apparatus. The Zeppelin will fly to the Krupp facilities where the loading will be done. It will fly south, then cut east to intercept the Russian border, and fly across to above Mongolia and China, and then down the Primorier Peninsula. When we locate him, we will contact you. We will clear your way close to him, and allow you the honor to complete the assassination. Apparently our status as professional hired guns was established by Jack. It was probably his way of including us on the hit, since we would be considered too much of a risk as amateurs to be allowed in on the hunt. He knew our mindset concerning Moriarty. I believe he was paying back his uncle for being the cause of his wife's involvement and murder. We bade Hans goodbye, and again waited for the notification that our part had once again begun. Watson had a question for me, Holmes. How the deuce did you know that Vladivostok was on the Primorier Peninsula? So I told him the case I had undertaken, which he probably would have labelled The Adventure of the Poached Fabergé Imperial Jeweled Egg and the Chekhov Challenge. Anton Chekhov was a Russian physician, short story writer and playwright. His brief playwriting career produced 4 classics of the theatre. His best short stories are held in high esteem by writers and critics. Chekhov practiced as a doctor throughout his literary career. Medicine is my lawful wife, he once said. And literature is my mistress. Something Watson held in common ambition. The challenge had been made by Dr. Chekhov that a real Fabergé jeweled egg be used as the centre of one of his lesser plays, that no one could steal it while under his guard. I supposed he felt the play was not as well written as his others, and needed some gimmick to draw attention. It was the 1900 Trans-Siberian Railway egg that he had borrowed. He had an elaborate safe constructed, and a special Imperial Guard detachment to secure it. This challenge, however, was merely a magnet for criminal gangs all over Europe. I had just finished a small job for the Tsar's widowed mother, when I was called in to help the embarrassed doctor to recover the stolen egg he had on loan. It was quite a coincidence that I had to follow the crooks on the real Trans-Siberian Railway all the way to Vladivostok to recover it. The substantial fee, paid by the Tsar himself for the return of the egg, was used to purchase my beloved bee farm. Recounting the tale took less time than would have taken had Watson written it up, for I did not embellish it or romanticized it, as I have complained about his writing. No, I kept to the pertinent problem, the apparent and hidden clues uncovered, the purely logical sequence that revealed the inside collaborator to be the debt-ridden theatre owner, and the resulting chase of the master crook that ended with recovery of the jewel-encrusted egg. We turned in late, expecting we once again would cool our heels for developments to mature. It did not take long. In fact, the next morning we were awoken early and told to ready our weapons. The professor had returned to his Krupp offices yesterday. In fact, just that morning when I contacted you. We expect him to be there late tonight, as he keeps late hours going over the reports of his experiments. He has been trying to determine what happened and how to control that device. We don't know how long he will remain here, so we need to strike this day. Hans informed us. Are the factory offices closely guarded? And does the professor have a personal bodyguard? I inquired. Once you get through the front gate, there is not much in security. We have papers from Jack that will gain us entrance. The offices have night watchmen. The professor usually keeps late office hours. We do not know the current standing of the professor's personal guard during the evening, but the Prussian secret police has set up a squad to back up the night watchmen during the night. They are not overly concerned about the day shifts, because the factory is so busy, and Jack was the one to set up the night protection as the professor's security head. If the professor has a personal bodyguard during the day, it would be one of his own agency's men, as he does not trust the Prussian secret police or military. It is for this reason we believe the surest way to get to the professor and take him out is a daytime hit. We have arranged a meeting for you two this afternoon, posing as agents of the Kaiser, with important logistical matters to present. Carnes produced 2 business suits from a suitcase he had brought. He also gave us a briefcase with stacks of phony reports concerning supplies. And, conspicuous for a business meeting, a schnapps bottle was also present. As I picked it up to examine it, Hans said, "That, of course, is filled with an extremely combustible fluid. You must grab up his plans and set them on fire. We cannot chance that we take them and are caught while fleeing. They must not once again fall into their hands if we can get them." He tossed me a box of matches, which I pocketed. "Once you slay the professor, we will quickly take you to the Swiss border. You must go to Zurich. I understand you're to wait there for orders from Jack." Watson and I put on the business suits and concealed our pistols in one pocket and our large cylinder silencers in the opposite. Hans had done an excellent job of guessing our sizes, for the suits fit quite well. I looked in the mirror and saw a successful middle-aged middle management figure that cut a sharp impression. Watson and I could surely pass inspection as agents of the Kaiser. In fact, I liked the cut so much, I decided to keep the coat jacket for myself back home. We followed Hans down to a carriage, where we were introduced to his partner, and were whisked away. The hotel was across town, but we made good time. We had left nothing in the hotel, but had not checked out. We stuffed our valise under the back seat. As we approached the Krupp munitions factory, it laid out in an imposing set of buildings, blast furnaces and foundries. Rail cars were being loaded all day long. The hastily erected mooring derrick for the Zeppelin could be seen off to one side. Apparently, the airship had already made its pickup and was on its journey. This was confirmed by Hans. He had been one of the spectators of the loading of the Zeppelin. Most of the town who could break away rushed to the Krupp factory when the unannounced arrival of the Zeppelin alerted the city to a new wonder they had only read about: the rigid airship. The ship had presented quite an awe-inspiring sight as it gracefully drove among the low-hanging clouds. The drone of its motors could be heard below by the folks below who seldom were disturbed by the internal combustion engine, let alone in such an unusual manner. They were of course stopped at the gates, and none were allowed in to see what cargo was being shipped. But that did not deter the spectators. The gigantic shadow, as the ship had flown over the town, had swept the streets, immediately drew the crowds to the Krupp facilities. They cheered as the Zeppelin was moored, and a lot of people stayed around long after the docking, when the mundane matters of restocking and preparing the hold for the professor's device was performed. The smaller crowd remained, even though they could not see the particulars of the preparation for the continued journey of the great ship. The loading of supplies and the device took past the night, when all of the spectators had returned home. They did not know when to return to see the departure, since it was not posted anywhere, and the local papers were frozen out of any information. Although their reporters determinedly tried to pry loose anything to do with why it was here, and where it was going, and when. I was much impressed myself, Hans related. But I knew the deadly cargo and what needed to be done. Jack had already briefed us, and gave us these papers to clear our way. Jack's papers were closely examined by the entrance guards when we presented them at the gate. "What is your business with the Herr Zuna?" the guard demanded. We had chosen to make our visit to the day shift superintendent, in order not to arouse suspicions, and have Moriarty notified of our presence. Herr Zuna was concerned about vermin control. "We are here to guarantee that there will be no further concern with that," Hans replied with an earnest face. We were ushered in with directions on how to get to his office. Instead, we made our way to the headquarters building that housed the professor's office. We wanted our presence announced at the last minute, in order to catch the professor unawares. We had arrived early so he would be there, but expecting us later. Hans and his partner preceded us into the building. They sat down in the lobby and ignored us. We went to the reception desk and reported that we were slightly early for our meeting with Mr. Catesby. The receptionist wanted us to wait, while she notified Mr. Catesby of our arrival. We haughtily informed her that we were agents of the Kaiser, and we would go straight to his office. We had been there before a lie and knew the way. She was flustered, but our imposing manner made her sit down, and at this moment Hans and his partner had approached her with inquiries to distract her from following up on us. We headed upstairs. We made our way to the corner office that was the local headquarters of Moriarty. We stopped in front of his door and listened. We did not hear anyone conversing. There was no one in the hallway, and only remotely muffled typewriters could be heard mutely down the hallway. I put my hand on the doorknob and found it unlocked. We rapidly opened the door, came in, and closed it behind us. A dark figure sat behind a wide drawing table next to a desk, bent over large plans, rose in front of us, its head swiveled side to side, eyes as slits cutting into our conscious. "Holmes, you have interfered with me enough. I won't," Moriarty started. The explosion that erupted from my pocket blasted an ugly entry hole in the middle of the magnificent forehead of Moriarty. From the exit wound blew a significant portion of the professor's brain to splatter a horrendous red splotch of grey gore and dripping blood. The corpse dropped, gun in hand, like a cement sack. "Holmes!" Watson exclaimed incredulously. "I didn't need to exchange pleasantries with him, Watson. The traitor and murderer has wasted enough of my time and concern." I cut him short. "I was going to congratulate you on an excellent shot, my friend. You got yours off before I could clear my weapon," Watson rejoined, having drawn his own revolver into his hand. Bloody, cold-blooded reptile deserved no less. Watson strode over to the corpse and gave it a swift kick to the groin. He then pulled out the airgun that killed his wife from his left-hand pocket and put a second, though smaller, hole in the perforated skull of the professor. It wasn't necessary, but highly satisfactory, I could see. "Just a minute, Watson," I interjected. My shot did not have appeared to have raised alarm from anyone down the hall. Maybe being so close to the foundry and rail yards had caused inattention to single sudden loud noises. I went to the corpse and searched his pockets. I tossed a wallet to Watson to go through as I recovered a notebook. I later confirmed what I had found out about his agents, but it also revealed several unknown agents and exposed other secreted schemes which were currently progressing or soon to commence. Watson handed me the wallet, indicating with a wag of his head that it had nothing of significance. I pulled out sufficient monies from the wallet to replace the cost of the coat I had ruined when I shot through the pocket, and tucked it back into the pocket of the corpse from where it had been retrieved. "I won't charge you for the execution billet," I growled at the bleeding corpse. "That's my treat." "Holmes, I hear someone coming," Watson warned. A rather large man knocked on the door, quietly called Herr Katsibe, and peered around. Watson had screwed on the large silencer onto his gun, while I had been gathering all the plans I could about the project. I had stuffed 2 large wastebaskets with the plans on the table. The safe was open because the expired professor had been working on the plans. I grabbed as much as I could and stuffed them next to the others. Because of the bulkiness of a gun with silencer attached, we had kept them off as we entered the premise. We also had not brandished the guns while in the hallway, in case someone saw us walk the hall. He quickly shot the bodyguard several times in the chest, while the bodyguard was reaching for his gun, which he went for as soon as he had seen the professor lying in his own blood. He fell forward at Watson's feet. Watson rapidly pulled the body fully into the room, looked down the hallway, and seeing nothing that indicated the incident had been observed, he closed the door. I nodded to him to remain there as I poured the flammable mixture all over the plans. I lit the papers, which instantly flared and billowed smoke. We left the briefcase and exited the room, closing the door behind us. We met no one on the stairway as we descended. On the bottom floor, we hurried past Hans and his partner, who were still engaging the receptionist in contradictory and confusing questions. They broke off their distraction and followed us out. We heard someone upstairs start a cry over a fire. Outside, as we jumped into our carriage, we saw smoke billowing out the rear office windows. We headed out the back way, into the rail yards and through the open gates, while a train was backing cars in to be loaded. The office building we had apparently set on fire was too far behind us to observe how it was being evacuated and dealt with. We didn't return to our hotel, but Hans drove us all night to a rail station several towns west of Essen. He personally accompanied us onto the train after dismissing his partner. The travel by train was uneventful, and we had no problems at the border with false Swiss passports and Massalian papers Hans had given us. We leisurely headed on, while he returned to whatever he had to do, so considering one no mortal. We made our way to the Zurich Hotel. Swiss Hotel Zurich where we had sent our things previously, to await our arrival. The check-in was without incident, and we were shown to our suites. We were once again able to don our own clothes from our interrupted supposed holiday tour. I made a special trip to a men's clothing store and purchased a leather smoking jacket with the professor's money. Many a night I would enjoy its luxurious softness and appreciate the late professor's generosity, a superb trophy of a most satisfactory hunt. We began a much-needed recuperation for two men who were feeling their age, and an anxious wait for news of Jack's mission. My shoulder was healing slowly but completely. We were compensated in our latest wait with a much more luxurious surroundings than our two previous stays. The spas and excellent dining room made the wait a pleasant experience. There was nothing we could do to aid Jack, so we just waited with anticipation. The glorious mountains that we viewed out our windows were soothing to our disturbed souls. I was going through the late professor's notebook and pointed out to Watson that the professor was going to increase the size of the uranium pellets from the meteor in his forthcoming experiment. Siberian Fireball, June 30th, 1908. Witnesses in the Russian town of Kirensk and nearby towns, at the same distance, saw an explosion like a pillar of fire, and that then turned into a cloud of smoke rising from the ground. A huge cloud of black smoke grew considerably fast, and a rain of ash fell from the horizon. It was later reported that sensitive instruments recorded seismic vibrations as much as 500 miles away. At 300 miles, observers heard deafening bangs and witnessed a fiery cloud on the horizon. About 100 miles from the explosion, the object was seen in the cloudless daytime sky as a brilliant, sun-like fireball attended by roaring noises. At distances around 20 miles, people were thrown to the ground or even knocked unconscious. Windows were shattered and dishes knocked off shelves. Probably the closest observers were some reindeer herders asleep in their tents in several camps about 20 miles from the site. They were blown into the air and knocked unconscious. Everything around was cloaked in smoke and fog from the burning fallen trees. Because the object exploded up in the atmosphere, instead of hitting the ground, it left no crater. The effect on the ground was limited to devastation of a large forest area. At ground zero, tree branches were stripped, leaving trunks standing up. But at distances from roughly 3 out to 10 miles, the trees were blown over, lying with tops pointed away from the blast. No witness was known to have been best close to the blast. The closest humans were probably herders camped in tents, roughly 20 miles from ground zero. This phenomenon was reported in all the major newspapers in the civilized world. At the time, we suspected it was the infernal weapon that Devil Moriarty had created, but we had no way of confirming that it was not just a natural occurrence from a meteor, as reported by the press. We knew that Moriarty's device was on a Zeppelin headed for the Russian east coast. After the horrendous explosion at the munitions factory, Watson and I suspected some terrible accident had accidentally set it off. Instead, we received a report through the European agents that had been relayed from inside Russia. It turns out that Jack Grimm had decided not only to sabotage the device, but also felt it imperative to terminate the entire scientific team that could reconstruct the weapon after the prototype had been destroyed. He felt a premature discharge, and following the detonation, would bring down the Zeppelin and all in it. He apparently had no idea the full magnitude of the explosion. I am sure he waited until they were out over the wilderness. They had quite an expanse of rough country to traverse. Jack had secretly contacted one of his top agents in Germany, while the Zeppelin had loaded its precious cargo, and had him illegitimately infiltrate onto the Zeppelin at their last refueling stop before their cross-continent flight. The agent, Gustav Schwartz, was actually a double agent in the Prussian secret police. He had been able to concoct a message that just had to be delivered to the Zeppelin commander before the trip continued. It instructed him to be included on the voyage. The way the command was communicated, there would be no likelihood that the orders could be verified. The signature had been faked and could not be verified before they left. He had been able to sneak aboard a quantity of dynamite in his luggage that he brought aboard with him. He had also brought aboard 2 guns with silencers. Later that night, as the Zeppelin was deep into Russia, he was able to sneak off and meet with Jack in Jack's compartment. They conspired to break into the cargo hold and set off charges they would put on the device. They would have to wait until the crew and scientists had settled into a routine, out over the wilderness when they would lower their guards. The trip would take days, as they traveled at a maximum speed of 45 miles per hour, and had to cover over 3,000 miles from their last fueling in Germany to their destination near Vladivostok in Russia. The transport by airship was the only secure way to transport the superweapon, as rail service was not continuously dependable. The British Navy ruled the oceans, and if they had advanced notice of a sea route, they would surely intercept any ship and plunder the device. As it was, fuel supplies had to be pre-positioned across Russia, in backward towns unaccustomed to motorized vehicles. Gustav and Jack decided to act early in the morning on the 4th day, before too many people went about daily activities. Gustav carried the dynamite suitcase, while Jack kicked the door open into the cargo hold. He saw 2 guards and 1 scientist, who was apparently checking on the delicate instruments attached to the device. He rapidly, with precise aim, shot both guards and dropped the scientist with a headshot, and he was ducking behind the instruments. He put 2 more headshots in the guards to make sure they didn't disturb Gustav as he set up the explosives. His staff was ordered by Jack to use a parachute and jump ship immediately. Jack would have to set the explosive off himself as he discharged the weapon and jammed its complex double-firing sequence. Jack gave him a small notebook and letter. He said the notebook was to be delivered to Mycroft and letter to Sherlock Holmes. He shook Gustav's hand and slapped his back. He then returned to his task as Gustav left the cargo hold for one of the rear hatches on back of the Zeppelin. He did not hesitate, but with a little bundle tucked under his arm, serenely stepped out of the hatch and off into clear morning sky. His body turned and twisted during a soundless plunge toward the earth. The package swung up and opened with a snap like a rifle shot. Beneath a huge, wide expanse of fabric, he swung like a pendulum, then descended ever so slowly and safely to earth. The Zeppelin steadily continued on its voyage. Whether he had been noticed abandoning ship and they did not have the inclination or time to turn around to find him, he never knew. 10 minutes later, at 7:17 a.m., as he was making his way through the brush and trees to a small village he had noted while descending from the airship, the explosion reported around the world knocked him off his feet. He picked himself up and made his way to the village. He had secured gold coins in his suit and was easily able to hire a boat and crew to take him hastily downstream to a larger town, then to another that had a telegraph. He reported to an agent in France, who then reported the events to England. They arranged to have him transported by boat then train to Europe. He would be given a new identity and job with other units, as he could not return to Prussia or be known to have survived the Zeppelin explosion. An agent met us at our hotel in Zurich, Switzerland, where we were recuperating and anxiously awaiting any news and orders. Mycroft had sent 2 dispatches, his mission out briefing, and Jack's letter to me. Mycroft congratulated us on what we had been able to accomplish. The definitive demise of Moriarty ensured that malevolent mastermind would never devise another fiendish plot, nor command a criminal organization again. The destruction of the experimental munitions plant, obliteration of the weapon prototype, and the deaths of the team of Moriarty's scientists, who alone knew how to build the device, terminated the threat that it had posed. Although British scientists, technicians, and military experts had the basic concepts of Moriarty's device, without the unique meteor, no more such weapon could be created. They were still unable to comprehend what physical process caused the uranium to cause such a massive explosion. It was quite beyond their current understanding of scientific theories of physics. Perhaps some future day, the horrors of such a weapon would be unleashed upon mankind, but for the immediate future, thousands of deaths would have to be committed with lesser, yet gruesome weapons mankind would think up. Mycroft bade me come home and wished me a further, uneventful retirement. 2 substantial checks would be sent to us. as reward for our services and losses. The letter from Jack was to both Watson and me. It read, Mr. Holmes and Uncle John, upon your receipt of this, I will have been dead for days or weeks. But I assure you, my death brought a significant benefit to mankind, and I do not regret for 1 second that I paid the price. Uncle John, I am terribly, terribly sorry I caused the death of your beloved Christie. That I do regret more than I can ever convey to you. I know that by the time you read this, we will be strolling the golden streets of heaven, swapping stories about her time with you in her earthly sojourn. I dearly hope that some day soon you will follow our example and rely upon Jesus for your salvation. I know it seems incompatible with my killing the scientist and destroying all aboard the Zeppelin that was transporting Moriarty's fiendish, devil-inspired weapon, with my claim to be a true Christian. I may have to explain myself to Jesus, but I know that even the Holy Spirit killed 2 Christians who merely lied to him over money. My lies and deceptions were not to myself or to God, but to earthly agents of Satan. I did it not for selfish gain, but for humanity's benefit. Maybe I cannot rightly justify my actions. Maybe I am entirely wrong. The fact is, I have a loophole. Jesus died for all of my sins, those I engaged in before I knew better, and those I did anyway after I committed myself to Christ. I will have his unblemished coverings on when I appear before the great white throne. My judgment has been waived, my cleanliness imputed. Mr. Holmes, I truly regret having you involved with your close friend's wife's murder. I know that although you two have been involved in many dreadful deaths, this one was personal. It was my instigation to involve you and abuse my uncle's relationship to get to meet you and turn over the technical papers I had copied. I apologize to you both for my underestimation of my cover. We spent so little time together, and under circumstances that did not encourage familiarity, I never got to really know you, the person behind those marvelous exploits my uncle chronicled. So, this is my apology and final goodbye to you both. Jack Grimm. The case was closed. I parted with my dear old friend Watson as he headed back to London alone, really alone, without his beloved wife. He let me know that I was not required at the belated funeral ceremony for his wife he would be conducting upon his return. I was not required, nor it seems wanted. I took a different route home to England, once again returned to my villa upon the southern slope of the Downs, commanding a great view of the Channel. My old housekeeper and my bees have once again become my close and consistent companions. I once more gave myself up entirely to that soothing life of nature, for which I had so often yearned during the long years spent amid the gloom of the callous criminal world of London. I had a peaceful respite that would last until national duty recalled me in 1912, with a precursor to the gathering storm of that terrible year, 1914, and wrested me once again from my quiet life of retired consulting detective. Jack's notebook. The loss of Jack Grimm, my nephew, my only close relative, was bitter. He had caused my darling Christie to be murdered, something I could not forgive. But he was an upstanding fellow, and my brother's only offspring. As I have gotten older, and time for me is shorter, I become conscious that I had no children from my marriages. Gustav Swartz had given me the notebook, something Jack had slipped to him, along with his mission report notebook and the letter of apology to me and Holmes. I had just shoved it into my pocket when it was presented to me, with no word of thanks. I didn't even attempt to read it until after the funeral ceremony of my departed wife. It was a small cardboard-bound notebook that one would use to jot down quick notes. It was not a diary that one would expect to keep for memories. In fact, when I had flipped through it, it was illegible, an uninterrupted string of letters having no sense at all. That is, except for the one sentence at the front, inside cover, and one on the back, inside cover. The first sentence just said, "A letter means nothing." The sentence on the back cover said, "The following is the proceeding," then a gibberish string of letters at the bottom of the page which ran, "Basfuth mato fama ogiupo." So Jack had encoded a notebook, but apparently left the key in an enigma of a clue. Most keys to codes are sent separately, so without the key, the code is undecipherable. But Jack could not be sure I was given a key, so he included it, but made it veiled. I had put the notebook away for several weeks again, until my anger had cooled, and my curiosity of his last words kept my peace of mind disturbed. Moriarty was dead, the bastard. The weapons destroyed, and without the meteor, our scientists and technicians cannot hope to duplicate the experiments. They had reconstructed a similar device, of inferior design, but as close as they could from the sketches provided by Holmes and I, detailed plans had been destroyed in all 3 incidents. But they could not explain the fierceness of the explosions. No known scientific explanation was possible from known theories of matter. Maybe at some later date our scientists could come up with some theory, but now they were stumped. Maybe the meteor has some unknown mineral, something even more exceptional than the uranium. One of the scientists was trying to tell me some mumbo-jumbo about some crazy theory from an obscure Swiss patent office clerk, named Einstein, had come up with. Couldn't make heads nor tails of it. Jack knew that Holmes and I had worked several ciphers in Holmes' many cases. Some, such as the dancing men, did not even appear to be code to the casual observer, just child scrawlings. Jack had given me the notebook, so he apparently wanted me to decipher it. I would just have to use Holmes's method and work this out. What if a letter means nothing was in fact to be taken literally? If I deleted the letter A from the string of letters, and they formed words, unintelligent, but words nevertheless, what I got was SFUFMTFN Tob FM Hodgeyupol. Gibberish. But using Holmes' admonition to observe, I had to think what it could mean. Well, since Jack had only given 2 readable sentences, comparing the gibberish to both, I noticed that the first sentence had 4 words with the exact number of letters of each word of the coded sentence, and the second sentence had said the following was the first sentence. There are 2 English words of 1 letter, I and A. A was the first letter of the first sentence, so it fit. Plus, it fit the meaning of the second readable sentence. The letters of the following sentence would actually be the preceding in the alphabet. The words then became a retail name, Gnieften, but that was gibberish too. Then I looked at the second word, apart from the entire sentence, and lo and behold, I recognized that Rettel was letter, spelled backwards. Using the fact that each word was reversed, and then coded the gibberish Basfuf Martob Famajo Giupo, read, a letter means nothing. He was able to use the letter A as a spacer, since the decoded letter will be Z, not used much in English words. End of chapter line, read. So it only encumbered me to decode the entire notebook, to read the last words of my nephew. This is what the first line he wrote on the first page came out decoded. Glib nok wobs pkk tok, ransabo. Pure gibberish. So I hadn't deciphered his key at all, or maybe he had just set up a false key to discourage the code translator. But I reflected, he had to include the key, as I thought his clues were. There was no letter or note given to me, besides the notebook itself. It took some rumination, but I told myself, since he had revealed a decipher method, maybe he intentionally had the first line decode as gibberish so that it would discourage the person who attempted to translate it and immediately fail. It might just be a blind to discourage continued decoding using the given method. If one assumed it was purposely given and purposely did not work on the first line, any other attempt using something else would surely fail. So I tried the second line, and now I decoded the following. Congratulations, Uncle, if you can read this. I had indeed figured out his code. I proceeded to finish the entire notebook. It follows. You obviously learnt a thing or two from your association for Mr. Holmes. You really have not given yourself enough credit or intelligence in your writing about Holmes's cases. I have written this reminiscence to further apologize and explain myself. My heart is heavy that I caused the death of Aunt Christie, an innocent bystander, that I foolishly involved in affairs concerning that devil Moriarty. I will have an accounting with him if at all possible, but first I must ensure his device is destroyed. It is so horrendous I cannot allow it to fall into anyone's hands. I don't know if I can get Moriarty and the weapon in one stroke, So I have had to give you the mission of eliminating the professor, if I cannot. I have given Hans the necessary maps and papers to get you into the professor. If I can eliminate the device and his expert team without deadly consequences to myself, I will help you track him down and finish him. But I do not think that will be possible, as he is not traveling with us in the device, but taking a train later. I must rely on you to finish the professor. I am writing this while I am waiting for the Zeppelin to arrive and transport our weapon to a fishing boat manufacturing factory that is being converted to a weapons development lab. It is located on the remote peninsula of eastern Russia. The Kaiser threw a royal fit and has banished Moriarty and his device to a remote location until he can create a safe and reliable engine of destruction that can be used on an enemy battleship instead of his own troops. He knows the weapon can be devastating. From the explosion of the first device, he just wants to have it developed far enough away that it can be kept secret and distant enough in case it unpredictably blows again. The professor had ranted and wailed to his expert team. He has had many conferences with them about what had happened. He believes he knows, but will not specifically explain to his scientists what he believes is a totally new phenomena. Folks on Patrick C. Professor Jenis, he in fact yelled at them. They were too stupid to understand even if he explained it to them. This of course did not enamor the professor to the scientists, who were some of the brightest Prussian minds that the Kaiser could press into his service. He has sworn to them his fundamental management of the experiment was proper. He had just not known the extent of the result. Instead of creating a hardened projectile, it had itself become a super explosive that could destroy a battleship on its own. He would not just rip out the bottom hull, but decimate the entire ship. Now that he had seen the result of his device, he swore he could contain the experiment with slight necessary modifications and would not allow it to be mishandled to cause any more unexpected explosions and deadly cost. I was attending these meetings as his personal bodyguard. He again treated me as such, and did not care if I overheard his conversations with his experts. He rightly thought I could not follow their conversations technically at all, but I did understand the gist of the dangerousness of the device, if not its workings. I knew its potential and its necessary elimination. So I will be accompanying the device at the professor's insistence. He is unwittingly guarding his henhouse with the fox. The blast of his first device has obliterated all traces of the subversive equipment that was brought in. The professor was unaware of any attempt at sabotage. So, he is wary of Prussian secret police, but does not suspect me or my agents, as far as I know. He hasn't pressed me on the status of missing Fritz. He is too busy with getting his project moved and set up. He has left the rest of his agency schemes to his lower associates. Let me tell you my tale of disciplined and committed working for British intelligence, as an expatriate patriot, to disciplined and committed and working for British intelligence as a Christian. I had actually joined the Meters Agency before I had my spiritual epiphany. I was working my way into the good graces of the professor. It is by the grace of God that he revealed himself to me, even in my unbelief and my clandestine work posing as a hardened criminal. I am unburdening myself to you, Uncle, because I feel I owe you, not an excuse, but an explanation. I know Aunt Christie's fondest wish is that you join her in heaven, where I believe she awaits us both. Also, I have no real friends in my line of work, who I would or could reveal who and what I am. I know I will probably fill every page of this small notebook with my account, but I don't think I will have a chance to do this in person. I have a premonition. I think I will be meeting my Lord Jesus before I see you again. In fact, I have little option but to attempt a plan that surely will cause my demise. But my duty is to finish my task, even at the cost of my life. So I probably won't even talk with you in person again. Maybe my tale will show you why I believe, even though before I was unconcerned about eternity. I grew up under the hard hand of an alcoholic father. He meant well, but the demon drink caused him to beat my mother, and then me, when as a young man I tried to stop him. He always was contrite, and tried to say he was so sorry when he became sober. But Mum finally had to run away, not only for her safety, but also for mine. Her sister had married a German, and as her only relative, she had nowhere else to turn. We fled to the continent at her offer of shelter. She eventually married a good man who took us both in, but since I was not his blood son, he was distant and untouchable. My experience with my loving father and cold stepfather made me hate the term father. When I was in church and they told of a loving heavenly father, I had no desire to seek something I detested and feared, another father. Didn't the writers of the Bible constantly talk about their fear of him? Why would I want a relationship with another harsh father who could slaughter thousands when they disrespected him? I grew up isolated and a stranger in a foreign land. I longed to find a place. I held tight to my British upbringing, although I accepted my stepfather's last name, mainly to please my mother, who thought it would make us a close family, and he would have it no other way. I became disciplined in my habit, and strong in character, to make up for the shortcoming of my deceased father. I didn't think of him as dad. My stepfather was not rich, but sufficiently well off in order to send me to university, at least for the 3 years before he died. When I lost my mother, shortly after my stepfather died, I was on my own. I had you, my uncle, and my mother's sister, but you were in England. Annie, my aunt, had moved to a distant town around the same time my mother remarried. But I was okay with that. Without strings of attachment, the world was open to me, as I knew I was skilled, intelligent, and could do whatever I set my mind to. After I had to leave school before completing a degree, I got a menial job in Berlin, then tried for a better job for a time in Paris. I had learned Russian from a fellow student at my school that was an immigrant to Germany as I was. We had struck up a friendship that gave me someone who was not really accepted by the local German boys, as I had been shunned. I was able to secure a clerk position in a Paris bank that did business with Russian commercial houses. But I longed to return back to England, my birthplace. For although I had a bad father, I had many happy memories of friends of my mother, who consoled us when my father had succumbed to one of his drinking binges. I had always intended to look you up, Uncle. But being the brother of my father, I was hesitant. I just wanted to avoid the bad memories, and you may have been too physically similar to my father to be comfortable for me. I found government work as a clerk in Scotland Yard. When an opportunity was circulated that a special occupation was opening up, that required experience in Europe, I felt it could be an advancement over the low and boring clerking job I had. Yet in fact it turned out to be a position as a British intelligence agent on the continent. They were appreciative of my working experience in Berlin, Paris, and connections with Russian businessmen. I was to investigate a growing anarchistic criminal movement. Individualist anarchism held that individual conscience and the pursuit of self-interest should not be inhibited by any communal body or public authority. The criminal elements were scheming this philosophy to minimize their culpability at breaking laws. Using this dodge, they were gaining sympathy and support from pseudo-intellectuals and like-minded political sympathizers in England. The support is the form of aiding and abetting criminal activity in the name of political expediency. The main use to obtain property illicitly was to convince supporters that the state is an illegitimate institution. Max Stirner was an influence upon the anarchist tradition, claiming the amoral self-serving rationality of egoism. What Stirner proposed was not that concepts should rule people, but that people should rule concepts. The denial of absolute truth is rooted in his nothingness of the self. This holds true for society's institutions, which claim authority over the individual, be it the state, legislation, the church. The French anarchists were collaborating with English political sympathizers and supporting illicit criminal activities. The syndicalism movement has the avowed aim of transforming capitalist society through action by the working class on the industrial front. For syndicalists, labor unions are the potential means both of overcoming capitalism and of running society. Syndicalism is a French word, meaning trade unionism. This milder version of syndicalism was overshadowed by revolutionary anarcho-syndicalism, and this movement was what the British government was growing concerned about. It was my clandestine infiltration into a local Parisian criminal gang that eventually led me to contacts in a loose net of gangs that were using the political influence on both sides of the Channel to help plan and execute illicit activities, then transport loot across the channel, going both directions. It was from this that I learned of a mastermind organization, only referred to as the Agency. It was fast becoming a predominant body in crime circles on both in England and several European countries. It was involved in thefts, scams, blackmail, kidnappings, and murder. Nothing was ignored that could bring in sufficient loot that would make it worth their concern. The petty thefts and scams that I participated in were rationalized away by me for the better good I would work by exposing the network of individuals that were perpetrating the associations between the criminals and willing stooges of the property. Intellectual and social conscious class. When I had infiltrated the Meters Agency, I knew there was an element of evil far surpassing those I had unfortunately associated myself with previously. The cunning and guile were extraordinary in the extent and disregard for others' lives. Murder was continually committed on the mere hint of exposure. It was after I had played a part in the murder of Henry Becquerel that I was to prove myself to the Meters Agency by finding and fingering for execution a member of the gang who had faltered on an assassination assignment and immediately disappeared. The criminal associate who had fallen into disfavor was one Alain Relais. He had been contracted to assassinate a Parisian judge who had jurisdiction over districts that the Menhirs Agency was operating in, and who had been approached but had resisted corruption. He was part of a two-man team, similar to what I had experienced in my burglary venture turned homicidal. Only Alain had not only not cooperated in the hit, but also caused his teammate to be caught in the act and apprehended. Alain's haunts were known, and my team was sent to reconnoiter and capture him. Roberto could not understand why Alain must have frozen. He knew him to be a cold-blooded killer that was only out for his own self-interest. His avowed sympathies with the individualist anarchist movement had made him a key instigator and collaborator with our teams and our contacts with the groups and individuals that showed sympathies with us. Jack, another local gang member, also knew Alain and knew he was fearless and ruthless in the murders he had previously been tasked with, two that Jack had planned and joined in on. It didn't take long to track Alain down. We were tipped off that he was hiding out with the widow of his deceased brother just outside of Marseille. We put together a team of 5 of us to do the deed. We went there a late Saturday, figuring the locals would be celebrating the end of their work week, and any commotion would be thought to be a bit too much of celebration. When we broke into the house through the back door, his sister-in-law calmly said, "He ain't here. He's waiting for you at the empty warehouse Mont Saint-Victoire in the Port Vieux in the Panier Quarter. You know he's armed, and he knows you are after him." We left Jean to keep an eye on her and left for our rendezvous. It was way past midnight when we found the abandoned warehouse. Our reconnoiter chased away several alcoholic bums who had sought shelter around the locked warehouse as they saw us heavily armed and decided not to stick around for the action. Roberto signaled for a huddle after we had cased the outside of the building and surroundings. He told us I would go in first and they would follow if they heard any gunshots or I took too long, presuming I would have been taken out silently. I had found a second-story window that I could get to without too much commotion and a little climb up a storm gutter. I told them if they heard any crashing to rush in, as it was dark, and if I happened to trip on something that would raise alarm, they were to close in immediately. I handed one of our group, René, my shotgun. Then I shimmied up the drainpipe without too much noise. I found the window locked, but several glass panes were broken out. I had to merely stick my arm in and release the lock. I eased the window open and stuck a foot down onto the inner floor. It was rather dark. The quarter moon and slightly clouded sky shined a dim bit of light to illuminate the hole I had broken into. I didn't see any lights on the second floor as I quietly made my way to the stairs that led to the warehouse floor. The stairs were on one side on an overhanging walkway and had open railings. I went over to the railings and surveyed the floor and side offices. The floor was empty, except for a few discarded crates and debris. I made my way down the steel stairs, keeping my progress subdued and cautious. At the bottom of the stairs, I saw a dim light in a back, side office, barely more illuminated than that light coming from the overhead ceiling windows. Looking at the front of the building, I noticed a quick silhouette sneak a look by one of our gang, took to see my progression. I made my way across the floor, suppressing a sneeze as I indefinitely kicked up the thick, settled dust. I leaned my back against the wall when I neared the office. I eased my way to an office window and looked in. I saw what could be a line, hunched over a desk, with his rifle leaned up next to him against the desk. I eased the door open, hoping it would not creak from rust. As I stuck my gun hand in, a surprise broomstick knocked my arm down, and the gun clattered to the floor. Elaine quickly used the broomstick to snake around my neck and spun me inside the room and kicked the door shut. He placed his left index finger to his lips in the universal shut up signal and waved the gun in his right hand, which replaced the dropped broomstick, to signify I take the seat next to the dummy at the desk. "I don't know you," he stated in low tones, "but you will be my captive audience until I am gunned down by your compatriots. Cut the war, Dixire. You speak to the end of the world's day." "Sure. Don't talk, just listen. I don't have much time left." He interrupted my attempt to comment with a commanding poke of his gun. "I know I failed the assassination task, and this sentenced me to death, especially when I caused Louis to be captured. I knew it would only be a matter of time before you caught up to me and killed me." He reached down and picked up my gun from the floor. He set it close to me on the desk, just out of convenient reach. "But my soul needs to give testimony. I need to make a public confession of my faith before I meet my Maker, Lord Jesus, which you will hasten." I was stunned. I could not believe what I was hearing. This man was a multiple murderer, and his last act on earth was to tell me he ached to talk religion. "I know you cannot believe what I am telling you, but the Spirit of God has told me to tell you my story and testimony. I had a loving mother and father, both who were killed in a ferry sinking during a violent storm. My brother, sisters, and I were with them and rescued, but I was only 13 and devastated. How could the loving God I heard about in church take both of my parents and leave us kids? My brother and sisters and I were taken to my grandfather on his farm. He was alone, for our grandmother had died the year before. One spring day, not 3 months from the tragedy of the loss of our parents, a sudden thunderstorm caught us out in the field. We ran back to the barn to return our tolls, when the lightning, that flashed all over the heavens between humongous black clouds, cracked a loud boom and ignited the hayloft and roof. We were all knocked to the ground. My grandfather struck his head on the anvil, and it split open. We were panicked and ran to the door, but the fire had exploded some barrels stored in the loft. Burning oil poured over the door, and my brother as he tried to open it. The lightning strike had broken the main rafter and contorted the doorway so that the door was jammed. My sisters screamed as I tried to put him out by tearing off my shirt, knocking him down and covering him. The fire had engulfed the entire barn. The burning loft fell on my sisters, who had pulled back when I was rolling my burning brother on the ground. It was then that my grandfather's hired hand, who had been working a farther field, broke open the door from the outside with the pickaxe he had been working with. He was able to pull me by my pant legs, my shirt stuck under my brother, who lay unconscious on the floor. Before he could return to attempt to rescue, the blazing roof collapsed and covered the body. My sisters were not only buried under the loft, but the roof on top of that. With another thunderous boom, lightning struck an ancient oak and split it down the center. At the same instant, the clouds unleashed a torrent of rain. It slowly put out the barn that was a roaring inferno. But the deluge did not save my brother or my sisters. I cursed the God who took my parents and shortly robbed me of the rest of my family. He controlled the winds and clouds. Storms had taken all of my family. My grandfather's farm was mortgaged to the hilt, and I was left destitute. I was sent to an orphanage and walked a hard life since. I ran away from the cold, heartless orphanage and lived on the streets by my wits and criminal skills. Those I ran with were as hardened by their experiences of a brutal, uncaring world as I was. Bitter that fate smiled on others while we had to fight for daily bread and dirty water. Alcohol was the only safe liquid to drink. It also brought forgetfulness. if not a drunken peace. The only glimmer of hope for a profession was when, by my reputation for being a successful and nasty street fighter, I was recruited by the agency. They needed a strong arm and sharp knife to guard their criminal activities and collect on bad gambling debts. I soon was graduated to carrying a firearm and became a deadly shot, and I do not mean accurate when I say deadly. The agency became a twisted family. We took care of each other and provided a dark sort of comradeship that bound us with oaths of allegiance and financial support. One day, I had to face myself. We were on a collection job. Some fool had made bets he could not pay and ran up more debt trying to win enough to pay his obligation to our gang. We broke into his hovel and roughed him up. He had no money, and we were to make an example of him so his neighbors, also heavily in debt to us, would be terrorized into paying us off. There was nothing in his small run-down rooms that could be hocked for even pennies. After my companions had their fun beating him bloody, they dropped him on the floor and left him to me to finish. I was cutting him up alive with my sharp hunting knife when his wife came back from a late job as an ill-paid cleaning lady. She screamed, ran into our midst to cuddle her now unconscious and dying husband. She looked up as we smirked. She looked at each one of us right into our callous eyes. When she looked at me, I realized she recognized me. I couldn't place her. She was old, wrinkled, dirty, and crying as the lifeblood of her husband stained her clothes. "You all should be ashamed of yourself," she whimpered. "He owed you so little, yet his sin was to try to win money he could no longer earn with his old and broken body." "Lady, there is no shame in us," Jack snarled. "Alien, she looked into my eyes. You were not a bad boy when we lived next to your parents, but you did not listen to God. He is disappointed in you. I have prayed for you every day since your parents were taken from you. I heard you had run away from the orphanage. I became a prayer warrior to intercede on your behalf to God." "You should not have wasted your prayers on me, old lady," I growled. "You should have prayed for a lucky number." My companions laughed at my witty retort. "I do not know why God has allowed you to kill my love." Her tears ran down her face as she gazed lovingly at the corpse she clutched. "But I know he waits for me in God's arms." "Go join him now," I roared, as I thrust my knife into her side. My brutal attack even made my companions pull back. "I forgive you," she gasped as her life ebbed from her body. Her dying eyes pierced my soul with a tenderness I could not understand. "God can forgive you as he did me," she barely uttered. And then she crumpled over her dead husband. "Let's get out of here," Jock yelled. We didn't need to run out into the streets. No one would hinder our exit. We left the carnage with a normal stroll, as if we had just visited with them and needed to move on. I wiped her life's blood from my knife. I didn't even know her name. I still did not know which former neighbor this pathetic couple had been. I returned to my room and broke open a bottle. Forgive me? What did I care what a decrepit old lady thinks about me? Prayed for me daily? Who was listening to her? What benefit did she gain by her prayers? She and her pathetic old man were worse off than me. How dare she forgive me? What did I mean by that, I thought. I would have spat with my last breath on a creep that had not only killed my spouse, but knifed me in my grief. Why should I want God to forgive me? I should be pleaded with to forgive him. He was no friend of mine. In all his power, didn't he just stand by as I saw my parents sink beneath the pounding waves? His awful storm killed my remaining family. Where was he when I was given over to the orphanage? But why and how could she forgive me? I had no pity on her. How could she still pray daily, when obviously she was living in a hovel, and her husband fell into gambling to try to make ends meet? I became haunted with her words. I couldn't get them out of my mind. I drank, but I didn't get drunk much anymore. It deadened my fighting skills, which I used extensively. I roamed the streets and found myself in front of a small church in the back streets of our stench. It was late, and evening service was being held. I did not comprehend what I was doing as I sat in a back pew. The preacher of some unknown church group was preaching about the love of God and his forgiveness that was received by believing on his Son. Kel, I hadn't been to church since my grandfather took us to the funeral of my parents. I had heard all of this before, but I had never done anything I was ashamed of. I had been a good boy. Now I was not ashamed of anything I did, even murder. Hell was an expression to me, but I knew deep down I was headed there. How could that old dying woman forgive me? My bloodied hand, stained with the life of her husband, had struck her down. What was the love of God that could make her forgive me? The preacher then spoke to me about Paul, who even in jail and being lashed, sang praises to God. He had not been delivered. Indeed, he had become a martyr, as had most of the disciples. I remember that from my childhood, agony of sitting through intolerably long and boring preachings. Paul had held the coats of those who stoned innocent followers of the way, as he cheered them on. Yet he met the living Christ who forgave him, and taught him that he was the promised Messiah foretold in the ancient scriptures that Paul knew by heart. Christ, as he hung on the cross, forgave the blasphemous soldiers who had beat him so badly he was barely recognizable as a man. She had forgiven me as her blood dripped from my knife. I did know better. I just had ceased to care. I was out for me, damn anyone in my way. But I knew I was bad. I remember looking into my loving mother's eyes as she tucked me into bed and said, what a good boy I was. My father had praised me in front of my neighbor, bragging about how someday I would make him proud. I look inward, and I cried, because I had let them down. I had become one of those they had warned me not to mix company with. I had lost sight of my parents' moral fiber when I had lost them. I had been given a rotten ordeal, but I don't think my father would have sunk as low as I did feel guilt, although I had tried to cover it with rationalizing that I had been shafted. It was only fair that I looked out for myself. I had begrudgingly told myself. Then I looked at what I had just done. Is it fair that my anger had killed the woman? I then realized my sin was that I ignored God's law, the one I had learned as a child, unwilling suffering through the church classes. I do not know why God allowed my parents to die as they had. I certainly cannot fathom why my grandfather, brother, and sisters had to die as they did. But my responsibility was to live a good life, even if it would have been a materially poor life. If I had struggled to eke out a meager living, I should have done it the right way, an honorable way, no matter how lowly it might have been. My beloved father had taught me that. My way benefited me at the expense of those I used and terrorized. I need the forgiveness of my sins. I did not expect to be loved for what I was. But I was told by that preacher that night that God had loved me so much, he had given his own son as sacrifice to fulfill broken law, so that even men such as I could be forgiven. I had to accept my need for a savior, and I had to believe that God's promise was true, even if I could not comprehend why and how. I know my former mates have come to kill me. It is a just end to my miserable life. I could not continue as I had. My conscience could not permit it. You see, I found my conscience. Or rather, the Spirit of God has come into me to give me his conscience. For that night I asked God's forgiveness, and I would only rely on his promise to count his son's death as payment for my atrocities. I became an adopted son when I accepted his offer of forgiveness. The Spirit of God told me one of my executioners needed his forgiveness and love. I would be allowed to tell him my story. We all live a short life, and there is a reckoning we must all face. We all go into eternity. But where will we go? To eternal damnation or eternal family? Not unexpected, but certainly without warning, multiple shots crashed through the office window and struck Alain Relay in the head and back. I grabbed my gun, which the compliant Alain Relay had set next to me on the desk within arm's reach. I knew he was dead, as one of the bullets exited his forehead. I shot the falling corpse, as my cohorts burst into the room. I pricked 2 more shots into the corpse as it lay on the floor. I know it seemed cold-blooded, but this would seal my spot in the Meters Agency, for I had committed murder, not just an accomplice, as the first time in stealing the meteor. Alain Relay was dead, and I could use his corpse to cement my association and commitment to the Meters Agency. There would be no doubts about my standing when I was reported on by Roberto. In fact, Roberto broke into a smirk and said, "You are ours. Leave the body for reporters to detail in ghastly headlines. It will send a message. It is stark warning to the rest of us that we tolerate no failure. We picked up Jean and headed back to Paris. We were told to go into hiding and report back in 1 week if we knew the coast was clear, or sooner if called for. The ride back was maddening. It wasn't the murder that struck so deep into my conscience. It was the dying testimony of our victim. Roberto was unaware of my one-sided conversation with Alain Roulet. He took a swig out of a cheap bottle of brandy, laughed to the rest of the gang, and said to me patronizingly, "It gets easier each time you pull the trigger or use the knife or sap. You did fine, Jack, except for letting him get the drop on you. But I saw you repay that disservice with a few extra shots." And he broke out laughing. I was let off in the outskirts of Paris. Roberto took all the guns to drop in the Seine. I watched as they drove on, words burning into my own soul. I was a liar by my profession. I was a co-murderer, although unwilling, possibly. I was put in a position I could have walked away from. Yet I would have lost my position with the Meters Agency, and would lose my job with the British Service, because of a moral stand. But I had knowingly gone through with it, because I had a higher calling. So what that we shot a murderer, he deserved it. Even he admitted it was his due. Why then was I so moved? Because he had something I lacked, and deeply, deeply craved. I had an emptiness inside that yearned for the peace he had, even in the face of his imminent death. Oh, I had no doubt that I could face death in a glorious hail of bullets while nobly performing my duty. But I would die empty, even if my death would benefit those I died for. He said the Spirit of God told him one of his executioners needed his forgiveness and love, that his death would undercall the shortness of this human existence and the reckoning we must all face. We all go into eternity, but where will we go? To eternal damnation or eternal family? He didn't know my soul. He didn't know I truly needed a loving father. I always wanted to stand and be accepted, not hurt or ignored. His words of his knowing he was accepted, no matter how filthy he had lived, and died in a pool of blood blasted from his body by his own fellow gang members, the only family he had known after losing his natural parents and siblings. I knew he was facing the consequences of his lifestyle. He could have run, but he did know they would track him down, just as his sins would cling to him if he ran from the grace of God in his forgiveness through his Son. My motives were surely more honourable than his had been. But I lived a life apart from God, who I ignored, but who apparently did not ignore me. I did not seek him out, yet from the testimony given to me personally, he had sought me out. I did not seek a church that week, I was laying low, but I did buy a Bible. Oh, I had a Bible before, but it was only an inheritance gift from Mum's relatives, and only an accessory to the Christmas or Easter Sunday attire I wore to service. I don't even know where it went when I moved to Paris. I read that Bible intensively, but not cover to cover, which I eventually hope to do. But I read the testimony of those founding fathers whom God made covenants with. I read the teachings of Christ, which I do not fully understand, but I read and read again the accounts of his suffering and death and glorious resurrection. I read Peter, James and John, eyewitnesses, and knew they had given all to follow one who they first mistook as a different rabbi, but came to know as the promised Messiah, the Son of the living God. It took the rabbi of rabbis, Paul, who testified that he met the living Christ after his death on the cross. It radically changed his life, from persecuting people of the way to becoming a founder of churches. I had moved from believing these were musty tales of mostly mythical heroes and sinners to a historical account of fallible men confronted with a choice on who God was and did he keep his word. I couldn't get myself to believe everything I read. It was too hard to grasp. But I did believe that a God I could not really comprehend had revealed who he was and his love for us by having his Son crucified. The God I read about was nothing like the God I had made him out to be. But I realized finally I could not say who God was. God said who God is. It was the testimony of seeing a resurrected Christ that was a stumbling block to me. I was as Thomas, a doubter, and I questioned his doubt, for didn't he get eyewitness testimony from his own fellow travellers? How could I believe testimony thousands of years ago? But I then was struck by his own name, Thomas, also called the Twin. He, having been mistaken for his brother, thought possibly this Jesus who came out of Nazareth in Egypt, maybe it was a total scam, and it was his twin that presented himself as the dead walking to the other gullible disciples. But when he was confronted with the resurrected being, who had the crucifixion wounds, and talked to him personally as Jesus had when he taught them, convinced him who this was, and it was by the power of God that a miracle was performed. You may think me rattled by my experience, and I surely was, uncle. But I prayed that God would reveal to me his reality before I began my search into his word. I felt his presence as I read many of his words for the first time. The presence seemed to be good, but still, I reflected on Elaine Relay's testimony, and I got down on my knees and prayed that God forgive my own sinful heart, and Jesus to become my Lord and Saviour. I didn't feel like a new man, but I felt like a dastardly prisoner pardoned. I don't think you can believe this, but a deep peace settled into my soul. I did not know where I would go from here, or what I could do. I didn't feel any better about my life. But I relied not on my efforts to love God, or know his ways, but on his mercy and grace to love me, and my hope in his promises of forgiveness and cleansing before his heavenly white throne. I am convinced I will see the gates of heaven, and they will open up, as Jesus' arms will open to embrace me. I was in fear of him, not because I feared his wrath of destruction, but because of the immensity of who he was, and what he did create, and what he would do. I am leery of a heavenly Father. The term still upsets me, but I have a Lord to guide me into his love. Christ came to save the world the first time, with his sacrifice and complete fulfillment of God's law. His next visit will be to take names and kick ass of those who do not recognize him as Lord and Saviour. I no longer had to fear his wrath, because I was now one of his. So I have belief that one day, I pray, you can receive, for even belief is by God's grace. This I do not understand, but I do know. I now have a quandary, for I have an obligation to perform. I must finish the path I chose, to rid this corrupt world of a purely distorted and evil influence and his devilish weapon. I won't ask your forgiveness for involving you and your beloved wife in my schemes. I apologize for my horrendous miscalculation. I was unaware I was suspected. Hadn't I passed the last test with the gunning down of Elaine? It was told to me that, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. But I don't comprehend that. I really don't yet understand God's way. Maybe I will be the instrument for his revenge. Although my hatred is strong, it is not to right a personal wrong against me, as it is to exterminate a vermin carrying a plague of supreme self-interest and disregard for anyone in his way. Maybe I can be his tool to right a wrong that I unwittingly involved you in. God can forgive, but I am on a mission I must complete, if I am allowed to. It was an impossible task on my own, against odds I never faced before. Maybe I was destined to do this. It will be done, if it is God's will. If I cannot do it, I believe he has someone else who can. But I do not see with God's eyes. He has allowed countless millions to die in countless wars. There will be an accounting eventually. Maybe I will be one of the slaughtered saints crying out for justice. Maybe hundreds of thousands of innocents and not-so-innocents will be slaughtered. I only know I was lost, and even though I die, I am off the way now, something I will never stop being. Yet as David, a man after God's own heart, had bloodied hands, I fear I will soil mine. Pray it will not include the innocent. I have little more to say, uncle. I wish you luck in your task, and I pray that I will do the will of God in what I must do. You answered the call to duty, national service in a bloody war. You carry the wounds to this day, so I know you have felt the call to possibly lay down your life. I will do no less. Jack Grimm, no longer merely a British agent, but an agent of righteous action,